Have you ever dreamed of becoming an in-demand full-stack engineer who can create stunning websites and impressive mobile apps? Well, you're just one step away from making that a reality. Hi there, and welcome to a new course where you'll build and deploy not one, not two, but three amazing applications. These projects will level up your skills and turn you into an expert in both web and mobile app development. And here's the cool part. The skills you pick up from the first two apps are super transferable to mobile development. Your app will use the same React hooks, components, and even Next.js file-based routing. We'll start by building a fully functional online banking platform, Horizon, a platform that connects to multiple bank accounts, displays transactions in real time, and even allows you to transfer money to other platform users. Next, you'll build CarePulse, a healthcare management system with real-time SMS notifications to streamline the tedious checkup process. After that, you'll get an ultimate crash course on React Native. We'll start with the benefits of using React Native, why it has become such a popular choice for developing both iOS and Android applications, and dive deep into Expo, a framework recommended by React Native to build mobile apps in 2024, and much more. Immediately after, we'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by building and deploying a complete React Native application called Aora, a full-stack platform for sharing AI-generated stock videos. And are you worried that this might be too advanced? Don't be. I'll walk you through everything from form management with React Hook Form and Zod to Tailwind CSS for styling, all in a beginner-friendly way. By the end of this course, you'll have a unique set of full-stack developer skills and the confidence to build responsive web and mobile applications that truly stand out. Here are the projects you'll build. The first project is a full-fledged banking platform called Horizon. At the beginning, you'll see a lengthy sign-up page. Since we're building a real-world app, not a fake one, we need legit information, no placeholders here. Once you sign up, you must link your bank account. This feature is powered by Plaid, a Stripe alternative used by a well-known financial giant, Robinhood, and many others. Test mode is free, no credit card is required, and you can use it anywhere in the world. I'll use some test credentials provided by Plaid, and we're in. On this page, you'll find all the details of your connected bank account, including the name, balance, and transaction list provided by Plaid. On the right side, there's a card, and below that, you'll see different spending categories. On the next page, you can view all your connected banks, balances, and unique public IDs, which you can easily share with others. Moving on, we have the transaction history page with pagination and filtering. Now, let's transfer some funds. Once again, there are many required fields here, just like in a real online bank. We'll also need the recipient's bank ID. So let me grab the bank ID from another account I've created. There we have it. Just input the amount and the details and hit send. Back on the dashboard, you'll notice a new transaction row in the processing state. Like regular banks, it'll take some time to process the transaction. It'll be added to the main bank account balance. Then you'll develop CarePulse, a healthcare management system that lets your users sign in using their phone numbers. You can choose a country, which automatically fills in its country code and then type the number. And because this is my first time visiting this page, I'll be redirected to the registration page where I'll need to register as a patient. There is a ton of info to fill out, including general details like name, email, phone number, date of birth, and more. And your users also must provide medical information such as their primary care physician, allergies, current medications, and all relevant medical history. Additionally, they'll need to provide identification, including the type and number of their ID, along with a scanned copy of the document, which you'll allow them to upload. Finally, they review it and consent to the privacy terms. Whoa, that's a lot of info. But you won't be cutting any corners here. This is a real healthcare application after all. Once they've successfully registered, they'll be redirected to the appointments page to schedule a new appointment. Here, they can specify the doctor they want, select the date, and provide the reasons for the appointment, along with any comments. Then, a successful notification will appear, leading us to the final confirmation page. It shows that we've successfully requested an appointment to meet with a doctor, and we'll receive a confirmation SMS from them soon. We can also schedule a new appointment, but let's put that to the side for now and explore the admin side of things. Back on the homepage, you'll notice a small link on the bottom right. Clicking it will open up a modal where you must enter the passkey, 6 ones in my case, to access the admin page. And there you have it. We're redirected to the admin page where we find a wealth of health information, including stat cards displaying the total number of scheduled, pending, and canceled appointments. We also have a data table displaying the list of these appointments, information about who's requested them, and 2 actions available for admins to take. If everything checks out with the patient, the admin can schedule or confirm the appointment with the designated doctor, triggering a confirmation SMS to be sent to the patient. Let me schedule it and show you on my phone. There it is, a new SMS confirming that my appointment has been scheduled. Great, I won't have to wait in line anymore. The admin can also cancel the appointment, but they must provide a valid reason. The entire table includes proper pagination and it is fully responsive. In fact, the entire application is designed to work seamlessly on all devices. And finally, you'll develop Aora, a full-stack mobile app. We'll cover the fundamentals of React Native. We'll discuss its different elements, how it compares to React.js, as well as Next.js, code structure, file-based routing, styling, and much more. By the end of this course, you'll have a great understanding of React Native, and you'll be able to create your own apps using this powerful tool. Immediately after, I'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by teaching you how to build and deploy a complete full-stack React Native application. That's the only way to retain and expand on your knowledge. With a visually appealing onboarding screen, robust authentication system including both sign-in and sign-up screens, dynamic home screen showcasing the latest videos in an animated flat list with a comprehensive list of all videos with playback, pull to refresh functionality, full text search capability with a dedicated search screen, tab navigation for seamless browsing, a post creation screen where you'll learn how to upload videos and images, and a profile screen offering detailed insights into your account. All of this while learning Next.js with server and client-side rendering, group routes, nested layouts, server actions, revalidation, and more. Advanced and reusable form management with unique components like date picker, country phone input, and OTP verification using TypeScript, React Hook Form, and Zod. Plaid for payments, and it'll work no matter where you are in the world. Charts, ShadCN, and Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI. React Native elements like view, touchable, image, flat list, scroll view, safe area view, text input, status bar, and more. Animations using Anima Table, Expo, file-based nested routing and layouts, dynamic routing, tab and stack navigation, context API, and more. Backend using the latest open source AppWrite features, including auth, databases, file storage, SMS notifications with Twilio, and more. All of that while making your code reusable and efficient, and the best file and folder structure for organizing your code like a pro. What about the prerequisites? Well, all you need is a basic to medium understanding of React and Next.js. If you're not there yet, check out our Next.js crash course and come right back. Now with even better teaching methods, where you'll get a completely open source codebase you can refer to if you get stuck. Free custom Figma designs so you know exactly what you're building. And even logical diagrams so you can visualize the application's high-level architecture. And a Discord server to get all your bugs resolved. All those things are free, so grab them from links below while I continue telling you more about the projects. Before we dive into the first project, let's first create an account on AppWrite. We'll need it when building our apps. In the description down below, you can find a special link that allows you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing in the video, and you'll also get some additional credits. Click Get Started, sign in with GitHub, and that's it. You're about to take a deep dive into the transition from React to Next.js to React Native and learn how to connect all those dots to become an ultimate full-stack developer. Someone who can do way more than just build websites and apps. You might have seen plenty of videos on these topics, maybe even on my channel, but this one is special. It's your all-in-one guide to understanding the differences and connections between these different technologies. I think you're ready to get started. So grab your coffee and let's dive into building out our very first project. Are you bored of those financial trackers that are basically just to-do apps where you add income, deduct expenses, do some math, and then show it on a chart? It's time for a change. I hope you're excited as I am. Not many developers can say they can build a banking system, but you'll be one of those who can. So let's dive right into the code. To get started building our one-of-a-kind banking application, we'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it JSM_banking. And you can drag and drop that empty folder into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're there, you can open up the terminal and we are ready to get started. In this course, to build this online bank, we'll of course use React, which is the best component library for the web. Of course, we won't use React alone. We'll use Next.js on top of it, the best React framework for the web, used by the world's largest companies, enabling you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. And when it comes to the banking functionality, we'll be using Plaid, one of the world's leading banking APIs today, allowing us to turn this app into a real banking application and not just a budget tracker, which you can see on many other YouTube videos. We'll use Plaid's sandbox mode, allowing you to follow along with this video and learn how to implement all of the functionalities in this video. No matter where in the world are you, you'll be able to follow along using the free sandbox account. And when it comes to merging those transactions to our real database, we'll use AppWrite. It will allow you to build your entire backend within minutes and scale it effortlessly using the completely free open source platform. So everything we're doing is completely open source, from authentication to databases, functions, storage, and more. AppWrite is becoming one of the go-to open source tools for backend development. So to follow along with this video and see exactly what I'm seeing while developing it, click the special AppWrite link down in the description, click Get Started, and sign in with GitHub. This will bring you to the dashboard, allowing us to get started using the app. And what would a banking app be without proper charts? So we'll be using the best chart library in the market called Chart.js, which allows you to create any kind of chart you can imagine. So you learn how to work with it too. To style our application, we'll of course be using Tailwind CSS, which is a utility-first CSS framework, allowing us to have completely custom styles and have them quickly without having separate CSS files. We'll power up our Tailwind CSS using ShadCN, which is a component library built on top of it, allowing you to have any kind of component you might need in your app, such as simple buttons, alerts, alert dialogues, and more. It is my go-to UI kit nowadays. And of course, our banking app has to be secure. So we're gonna go a step further and teach you how to implement enterprise-level application monitoring software within your application. Specifically, we'll implement session replay, allowing you to get to the root cause of an issue by watching replays of real user sessions within Sentry. And that works even for banking application, because Sentry automatically hides all sensitive data. So, as you can imagine, we'll cover a lot of ground. So grab yourself a cup of coffee or tea, and let's get started. To initialize our app, we can actually use ShadCN Starter. So let's go to Get Started and Installation, choose Next.js, and then let's copy the initial command. I'm gonna paste it, but instead of my app right here, I will say /. And you can say the same. That will make sure to create it in the current repository. So press Enter and press Y. In this case, we have to answer a couple of questions. We don't need a source directory. We will use the app router. No need to customize the default, and that's it. Next.js is getting initialized. As you can see, React and React DOM, Next.js on top of it. And then we have additional dependencies such as TypeScript. So yes, we will be using TypeScript with this project. If you haven't used it before, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you how to do it. It will simply allow us some additional type safety and make our application that much more secure. We'll also be using Tailwind CSS for styling and even ESLint to make sure that our code base is clean. So overall, this is a big project, a lot of things to cover, but don't worry, I'm gonna take you there step by step. And on the topic of reaching mastery, I just couldn't not mention the Next.js course that we created not that long ago. It has become the best Next.js course on the internet. And a lot of companies are using Next.js, as I told you at the start. And it's all about understanding how to use Next in a way that it should be used, not just like good old React. And at the start, I was using it like good old React too, but then I noticed that that results in a performance that looks like this. Rather, you want to get to something that looks like this. And within the course, we dive deep into complete understanding of how Next.js works, then build and deploy a complex app, same as you'll do in this video, and then we even have active lessons to test yourself. Because sometimes it's easy to just see me do it, but in the course, I'll actually challenge you with the task, example, resources, and even hints so you actually write some additional code. I just wanted to let you know that if at any point in this video you feel like it's too hard, then it might be a good idea to pause it and postpone it until you complete the ultimate Next.js course. But nonetheless, I'll do my best to explain as much as possible in this course too. So with that in mind, we have created a JSM banking folder, which means that we can follow the second step right here, which is installing ShadCN. So let's simply paste this command and just press enter for all of these, and it will soon enough get initialized. We also need to set up the fonts, which we'll do soon enough. And we also need to set up the tailwind config, which I'll show you how we can do very soon. Other than that, the way that ShadCN works, if you haven't used it before, is it creates a new folder and adds the code only for the components you actually want to use within your application, which is not the case for many other UI kits, for example, Material UI or Bootstrap. There, you install the whole library and you might not even need it. So let's see how does it work for a single component. We can first copy the installation for the button and then paste it in our terminal. npx ShadCN UI latest add button. It will install the button. And if you go right here in our file explorer, go to components and then UI, you'll notice there's an additional folder here. There's a button component within it. And it does seem like a lot of code for a button, but don't worry, you never have to dive into these files yourself. You can simply use that button later on within your code and then modify it only if you need to. With that in mind, before we run our application, I want to make sure that you have access to the complete Figma file for this entire project. And the link to access it will be down in the description. It is as simple as going there, clicking download, and putting your name and email. As soon as you do that, you'll get access to this Figma file with a complete design. We're going to do everything, starting from the authentication to a detailed dashboard with connected cards, bank accounts, and transactions. And yep, you'll be able to connect multiple bank accounts. And you'll be able to see a complete transaction history for each one of the accounts. But it doesn't stop there. We'll also implement the functionality to transfer money from one Horizon account to another. And by the way, that's the name of our bank, Horizon. So you'll be able to send money between real bank accounts right within our application, just like you can do in a real banking application. Making apps like this needs a lot of careful planning and figuring out exactly how everything should fit together. So even before you start building, you've got to know exactly how it all works and flows step by step. So to help you learn better, I've put together a complete flowchart going through absolutely everything you need to know about how this app works, how the flow works, how the money gets transferred. All of it is laid out neatly in a mind map. And I'll go through it in detail in the video, but if you prefer to study it on your own time, you can click the link in the description and get it for free. Now, hidden within these Figma pages, there's going to be a lot of these little icons or images or styles which we need for development. And for that reason, I went ahead and prepared some assets for you to make our development and learning journey easier. And for that reason, I prepared some simple assets to make our development journey smoother. So first things first, we can delete the favicon and the global CSS from the app, and we can delete the lib folder as we'll create a new one from scratch. And same thing goes for the public, as well as this Tailwind config. Great. With that in mind, in the description down below, you can find complete assets, which is going to be a zipped folder. So download it from Google Drive. And don't worry if it says that it might have viruses. Google doesn't know what they're talking about. Trust me, there's no viruses there. Download it, unzip it, and then simply paste it into the root of your directory. Within the assets, you'll see that we have the app. So from the app, pull the globals into our original app, and you can then delete it if it's easier for you. Pull the constants outside, lib, public, types, and Tailwind config. Put all of that into the root of your directory, and you can then delete the assets. So let's see what we brought in. Starting from the bottom, we have the Tailwind config. This file has already been there before, but in this case, I have simply added some of the colors which I picked from the Figma design. So you can see the bank gradient, indigo, success colors, and so on. So the next time you want to use this green color, like this one here, you don't have to say something like text dash and then use this very specific 054F31. Rather, you can just say something like text dash success 900. That is the idea of doing this. And if you're wondering how I pulled these values from Figma, well, let me show you. Back in the Figma file, I think this is that success color. You can click on a specific component, and then on the right side, you can see the corresponding styles. Specifically, if you go under properties. So let's try that one more time. Let's say that I wanted to get to this green background color right here. I would just click multiple times to get to that level. And you can see this background color right here. And then you can just put it here in a way that makes sense for you. On top of that, we also have the types, which will include some of the TypeScript types we'll use throughout this video. For example, the parameters for all of the fields within our auth form. Then we have the public with all of the icons we're going to use, the lib folder with utils, where, to be completely honest, I mostly use some ChatGPT to generate these for me. So for example, we're talking about formatting the date, formatting the amount, parsing the string, or removing special characters. These are mostly functions that we can generate together using ChatGPT later on. On top of that, there are some constants, such as sidebar links. Like in the sidebar, we'll have 5 different routes, and each route has a route, as you can see here, but we also have to add the image and the label to it so it looks good. So I just took some time to create this array for you, as well as some mock data. And finally, there's the globals.css, inside of which we import Tailwind and make some modifications to our base styles, such as hiding the scroll bar, changing the color, and implementing some additional specialized styles, which we cannot easily do with Tailwind. So rather, I just manually target some properties and apply them here, as well as create some special Tailwind styles. So for example, we're going to have many inputs in our application. And I can even show you that if we go to our transfer form. You see how many inputs we have here. It's a lot, and they all have similar styles. So instead of every time saying text 16, placeholder, rounded, border, and so on, we can just create a utility class called input class, and then by using it, it will apply all of the other class names. I'll teach you how to create some utility classes as soon as we use our first one. And that's it. We are just warming up. You will do everything else that will come with this project. And it won't be easy. At times, it will be very hard. But you and I will go through it together. So before we even run our app, let's go to the app and then layout. We want to fix this metadata and import a different font. Alongside inter, we'll also be using IBM _ plex _ serif coming from Next Font Google. To this inter, next to subsets, we want to give it a variable equal to dash dash font dash enter. And right below, we want to create a second font, const IBM plex serif is equal to, we call this IBM plex serif constructor, and we pass an object with options with subsets of an array of Latin. We also want to do a weight of an array of 400 and 700 as strings. And we want to pass a variable for that font, which is going to be dash dash font dash IBM dash plex dash serif. Great. We can now change the metadata by giving our app a title, which will be Horizon or Horizon Bank. We can also give it a description, which will be something like Horizon is a modern banking platform for everyone. And we can also give it icons with one icon of /icons/logo.svg. This is now coming from our assets. Next, we have this root layout, which was created for us by Next.js. And we have a body where we're using this inter, but we want to style it in a way that it's going to be a template string where we use the inter.variable. And the second one will be IBM plex serif.variable. This basically allows us to use those fonts across our entire application. Now let's create our homepage. And you could create it like this, where we have a simple page.tsx. But that way, we can only have one single layout. And what is a layout? Well, a layout is specific UI that you can see across multiple pages. For example, notice this sidebar right here, and notice it here. It is shared across pages. And do the auth pages have it? They don't, which means that all of the home pages or root pages will need to have one layout, and the auth pages, such as login and sign up, will use a different layout. To implement that, we'll use a special Next.js functionality called route groups. Typically, nested folders are mapped to URL paths. You know that, file-based routing, right? But you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the URL path. And this is used for two reasons: organizing routes into groups or enabling nested layouts, which is exactly what we want to do. And the only thing you have to do to implement nested layouts is wrap the folder name within parentheses, such as this. So let's remove this page and let's create a new folder called root, like this. And within it, we can create a new page.tsx and a layout that will only be used for this route group, which of course will have that sidebar. In the page right now, we can run RAFCE, which will create a simple React arrow function with an export, and we can call it home. We can also say home right here, or you can even call it a dashboard. For the root layout, we can copy what we have in the original app layout and paste it there, but it will be much simpler. We don't need to import the metadata, nor the fonts, nor the global CSS. We only have to export a single layout, remove all of the class names from the body. We don't need the body at all, nor the HTML. Rather, we'll return a semantic main tag, as this will be our main part of the content, inside of which we're going to show a sidebar. So let's write sidebar here. And right below the sidebar, we'll render the children. Does this make sense? So we have this primary layout, which is mostly used to just wrap it with different fonts, styles, or metadata. And then we have a special layout, which will be used for all of the main components, such as the home, dashboard, transactions, all components that use a sidebar. And then we're going to have a separate route group right here called auth, which will have its own layout.tsx, which we can copy right now from the root layout, paste it here, but this one won't have the sidebar. and it will be a bit different. Okay, that's the idea. And while we're creating the file and folder structure, within our auth, we're going to have two new pages or folders for now. Sign in, which will have its own page.tsx, where we can run RAFCE and call it sign in. And we're going to have another folder called sign-up, inside of which we'll have a page.tsx, and there we can run RAFCE, and it's going to be called sign up. If this RAFCE isn't working for you, it's basically just a shortcut to generate this snippet of code, and it's coming from an extension, ES7 Plus, React, Redux, React Native Snippets. So you can simply install it, reload your Visual Studio Code, and it should work. But with that in mind, I hope that you now understand how these route groups work. If it's still a bit unclear, you can browse the docs or check out the Ultimate Next.js course, where we have a dedicated section just on routing. As you can see, we start with routing, the core architecture of Next.js, and then immediately go over the multiple layouts and group the routes. But for now, we might as well run our application and explore it in action. So let's run npm run dev to run our application for the first time, and let's open it up on localhost 3000. There we go, it's running. And I want to give you a white screen flash warning. If you're in a dark room on a dark monitor, the whole screen will now turn white. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. We are on our homepage. So you can see here that we're on localhost 3000, and we have a sidebar and then the homepage, right? That's the idea. And if we now go to /sign-in, you'll see that it's just sign in without the sidebar. That's the idea. And you might be wondering, why am I not going to root and then /? Or why am I not going to auth and then sign in? This is a 404. Why is that the case? Why is it just sign in without auth? Well, when you create route groups, they're not added to the file-based routing. They're just used for you to create a layout and create meaningful grouping. Then only the folders within it that don't have the parentheses within them count as additional routes. Cool. So now we have our layout. We also have our homepage on localhost 3000, and that means that we are ready to start creating the layout. Great job on coming this far, and I have to be honest, this was the most boring part of the video. But now we dive into the exciting stuff, creating the layout with a nice sidebar, modern UI, and immediately showing this welcome message, which you need in every application, and you'll see it much more often nowadays, as the goal of modern web applications is personalization. Even on JSMastery.pro, we have recently added it here. It just makes the experience that much better. Next, we'll immediately learn how to use chart.js to create this simple chart and add the total current balance. So with that in mind, we can soon start with the homepage, but I also want to do something special for this course to improve your learning experience. And that is push the current code to GitHub and continue adding new commits consistently as we go feature by feature. So that way, if you get stuck up to this point, you'll be able to check the code base at a specific point in time. And that way, it'll be easier for you to debug. And if you want to, you can also commit your code whenever I push. That way, you'll get into the good habit of committing consistently. So let's go to GitHub and go to this plus button and click New Repository. I'm gonna call it Banking, and I will make it public. I want to make sure that all of the projects that I ever post are completely free and open source. That way, you can learn from them, you can take the code and do whatever you want with them, even for paid courses. Yep, you heard that right. In the Ultimate Next.js course, you will build and develop Dev Overflow, which is a modern Stack Overflow clone applications packed with features. It has AI built in, a complete recommendation system, complete global search, code blocks, what you see is what you get editor, and more. And we build all of this within the course. And if you go to my GitHub profile and search for Overflow, you can immediately see a Stack Overflow Next.js 14 course. And the complete code for this entire project is available for free on GitHub. Feel free to check it out and give it a star. And if you like what you're seeing, you might want to follow along and have me teach you how to do it. With that in mind, I will create a new repository and we can use the help here to push our existing code to it. So going back to our application, we have now done a lot of work. Our entire initial file and folder structure has been done. So let's open up the terminal. Let's actually split it so we have more space to work here. And I'm gonna say git init to initialize our repo. Then we can do git add dot to add all of the current files to it. And then say something like git commit -m. And then we can add our commit message and say something like implement initial file and folder structure. Another pro tip, whenever you're writing these commit messages, always write it in imperative form, which means you have to say implement, not implementing or implemented. That's because you should be asking yourself the question, what will this commit do when merged to main? This commit will implement initial file and folder structure. It's just the most common practice that is used across development companies of all sizes around the world. So now you know how to do it. Let's press enter. Then we need to branch over to the main. We only have to do this at the start. Git branch -m main and git remote add origin and git push u origin main. We only have to do these at the start. With that, we can now close this terminal. You can see no more files are being tracked by our source control. And if we reload our page, you can see all of the existing files are here. What I also like to do is immediately add some kind of a description. We can copy the one from our primary layout, which we have here. Horizon is a modern banking platform for everyone. For now, we can leave the website empty. You can add some of the topics, Next.js 14, and remove all of these here. That's going to make it a bit cleaner. And now for every other commit, let me show you how you'll be able to get access to the code up to that specific point of building this application. You go to commits right here. You click on a specific commit. You can see this is the initial one, and then this is the one that we have added right now. You can see all the changes, and this might be enough for you. But if you want to get a snapshot of the entire code base at the time when this commit was added, you just click Browse Files right here at the top. And then you have the complete file and folder structure up to that point of building the application. So whenever we implement some of the feature, we'll try to remember to do a quick push. Great. Now let's focus on the home dashboard. First, I'll split my browser and Visual Studio Code view so you can see everything at the same time. And we can start by turning this div into its own section. We'll also give it a class name of home. This is one of those situations where home is not a native Tailwind CSS class name. But if you go to search and search for home, you should be able to see it right here where we apply some of the classes. So this will remove the scroll bar and make it a flex with a full width, flex row, and apply some of the responsiveness properties. Now, right within this section, we can also create another div. And this div will be a wrapper with a class name equal to home-content. So this will be the primary part of our homepage. And within it, we can create a header component with a class name equal to home-header. Right within that header, we can write something like welcome Adrian. And here you can put your name. And as you can see, it has a bit of a padding and margin, and it's nicely rendered right here in the center. Now, this welcome Adrian will be a new component as we want to reuse it multiple times. And we can easily tell that now because we have a complete design. So you see this welcome Adrian alongside the subtitle. We have another one right here, and we have one here as well. It's basically a header on every single page. So with that in mind, let's extract it into its own component by going to components and creating a new component called header box.tsx. And we can run rafce And we can immediately just call it right here, header box, coming from components, header box, and you can immediately import it and call it as a self-closing component. That's gonna look something like this. Now to it, we'll have to pass a couple of props. And what kind of props do we need to add? Well, first of all, the type of this specific header box. Sometimes it will be greeting, such as in this case, where it's gonna say something like welcome and then the username. And other times it will be just a regular header to indicate which page we're on. We can also provide a title, which in this case will be welcome. And we can provide the username that will be equal to the first name of our user or just a guest. So for now, since we don't have the user implemented, maybe we can just say guest, or let's immediately do it properly by creating a new variable at the top called const logged in, which will be equal to an object with a first name. And here you can put your own first name. I'm gonna do Adrian. And now as we pass the user, we can make that equal to logged in question mark dot first name or guest in case we don't have a username. And finally, we can pass a subtext. That subtext will be, let's see, something like access and manage your account and transactions efficiently. There we go. And now we can go into the header box by holding the Alt or Command key and clicking on it. And we can accept all of these props at the top, such as type, which by default will be equal to title if we don't pass anything else, title, subtext, and the user. And since we're using TypeScript, we can define these types as header, box, props. And you can see that we didn't have to import that from anywhere, those header box props, but it immediately knows what they are. It's a TypeScript interface, and we can again command click to go into it. It's gonna lead us into our special types index.d.ts file that contains all of our interfaces. And it knows exactly what this component needs. It wants a type, which is optional, of a type title or greeting. It has a title, subtext, and a user property, which is optional as well. So now, for example, if we go back and if we remove the title from here, you can see that it's complaining, saying that the title is declared. That's why you use TypeScript. Great. Now let's implement this header box by returning a div with a class name equal to header dash box. And we're going to give it an h1 right within it. And that h1 will render the title. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to header dash box dash title. That's going to make it bolded. And let's put it into multiple lines. And below the title, we can check if the type is triple equal to greeting. And if it is, only then we can render an additional span element that will render the user. So welcome Adrian. We can also give it a class name equal to text-bank gradient. There we go. And let's put this user in a new line. And let's give it an empty space character by saying add mbsp and semicolon. And that's going to give it that space. Right below this h1, we can render a p tag that will render the subtext. And we can also give it a class name equal to header dash box dash subtext. There we go. Now we can also zoom out so you can see how it should look like. There we go. And that was it for our header box. Now going back, we can go below that header box and we can render another custom component. It'll be a balance box, letting us know the amount of money we have in our account. So let's create a new component and let's call it total balance box .tsx, run RAFCE and use it right here, total balance box. There we go. To it, we'll also have to pass some props such as the accounts, which will be all of our accounts that we have. And for now, we can make that just an empty array. We'll also pass total banks, which is the number of banks that we have. For now, I'm going to say something like 1. And finally, we need to pass a total current balance, which will be the amount of money we have right now, also a number. And I will make that something like 1,250. Let's also add some cents like .35. Now we can go into that box and start implementing it. We of course need to accept those props by saying accounts. And if we don't pass anything, it can default to an empty array. We need the total banks as well as the total current balance. And that will be of an interface, total balance box props. Next, we can turn it into a section and we can give it a class name equal to total balance. Now it looks like a card. Immediately within, we can create a div which will act as a wrapper for our chart. So let's say class name total balance chart. And there, very first, we'll render our first donut chart. That's going to look something like this. But for now, let's go below this div and let's create another div. This one will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 6, within which we'll have a new h2 that will have a class name equal to header-2, and it will render the total banks. And then bank accounts, so we know what it's referring to. So it says 1 bank accounts. In this case, we have that extra s at the end, even though it's 1. So we can basically put this first and then say bank accounts and then colon. This way, even though it's 1, it's going to look good. So bank accounts 1, later on it's going to be 2, 3, 4, and so on. Then right below that h2, we can render a div, and that div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 2. And right within it, we can have a p tag that will say total current balance. We can also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to total balance label. And right below it, we can have one final p tag that will have a class name equal to total balance amount, flex center, and a gap of 2. Now, sure, what we could do here is, first of all, just render the total current balance. That's one way to do it. But this doesn't seem like a dollar amount or any other currency for that matter. So first, let's properly format it. What we can do is we can call the format amount utility function and then pass this as the first parameter. As soon as we do that, you'll notice that it will try to use this format amount, which will actually format it as an American dollar. And you can use any currency of choice. You'll just have to figure out how to modify this international number format to something else. It should be pretty simple. But the reason why we get an error right now is because this utils file uses a package called query string for another one of our utility functions. So we need to install it. So let's split our terminal and run npm install query-string. We'll use this to modify our query parameters later on. And as soon as we have done this, you can see that now this looks like an actual number with dollars, with a comma right here, and then the cents. But we're going to take it a step further. We'll use a special countup package that will allow us to count up to the number that we have, which is going to give this very nice effect of slowly counting up to the total amount. For that, we'll use the React countup package. So let's simply install it by saying npm install react-countup and press enter. And then we can head over to usage, and you can see how we can use that package. The simple example is to just call it like this, countup. So let's do just that. If I go right here and render the countup component, we can import it right at the top by saying import countup from React countup. And let's see how does it look like with end of 100. And now we get a very interesting error saying error use ref only works in client components. Add the use client directive at the top to use it. But wait, even if you knew that we cannot use hooks in server components, which by default every component is a server component unless you say otherwise, you might say, but where are we using the use ref? I don't understand. Why is it blaming me for something I didn't do? Well, this is a great lesson. Sometimes external packages will use some client-side functionalities within themselves. Even though you cannot see it, it's there, and it is using the use ref. So we would have to either turn this entire component client-side, or a proper solution here would be to create a new component inside of which we can use countup. So let's do just that. Let's call it animated counter. And we can create it as a new component right here. Animated counter .tsx, run RAFCE, and now we can properly import it. To it, we can pass just the total current balance. As the amount is equal to total current balance, we don't even have to format it, as this animated counter will do that automatically for us. So it's even simpler. Now we can go into the animated counter. We can accept the amount, which is of a type. Amount is number. And we can just pass the amount and see how it quickly counts up to 1,250. We can also add the $sign up front to make it look better. And while we're here, we can see which props might be interesting to pass. So we have the start, the end, the duration. So sure, we could maybe add a decimal. There we go. This is very good. And the prefix. This will allow us to choose the currency. And I think that's more or less it that we need. We can also modify the duration. So going back, let's give it some more properties, such as a decimal and a prefix of $sign. Now I can remove this one here, indent it properly, and check this out. That's great. We can also add the duration and the number of decimals. So let's copy the duration, make it 2.75, and let's add not 4 decimals. Currencies typically only have 2 decimals. And check this out. Looks even better. We can maybe even increase the duration to something like 4 seconds. No, that's way too much. It makes it seem like we have more money than we actually do. So let's just leave the default amount. I think that will be okay. There we go. Wonderful. Looks great, feels great. Let's also give this div a class name equal to w-full. And now let's go back and let's finalize this view by finally doing our donut chart, the first chart of many. For that, we'll be using chart.js. So let's go get started and let's navigate to the installation. There we go. It is just npm install chart.js. Great. And then how do we use it within React? Well, let's search for React right here. React chart.js, maybe here, step-by-step guide, React. There we go. Framework integrations is what we want. And we're looking for React chart.js 2. Great. It even has its own npm page, and we need to install another package by running npm install React-chart.js 2. And here is how you can import different components. So let's give it a shot. Let's create a new component for this chart called donut chart right here. .tsx, run RAFCE, and let's copy everything we have here and paste it at the top. The donut, of course, needs to be used within this div. And this donut, of course, will be the only thing that this donut chart will return. And the reason that we had to use it within a new component is because it is a client-side component, so we have to give it a use client directive on the top. Now, if we go back, we're going to get one error. That's fine. We're going to fix it soon. We have to modify the data we're passing to it. And you notice that while going through this course, I referred to a lot of different documentation pages. Quick start for Chart.js, for that CountUp library, even for React Chart.js too. You always need to refer to documentation, and that's something that I want to teach you in every single JSM course. As sure, I can just show you how to do it, but if I teach you how to do it the next time, you'll be able to do it the next time, and the time after that, and that's when you truly become a great and independent developer. So with that in mind, we have to figure out what data this is. So we can check the Chart.js dynamic data set. Okay, that's a good one. And we can maybe take a random data set for now. Let's see if we have some data that we can extract. Yeah, this is a good example. It has data sets and it has labels. So instead of copying it, let's refer to this and let's create our own data set. We can do that by first accepting the accounts that we want to pass. Accounts is equal to accounts of a type donut chart props. And now we can pass the accounts right here to this donut chart that we're going to call by saying accounts is equal to accounts coming from props. And of course, we have to import the chart at the top. Now going back to it, we can start forming this data by saying const data is equal to an object. And now we have to form it in a way that Chart.js will accept it. So as you can see on the right side, it needs to have a datasets array. So we can say datasets will be equal to an array with an object with a label of banks. And then we can pass the data, which will be some kind of an array of different balances that we have in that bank account. For example, let's do 1,250, 2,500, and maybe let's do 3,750, just as an example. You can also pass different background colors. So we can say background color will be something like, let's do an array of hash 0747B6. Let's do a second one of hash 2265D8. And let's do hash 2F91FA. And you might be wondering, why are we typing this if we have added them to Tailwind config before? Well, we're not directly adding the styles or class names here. This is within JavaScript, and this belongs to the Chart.js. So we cannot simply say something like text-blue right here. If we go back now, it will break as it's trying to map over our data here, but we're not yet done forming the data. Alongside data sets, we also need to pass labels. And this will be an array of different strings. For example, we can name different banks like test1, or let's do bank1. Let's also do bank2. And let's do bank3. And now we can use this data and pass it as data to our donut. Here we go. Take a look at this. Even though it's small, our chart is here. But let's first resolve this error. The error says hydration error P and then animated counter. I think I know what that is. Animated counter already is a P tag. So we cannot put a P within a P. We have to put it within a div. So if we do this and properly close it, the error is gone, the money is counting up, and we can see our great looking chart showing us how much money we have in different bank accounts. We can also apply some additional options to it by expanding it. And right here, we can say options is equal to an object where cutout is 60%. So you can see you can modify how big or how wide these circles around will be. So going from a bit wider to maybe smaller with 60%. We can also modify the plugins, specifically the legend, which we will make a display of false. As we don't want to see the legend, we just want to see this big thing and see how much money we have in our bank accounts. That is phenomenal. Great. Now I can exit this. We're also done with the total balance box. And if I expand it, would you look at that? It looks great. And if I expand it, you can see how the chart also slowly opens up. The money starts counting up and looks great. Of course, it looks a bit empty right now as we don't have the left sidebar nor the right sidebar, but we'll do that very soon. For now, it's important that we know how we can count our money up and how we can show it within our first chart ever using Chart.js. With that in mind, I don't want to dive into transactions just yet, as for that, we would need to have some real data. I would rather want to see this look good once we implement the left sidebar and the right sidebar, therefore completing our full layout. So let's start with the left sidebar first. I think that's going to make our app look completely different. So going back to our homepage, we want to move from here and we want to go into the root layout. And here we can start implementing the sidebar. So let's give this main a class name equal to flex, h-screen for full height, w full for full width, and font-enter. That'll make it look like this, as it will position the sidebar on the left side of the content. Now we can turn this sidebar into an actual component by creating a new component called sidebar.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and we can now import it right here, sidebar, coming from here, importing it from components sidebar. Within that sidebar, we'll have to have some knowledge about our currently logged in user. So for now, let's mock it by saying const logged in is equal to just an array with a first name of Adrian, and let's also do last name of JSM. Later on, we can fill in additional information here, but it won't even be necessary as we'll automatically be fetching this data from a real user. And now we can pass this logged in as the user right here. Let's dive into the sidebar. Let's accept that user right here, and it will be of a type sidebar props. So if you want to see what the user will have, you can see that we have a custom model or type right here for the user. It has to have an ID, email, user ID, and more. We'll add things as we go, but for now, it's good that we have the user here. Let's turn this div into a section, and let's give it a class name equal to sidebar. As you can see, it automatically got hidden on mobile devices. So we need to go a bit wider here if we want to continue working on it. I think around here, we can start seeing some white space here on the sidebar. So let me collapse the Visual Studio Code as well, and let's continue working on it. Within this section, we're going to have a nav as we want to navigate within the sidebar with a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a gap of 4. Within it, we want to have our first link. So this will be a link component, which will come from next link. Every link has to have an href. This one will point to the /, meaning the home page, and it will have a class name equal to margin bottom of 12 to create some spacing. It'll also have a cursor dash pointer to make it clickable, items dash center, and a gap of 2. And within it, we'll render a self-closing image property. Image, of course, being the Next.js image we can import from next image. We can give it a source equal to /icons /logo .svg. And as it's a Next.js image, it also has to have a width property of 34 and a height property of 34 as well. And now you can see the logo appear on top. We can also give it an alt tag of horizon logo, and we can give it a class name equal to size-24 pixels inside of square brackets, and on Max XL devices, size of 14. There we go. That's a bit bigger. Right below it, we can render an H1, and this H1 will say horizon. And we can also give it a class name equal to sidebar dash logo. We cannot see it right now, but on larger screens, it is there. Now, let's go below this link And let's create links pointing to all of the other pages within our application. We can do that by mapping over sidebar links, which is coming from constants. So one more time to repeat, I have created an array of 5 different objects that have label, route, and the image URL. That way, it's easy to just say .map and get each one of these items. And for each item, open up a new function block where we can return a new link that will have an href equal to item.route. It will have a key equal to item.label, and within it, it can render item.label as well. And here it was supposed to be route instead of router. If we do this, you'll notice that we have 4 or 5 different links here, but they're white. So we need to add some additional styling. Let's do that by styling our link first by giving it a class name. And here, for the first time in this course, we want to make a specific class either active or not active. If we're on the home page, we want to make sure that that home link has a different class name. You can see exactly what I mean on our design. So to do that, we'll have to use a special package called CN. That stands for class names, and it's coming from libutils. You basically call it as a function, and as the first parameter, you pass it any class you typically would, like a sidebar link right here. But then, as the second parameter, you give it classes which will trigger depending on specific events, such as we can figure out if our link should be active, and it should be active if that's the path that we're currently on. So let's first get access to the path name by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And now that we have it, we want to check out whether the path name is triple equal to item.route, or if path name dot starts with a template string of item.route, and then we add / outside of it. And here, again, it's route. Now, as the second parameter here, we can add an object where we can say apply a BG bank gradient class only if isActive is true. That's how it works. And now we have to turn this sidebar into a client-side component because we have used a hook. So at the top, I'm going to do just that, use client. And now it's working again, but it doesn't seem to be applying it. So let me just expand it a bit to see what's happening. We have a BG. Yeah, I misspelled the class name. It's gradient. And now if I go back right here, there we go. Now it says home. And if you want to learn more about server and client components in Next.js, their documentation is a phenomenal place to start. Only if you need to use some browser functionality like hooks or routing or stuff like that, you can turn it into client-side component. And there's this great documentation page on Next.js saying server and client composition patterns, where it basically tells you when each component needs to be either server-side or client-side. Basically, if you want to fetch data, access the backend, keep sensitive information, or reduce client-side JavaScript, you would use server. But in any other situation, if you need to add interactivity or event listeners like onClick, onChange, use any kind of hooks or browser APIs or custom hooks even, you need to turn it into a client component. Or another rule of thumb is keep working on server side unless you get an error. If the error says to switch it, then you can switch it to the use client easily. Of course, that's way oversimplified. We go into way much more depth about server-side rendering, server actions, and different types of data fetching within the course, but even this table should be fine for now. So now let's complete the rest of the styles by going down right here. And instead of simply returning the item label, let's return a div that will have a class name of relative and a size of 6. Within it, we can render an image, and that image will have a source equal to item.img URL, an alt tag of item.label. It will have property of fill, and let's save it. You can see that now we have these different icons appear here, but the first one is a bit too dark for this gradient that we have. So how do we fix that? You might think that we need two different versions of icons, one that we show when it's not clicked and the other that we show when it is clicked. But we can use the same image and then fix it with CSS. Let me show you how. We can create a new class name where we're gonna use this dynamic CN property and modify the brightness -3 and invert -0. So we're gonna modify the brightness and invert the color if is active. If we save that, you can see that now it is completely white. Going below this div, we can create a p tag and we can render the item.label. But let's style it a bit by giving it a class name. We can use the CN property one more time here. All classes will have a sidebar label, but dynamically, we're gonna give it important text white to override it only if it is active. And now if we expand it, you can see that it looks great on desktop devices. At least the links do, but the logo seems a bit broken. So let's fix it. If we go up, we have our logo here. I think I forgot to add this link a flex property. That way it will show right next to it. And now it's looking great. And as soon as we collapse it a bit, it will remove the text to allow us to see more of the main content. That is great. Later on, right here at the bottom, going below this dynamic part, we'll add the information about the user. So we can say user here, and we'll add some kind of a simple footer right here below the nav. For now, you cannot see them as they're white right here, user and user. But this user and footer we can implement later on once we actually log our users in. With that said, the only thing that remains regarding the layout and the sidebar is to figure out what happens on mobile devices when we don't have enough horizontal space. Well, then we have to go back to the layout, and instead of just rendering a sidebar, we also have to render a mobile navbar. So let's do that next. Below the sidebar, I will create a div. That div will have a class name of flex, size-full, and flex-call. Within it, we can have another div that will have a class name equal to root-layout. Within it, we can render an image, which will be our logo. So let's do image. We have to import that image from Next.image. Give it a source equal to /icons /logo.svg, a width of 30, a height of 30, and an alt tag of menu icon. There we go. So now we can see something that looks like this. And right below it, we can render a div, inside of which we can render a mobile navbar. So let's create a new component for mobile navbar or mobile nav.tsx, run rafce. In that navbar, we can also accept the user, and that will be of a type mobile nav props. And we can just call it within this div, mobile nav, and we can give it a user equal to logged in. Great. And finally, this children will go a bit up, just one div up right here to fit it better within the content. There we go. So now we have the logo on the top. It's not a menu icon, it's a logo. And then we have the mobile nav on the right. So let's dive into the mobile nav and let's start implementing it. To get started with the mobile nav, we'll use a chatCN sheet component.
which extends the dialog to display content that complements the main content of the screen. So it's going to be a button that when you click it, opens up a complete new sidebar. So let's follow the installation process. We can just copy it from the CLI, paste it right here, npx shatcnui latest add sheet. We can copy all of the imports and paste them at the top, and we can then copy the usage. So let's paste it right within this section. And there we go. Let's see how that looks like. I'm going to save it. And going back to our app, we can click open. And there we go. It opens up. It looks a bit weird, but don't worry, we'll make it look better. So what we can do here is give this section a class name equal to w-full for full width and max-w-264 pixels within the square brackets. You use the square brackets when you want to provide a specific value. Next, we're going to have a sheet and a sheet trigger, but the sheet trigger won't simply be a text element. Rather, we'll render an image right within it, which we have to import from next image. And we can give it a source equal to /icons /hamburger.svg alongside a width of about 30, height of about 30 as well, an alt tag of menu, and a class name of cursor-pointer. So now if we save it, you can see this looks more like a menu. Great. Now let's move over to sheet content and let's give it a side is equal to left. Of course, this is up to you, but for now, I want to keep this on the left side. And we don't need a sheet header or a sheet title, so I'm going to remove that. Rather, directly within the sheet content, we want to render our link. And this will be the same link that we have in our navigation bar. So let's import it from next link. And instead of just putting it here, let's basically copy everything we have from the navigation bar, or rather the sidebar. So everything included within this nav bar. So starting from within the nav, all the way before the nav ends. So that's going to be right here. And we can just paste it within the sheet content. And let's make sure to indent it properly. There we go. Let's also fix a few of these issues, such as importing the sidebar links. And we also have to import the path name. We know how to do that. You can just go here and say const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And do we need anything else? Yeah, we need cn coming from libutils. And I think that's it. Let's see. Oh yeah, now we need to turn our component into a client component because we're using some hooks. So let's go here and say use client. There we go. Now if we click it, you'll be able to see something that resembles our sidebar. But let's go ahead and style this sheet content by giving it a class name equal to border-none, as well as bg white. There we go, that's better. This link won't have the margin bottom of 12. We don't need it here. It will have cursor pointer, flex, item center. We can do gap 1 and padding x of 4 to create some spacing. Right below it, we have the image. That's the logo. And we can remove this class name right here. And then we have this h1 where we can give it a text of 26. We can also give it a font -IBM -plex -serif, font -bold, and text -black -1. Of course, if we spell it properly. Now, let's open up the menu, and there we go. It looks great. Next, we'll wrap all of our sidebar links within a div. So right below this link, let's create a div with a class name equal to mobilenav-sheet. And now within that div, we can put something known as sheet close coming from components UI. This will be as child. So it's a child of the sheet. And within it, we can have our nav. That nav will have a class name equal to flex h-full, flex-call, gap of 6, padding top of 16, and text-white. And within it, we can render all of the sidebar links. So let's copy this entire thing, and let's put it within this nav right here. And let's indent it properly. 1, 2. There we go. That's better. And basically what this sheet close means is that whenever we click somewhere on it, we're going to close it. Okay? So we also want to make these elements within it sheet close. So let's wrap this link with sheet close. We're going to also give it as child, and we're going to give it a key as we're mapping over it of item.route. And now we can put this link within that sheet close. So now if I go ahead and click on the home, for example, it's going to close it. Because we don't want to click here and then having to close it every time. We want to make sure that it navigates immediately. Let's see if we have to style our link right here. Instead of a sidebar link, we can say this will be a mobile nav dash sheet underscore close. And it will also have a W full and save. So now it's going to look a bit different. In this case, we don't need this div that's wrapping this image. Rather, we'll just give it a width of about 20, height of about 20, and save it. And then we have our p tag, to which we'll give a class of text-16, font-semi-bold, text-black-2, and then text white if we are active. And now we have a beautiful sidebar. As before, right here within the nav, we'll render some user data once we actually have our user. And then below the sheet close, we'll render our footer as well. So that's going to come later on. You can see it here. Great. So now if you go here and if you click on My Banks, it's going to close the sidebar. If you close it, that works too. So with that, now we have a beautiful mobile nav as well as a full sidebar. But of course, what's missing to make it complete is the right sidebar, which adds a lot of color and character to our application. It also adds a lot of personalization, as here we can display the user data, some kind of a background, and even cards and budgets associated with our accounts. So let's finalize the layout of the homepage by implementing the right sidebar. We can do that by exiting the mobile nav, and it's not going to be within the layout. And the question is why? Well, because none of the other pages use that right sidebar. It's going to be used only on the homepage, which means that it's not going to be within the layout. Rather, it will be within the root page itself. So going below the header, later on here, we'll have recent transactions. And then exiting that main part, we're going to have the right sidebar. So let's immediately create a component for it. Components, right sidebar, .tsx, run RAFCE, and then just import it here as right sidebar. That's great. To it, we can pass some similar props, such as let's do user is equal to logged in. Let's also pass transactions, which will be equal to some kind of an array of transactions, and then banks, which will also be equal to an array of some banks. So now that we're passing that, let's go into the right sidebar and let's accept those props at the top by destructuring the user, transactions, as well as banks. That's going to be of a type right sidebar props. And I'm going to collapse our view so we can see how it looks like on mobile. Of course, on mobile, it should be hidden. So the first thing we have to do is we can turn this into an HTML5 semantic aside tag, which means it's on the side. And by itself, this didn't remove it. See, if I say right, it's still there. But if I give it a class name of right dash sidebar, it's gone. And that's because this right sidebar, if we search for it in the classes, is applying a no scroll bar, but then most importantly, it hides it on smaller devices, and then only on larger devices, it actually shows it. We can see that right here, min-w of 300, then it gives it a min width. Otherwise, it's gonna be hidden. And then when it starts showing, it's actually on min width 1280 because then we switch from hidden to display flex. So let's expand our browser so we can see it. Let's see, I'm going to about here. There we go. And now it jumps out. So let's continue with the right sidebar by giving it a section with a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and padding bottom of 8. Right within it, we can have a self-closing div with a class name equal to profile-banner. And immediately we get this nice looking background. Once again, if you search for this class, you'll be able to see how we're doing that. It's coming from globals. We give it a height, a width, and we apply this BG background mesh, which adds a background image of a URL that is within our assets. Right below it, we can start framing a div for our profile by giving it a class name of profile. And then within it, we can have a div with a class name equal to profile-img. Within that, we can have a span that will try to render the first name of the user. Let me see if I have given my user a first name here. It looks like I have. So we can render the user dot first name. And specifically, we're going to render 0, only the first character of the first name. That's going to be for the image here. So let's make it a bit bigger by giving it a class name equal to text-5XL, font-bold, and text-blue 500. Going below this span and below one more div, we can create a div with a class name equal to profile-details. And then within it, we can create an h1 that will render the user.first name. And we can also do user.last name, as this here is the full profile. So let me just add it here. Last name is going to be JSM. There we go. Let's style this h1 by giving it a class name equal to profile-name. And right below it, we can render a p tag that will render a class name equal to profile-email. And within there, we can render the user.email. Of course, we have to go here and actually pass the email. I'm going to do contact@jsmastery.pro. For now, all of this is static, but as soon as we implement account creation, we'll pull this data for real. And now we can start focusing on the second section from our sidebar, which will be below our first section. And it will be a section about all of our current banks. So let's give this section a class name of banks with a div of class name, flex, w-full, and justify-between. And then below that, h2 that will have a class name of header-2, and it will say my banks. Right below it, we can have a link, which we need to import from next link. And it will have an href equal to / with a class name equal to flex and a gap of 2. Right now, we are recreating this plus and add bank, and then later on, we'll focus on this beautiful card component, and we'll build it from scratch. So this link will render an image, which has to come from next image, of course. It will have a source equal to /icons /plus .svg with a width of about 20, a height of about 20, and an alt of plus. There we go. That's better. And let's also give it a text to explain what it is. H2 that will have a class name equal to text-14, font-semi-bold, and text-gray-600. That will say something like add bank. There we go. That's great. Finally, for each one of our banks, we can add a new card. So let's do just that. Let's go below this div and let's map over the banks, if we have any, of course, by saying if banks $.length is greater than 0, so if we have any, then render a div. Let's do some positioning within that div by giving it a class name of relative, flex, flex-1, flex-call, items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can have another div that will have a class name of relative and z-index of 10. And within it, we want to render our bank card 1. Then we can go below this inner div and say if we have banks 1, so if we have 2 different cards, then render an additional div, okay? And this div will have a class name of absolute, right 0, but top 8, z of 0, and w of 90%. And it will say bank card 2. At the moment, there are no bank cards, and that's because we're passing a prop of bank's empty array. But if we instead create 2 empty objects, you can see bank card 1 and bank card 2, which is moved a bit. What we're going for here is this card layout where one card will be moved a bit from the other so we can show that we have multiple. Now, each one of our cards in the future will have to have a lot of data. The first name, numbers, company, type of the card, and so much more. But for now, we're going to keep it empty. First things first, let's create an actual bank component by going to components and saying bank card.tsx, where we can run RAFCE and we can import it right here. Bank card coming from /bank card, and we're going to have a second one too. We do have to pass some props to it. So here we can say key is equal to banks0.$ID. Account will be equal to banks0 because this is the first bank account. Username will be equal to a template string of user.firstname and then also user.lastname. And show balance in this case will be false. We can also replicate all of this over to the second bank card. This time it will be banks1 ID, banks1 account, same username, and show balance to false. So now we can dive into the bank card and start implementing its UI. This is an exciting one, and as I said, we'll do it all from scratch to teach you how we can implement this interesting card layout. To get started, let's first accept all of the props, such as the account, username, and show balance, which by default can be set to true, but we're setting it to false otherwise. And we can say that this is of a type card, credit card props. Let's give it a class name equal to flex and flex-call to start creating the layout. And then we can make the entire card clickable. Yes, it will be a link which will point to more credit card details. So let's import link from Next.link and let's give it an href. Later on, we're going to make it point to the account details and a class name of bank-card. So already this created this rectangular layout. And again, if you're wondering about specific classes, just search for it and check it out here. Card is basically giving it a specific height of 190, full width, and a max width. We're rounding up the corners a bit, giving it white borders, and giving it this background gradient. It can be just fully blue if you wanted to, but this is okay. And then we're applying some shadows and background blurs. This was mostly generated by ChatGPT. Within this link, we can create another div with a class name equal to bank-card underscore content. Okay, looks a bit weird for now. Within it, we can have a div, and within that div, we'll have an h1, which will have a class name equal to text-16, font-semi-bold, and text-white. And it can render the account.name. Right now, I don't think we have it, so it will just be undefined. But later on, we will have it. For now, maybe we can say something like your name here in case you don't have it. There we go. That's good. Or maybe even better, we can make it equal to username, right? If we don't have the account name coming from the database. Yeah, that's good. Below the h1, we can render the p tag, which will have a class name equal to font-ibm-plex-serif, font-black, and text-white. Within here, we can render the current balance of the account by saying format amount, this is the utility function, and then we can pass the account dot current balance. Of course, we don't have anything yet, so it's gonna say nan. What we could do is just pass some of the information to this account. Let's see, we're passing banks 0, and banks this entire time is an empty array. And maybe we give each one of these accounts a current balance of, let's do 123.50. And now we can see that this amount is directly reflected on the card. We can also do it here. Let's do 500. Great. So now we can see it there. Going back to the bank card, going below this p tag and below the div, we can create the article. Article is similar to a div, basically the same, but it says that we'll show some data in there. We can have a class name to flex, flex-call, and gap of 2. Within it, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to flex and justify dash between. And within this div, we can have an h1, which will render the user name. You can see it there. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-12, font-semi-bold, and text-white. That's good. We can also duplicate that h1, change it to h2, and this time we can render some asterisks, which are basically numbers, which we can enter near a card. That's going to look like this. Below that div, we can also render a p tag that will have a class name equal to text-14, font-semi-bold, tracking of 1.1 pixels. This is the space between the characters, and text-white. And here we can just put 3 times of 4 numbers of stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. This is basically a bank account. There we go. And we can also then create a span element with a class name of text16, where we can render the account.mask. So this will be those last numbers of the account. Right now we don't have it, but we'll fix it soon. Next, we can go below the article and below the div. And we can render another div with a class name equal to bank-card underscore icon, where we can render an image. We can import the image from Next.image, give it a source equal to /paypass.svg with a capital P, with a width of 20, height of 24, and an alt tag of pay. That's going to give it that second part right here. And we can also render an image right below it. That's going to be an image with a source equal to /icons/mastercard.svg. We can give it a width of 45, a height of 32, and we can say alt of MasterCard. Of course, you can use some other provider. Right now, it's hard to see it, but if I expand it a bit more, you should be able to see it on the second card. Don't worry, we're going to fix the layout later on and make it look much closer to what we have here, okay? Finally, we can go below the div and render one last image. That will have a source of icons, lines.png with a width of about 316 and a height of about 190 with an alt tag of lines and class name of absolute top 0 left 0. And you have to start with a / for icons here. That's going to give it some lines right here on the right side, as each card has to have some details on it. Later on, right below, we'll also add the ability to immediately copy the card numbers. For now, this is okay. Now, let's fix the layout of the card. I think we can fix it just by making the card a bit wider. Right now, it looks like it's lacking width, making it more of this boxy shape, whereas if we add more width, it's going to look more rectangular. And I think that's because we're using these asterisks instead of real circles. So you can simply Google black circle symbol text, and you can either use this decimal value, or you can just copy this symbol right here. Going back to the code, we can replace 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we don't yet have the account mask, and these are basically the last 4 characters. So for now, we can just type them in right here as a regular string and remove the $sign. We can also replace these two with those circles. It's going to look much better. And if we go back, now this is looking more like a real card. We can also add some left margin to this MasterCard icon by going here and giving it a class name equal to margin left of something like 5. There we go. That's better. So now we have 2 actual cards. As you can see, the layout is starting to resemble more and more the final layout that we are going for. That looks like this. Let's compare it. Current, final. Current, final. We are getting there. The only thing that we're missing for now are the recent transactions. And we'll do that very soon, but for that, we'll have to connect our account. So before we go ahead and connect account, what do you say that we implement full routing for our application? So links to my banks, transaction history, and more. Doing that within Next.js is super simple, as we just have to go into the sidebar, which is right here, and then go into the sidebar links. And immediately we can see which routes do we need. We need my banks, transaction history, and payment transfer for now. So let's implement these 3. The way you do it is you go to the app, you go to the root, and create a new folder with that name. So that's going to be my banks with a new page.tsx where you can run RAFCE. And you can, of course, rename it to my banks. After that, we can do transaction-history. So that's another folder, transaction-history. And we can create a new page.tsx where you can say RAFCE and call it transaction history. And then the last one is payment-transfer. So that's going to be a new folder, payment-transfer. That's going to have a page.tsx where we can run RAFCE and rename it to transfer. Now, if we go back to our application, we can go to My Banks, Transaction History, as well as Transfer. So the complete layout of our application has been implemented alongside some starting parts of the homepage, such as the header, the bank accounts, and the right sidebar. And don't forget, we also made it work for mobile devices. So once you click on your special navbar, a new drawer will appear and you can paginate between different pages. With that in mind, let's not forget to stick with what we said, and that is to push and commit often. So in this case, we can use the built-in GUI for source control. And in this case, I'm using Copilot to generate a quick message. Let's see if it's good. Fixed typo in total balance props. No, that's not as descriptive. We can say something like implement the complete layout and commit and push. Now, for the last time, I'm going to repeat how you can make use of these commits. You just go here, you go into this commit, and you can see all of the code changes that we implemented within this specific commit. But then you can also click Browse Files to explore the state of the code base at this point in time. How cool is that? So finally, going back to our app and navigating manually to /sign in, we are ready to start implementing auth. To get started with the sign in page, let's navigate over to page sign in. By the way, I did this by pressing Command or Alt and then P, and then that opens up the file explorer where you can just start typing the page you want to open and press enter. Much quicker than going here and then searching for it and then finding it, right? So Command or Alt P, type in what you want to do and press enter. Just another one of many pro tips which will come throughout this video. Let's turn this into a section with a class name of flex-center, size-full, and max-small, padding x of 6. So now it's nicely centered. And we're going to do another very cool thing here. We won't be creating our form within here, as then we wouldn't be able to reuse it across different pages, specifically across sign up. So what we're going to do is create a new component called authForm.tsx. Run refce, and then we can use that authForm right within here, coming from authForm, and we can pass it a single prop, type of sign in. And we can also reuse it on the second page. So now if we go into the authForm, and if we accept that type, which will be of a type string, like this, we can render the form depending on what we have there. So let's do just type for now. As you can see, it says sign in right here on top. And now if I go to the sign up page and copy everything I have in sign in, but this time I will change the page name to sign up, and I will change the type to sign up as well. And now if we go from sign in to /sign up, you can see that it changes, and we can now navigate between the two, which later on will mean that you can have two completely different forms for two of the same pages by using this reusable authForm component. Great. With that in mind, we can dive into the authForm and start implementing it. Our authForm will be a section with a class name equal to auth-form. Right within it, we're going to have a header component, and that header will have a class name equal to flex-call, gap of 5, and on medium devices, gap of 8. Within it, we can render our first link. And I think this is the same link coming from the navbar. So let's go to our navbar or mobile nav, and we can find our Horizon logo right here. There we go, a link with the image that says Horizon. So we're reusing this multiple times. We can paste it here. Let's import link from next link and image from next image. And let's see if we need to style it a bit. Cursor pointer, flex, item center, gap 1. In this case, we don't need padding X. Width and height are okay. Text 26, this is looking good. Yeah, I think we're good. Now moving below the link, we can render a div that will have a class name of flex, flex-call, gap of 1, and on medium devices, gap of 3. Within it, we can render another h1 that will see if we already have access to the user. And that's something we'll have to figure out on our own. So right at the top, we can create a new use state snippet within which we'll save our user data. So user, set user, at the start equal to null. And let's properly spell it here. And let's import use state from React. Okay, so at the start, the user is null. So if we have a user, then we can say link account, referring to the bank account, and else we can check the type. And if the type is triple equal to sign in, then we can say sign in, else we can say sign up. And since we're using use state, you know what we have to do. We have to turn this into a use client component. There we go. And now it says sign in. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-24. On large devices, text-36, font-semi-bold, and text-gray-900. There we go. That's good. Below it, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to text-16, font-normal, text-gray-600, and we're going to do another ternary operator. If we have a user, we'll say something like link your account to get started, else we'll say something like please enter your details. There we go. That's looking good. And now we can go below the header, and here we can check if we have access to the user. So if we have already authenticated, if we have, then we're going to return a div with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, gap of 4. And later on here, we're going to render a played link component to link our bank account. For now, we can leave it empty. And if we're not yet authenticated, then we can render an empty React fragment inside of which we'll have our form. And of course, we'll be using a ShadCN form. Forms. They're tricky, am I right? Even ShadCN says so. But they are one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. Well-designed HTML forms are well-structured and semantically correct, easy to use and navigate around using your keyboard as well. Do you know that feeling when you try to submit your form using an enter key and it doesn't do anything? Well, yes, most developers don't build proper forms, but you'll learn how to do them properly. They should also be accessible with proper ARIA attributes and labels, have support for client and server-side validation, and of course, they should be well-styled and consistent with the rest of the application. So by using ShadCN's form, you're also opting in to use React Hook Form, one of the best packages to build proper React forms, and Zod, the best library for form validation. So let's look into the features of our form. The form component itself will be a wrapper around React Hook Form library, providing a few things: composable components for building forms, a form field component for building control form fields, form validation using Zod, handling accessibility and error messages out of the box, using unique IDs, correct ARIA labels, built with Radix components, and it's fully customizable, giving you full control over the markup and styling. So let's study the anatomy of a form. The form component is a general wrapper around multiple form fields. Each form field is like an input that has its controls, names, and then finally you can choose how to render it. In most cases, you'll be rendering a form input with a label, a control, description, and a message. Here is a full example. Here we initialize a form, give it a control, a name, render a form label for the username, and an input with a placeholder, form description, and a message. Now let's actually use it. First step within the installation is to add it to our components. So let's just do npx shadcn-ui latest add form, and we can create a form schema. So let's copy what we have here and paste it at the top of this file. In this case, we're working on some kind of an auth form, but you can use this shadcn form tutorial to build any kind of forms. Let's paste what we copied. We already have use client at the top, so we don't need it. And of course, it's important to mention that every single form in the browser will always have to be use client, because you have keyboard and mouse events such as on submit, on key press, and more. So for that reason, if you're in Next.js, the pages in which we use the form, such as the sign in or the sign up, typically will be server side, and then the actual auth form component will be client side. Great. So let's see how we can define a type of our form using Zod. Zod is a very simple and straightforward form validation tool, allowing us to choose which types of fields we want within our form schema, defining the type of that field, and the minimum and maximum amount of characters. If you press a dot, there's also many more different types of form inputs that you want to have, and you can do much more in-depth validation if you want to. For now, we're going to stick with this. The second step we have to do is define a form. So let's just copy the imports right here at the top. We're importing a Zod resolver and a use form from React hook form. We already have the form schema, but in this case, they are kind of beefing it up a bit by adding custom validation message, which you can do. So if you break one of the rules as the second parameter of that specific rule within Zod, you can apply an object with a message that will be presented to the user if that specific rule fails. Pretty handy, right? Next, we have to define our form within our application and define an onSubmit. So let's copy this and let's put it directly within our form component. So first, we define our form by saying const form is equal to use form coming from React hook form. If you're using TypeScript, you can stick with these types as well. This ensures that you always know exactly which fields does your form contain, depending on that form schema we have created not that long ago. And it also allows you to provide default values, such as username is an empty string. Next, you have to define a submit handler. It's a simple function that does something with the form values once you submit it, and you always know that it will be type safe and validated. Now, since form field is using a controlled component, you need to provide a default value for that field, as we have done right here. The third step is to build our form. We can now use the form components to build a form. First things first, we have to import them. So let's copy all of the imports and paste them right here. You'll notice that we had previously installed the button and the form, but we haven't yet installed the input, which is a separate shadcn component. So if you haven't already, you need to do npx shadcn-ui add latest add. You can add a form, button, and input, and that will install them. In this case, I already have some, so it's going to ask me to rewrite, which is okay. Now that everything is installed, we can copy the usage of the form right here. So let me just copy it all the way till the end, and let's paste it right here where our form should go. There we go, and let's indent it properly. Great. So as you can see, the form component, this one right here, coming from shadcn, to which we pass the form object from React hook form, is just a wrapper for a typical HTML form. It has an onSubmit handler that calls our function onSubmit, and it has a single form field with a control, name, and we render a single form item with a label of username. We render the input and description and the message. So going back to our sample application, you can see how nice this looks like. It is very simple and minimalistic. we get this label so we know what we're typing into. We have this chat.cn. We have a form description. We have an input with a placeholder and even a form description if we still don't know what we have to type in, and then a button to submit it. In this case, if we click submit, you can see that a username must be at least 2 characters, which is this custom error message that we used before. In this case, we won't be needing a username, so let me show you how we can modify this to suit our needs, and then we can even create a second form field. First of all, we'll change the name to email in this case, where we have a form item, and this time, let's start from scratch so I can properly teach you how to create a proper form item. Within render, I'll render a div with a class name equal to form item. This is just a custom Tailwind CSS class to make it look a bit better. We can then render a form label right within it that will say something like email. And we can give it a class name equal to form label. There we go. Right below the label, we can have another div with a class name equal to flex, w-full, and flex-call. And here we can render a form control. Within the form control, we can have an input. That input will have a placeholder equal to enter your email. There we go. As simple as possible. Let's also give it a class name of input-class. And a pretty cool thing about this input is you can provide any kind of Tailwind class names directly within here. And very important, you have to spread all of the properties of the field for this to work. And the field you're getting here. This is how React Hook Form works, and you have to follow some rules. Finally, below the form control, we have the form message, and we can give it a class name equal to form-message. Now, you can notice that immediately the use of TypeScript, Zod, and React Hook Form is saving us from making a mistake. This red squiggly line says that type email is not assignable to type username, as that is the only property we have in our form now. So what we have to do is do the default value of email and also change the validation here from username to email. And we'll do some custom validation here by saying z.string and then .email. So this will ensure that we enter the email, and you can see how simple that was. We don't have to do any special regular expressions to validate that. Rather, if we just type something, it will say invalid email. Scrolling down, we can maybe give this form message right here a margin top of 2 to divide it a bit. There we go. That's better. Below the email, we'll also need a password. And now there's 2 different things you can do. You can just take this form field, select it all the way until the end, which is here, and then duplicate it right below. This will allow you to maybe change this name to password, change the label to password as well, change the input to enter your password, and give it a type of password so things get hidden, and save it. And that's it. You get a second field. Another alternative you can do, especially if you have more inputs, is you can extract this form field into a new custom component, and then you can reuse it multiple times within your code. I'm not going to fully show you how to do it, but I will leave that open as an exercise for you if you want to practice some component reusability. You would go into the components and create a new, let's call it custom input.tsx. You would run rafce, and you would paste this input that you copied. That's the idea. Let's also indent it like this. Now, you would have to pass some things as props, such as, first of all, the form, and you would have to import all the things from chat.cn, like form label, form control, and the input as well. And then the key thing is you have to pass additional properties which are different every time. So for example, this name will be different for every input, So you pass it as a prop, and then you use the name here. The label will also be different. So you pass the label as a prop right here as well. So this will be a label. The placeholder will also be different. So we can pass the placeholder too. And we can use this one here, placeholder. That's good. And the form message, I think, is the same, but we just didn't import it. So that's it. Some things will be different. And then you can now call this custom input right within your application. Let's call it here, custom input. You can call it 2 times. And you have to provide all of these things. Form is equal to form. Name is equal to, well, first time it's going to be username, or just like this, username. Label will be equal to username, and placeholder will be enter your username. And now what you get is a beautiful one-liner like this that acts as your input. And you can even duplicate it and then modify password here and enter your password. And you have 2 separate inputs in 2 lines instead of repeating this every single time. So pause this video and try to implement these 2 form fields we have created, but using this custom input reusable component. So I hope you'll pause it right now and then unpause it for the solution in 3, 2, 1. Okay, how did you do? Well, initially I didn't want to provide you with the complete solution, but I thought, you know what? I really want to make sure that you get this right, as it's very important. So in this case, let's first indent this properly. There must be a quicker way, but for now, I'm just going to select every starting line, and then I will move it. By the way, I'm holding the Windows key, or Option, I believe, on Mac, selecting multiple, and now we can move it all back like this. There we go. Now, since we're using TypeScript, we'll have to choose a custom interface by saying something like interface, custom input, and then we can choose different props we have, such as form is of a type. Well, let's see what the form is by going all the way here. I think we can import the type from React hook form by saying import form from React-hook-form. Let's see if this will work. We need to pass some additional properties to it. We can maybe add type of form. This seems to be okay for now. We'll see how it goes in the future. Let's also do a name of a type string. We have to do a label of a type string as well. And we can do a placeholder of a type string. Now we can say this custom input is of a type custom input. And now everything's good besides this form.control. It's complaining that we have a wrong type. So let's try to approach it the other way. It looks like we don't have to pass the whole form, as we only need a control here. So let's first of all modify that. Instead of accepting the form, let's just accept the control itself, allowing us to control each one of these inputs. And when we're calling it right here, we can just pass the control equal to form.control. Okay, that is good. And now we have to figure out the proper type. So I think that React hook form also has a type for control. Yep, there we go. Control. And we can rename it from form to control here too. But this control does require some additional properties. Rather, it requires everything we have already passed to our form right here. And that is this part right here. z-infer typeof form schema. This will save us from passing some wrong properties. So here we can expand it with z.infer form schema. And of course, you can immediately notice that we need to import Zod right here. And we also need access to the complete form schema. So whatever you have here, we also have to have it within a custom input.
So that may be the perfect opportunity to extract it and move it into utils or into any other separate file. In this case, I'm going to go into lib and then utils. And then right at the bottom, I'm going to say const form schema. I'm going to export it. In this case, this is the auth form schema. I will import z right here from Zod. It will have an email as well as a password of a type z.string, and we can do a .min of 8 characters. Now, going back to our auth form, instead of saying form schema 3 times, we can just say auth form schema and import it from libutils here, here, and here. We can add a default value for the password of an empty string. And in the custom input, we can also say auth form schema, and we can directly import it from there so we know it's always the same. And there you have it. Instead of 2, we have 4 inputs, now allowing us to delete these long ones that we have here, this entire form field for the email, which we can delete. And we can also delete the second form field for the password. And we end up with a form that has 2 single line form inputs. Let's indent it properly, space it out. And doesn't this make so much more sense than what we had before? Of course, let's change this label to a capital U and this password to capital P. And more or less, that's it. The validation should still be there. Let's see if it is, though. It's complaining about a name, saying that it cannot be email or password, even though here we have email and password. Oh, but I have username here. Yeah. That's good that Zod saved us there. Actually, we want to have email here. Enter your email. And then we have enter your password. That's good. Invalid email, password is required too. But now this name is giving us an issue, saying that type string is not assignable to type either email or password. So that's happening because here under name, I said it can be any kind of string, but it knows for a fact that it has to be one of these things right here, either email or password. And this is pretty cool because it's trying to keep us safe and keep us away from making mistakes, such as misspelling those names. So sure, we could solve it like this, where we can say that the name explicitly is either email or password. And I think this would work. Yep, it does. So now, even if we go here and if we misspell it, something like email right here, immediately it says, hey, did you mean email? Pretty cool, right? But a problem with this is if we add another input right here, that will maybe be, let's say, email, password, and then username. If we add the username here, and if we also add the username within our auth form schema like this, that would be good, right? But then we have to go into the input and also add it here at the end. And that's going to be never ending. We want to have one single source of truth, and that is our auth form schema. So we have to somehow figure out how to extract values directly from it. And I think we can do that by using the field path type coming from React hook form. And to it, we can pass the exact same z.infer auth form schema. This way, it will always know exactly which fields do we have. Take a look at this. It knows that it can either be email, password, or username because we have added it right here into the auth form schema. If I remove it, it knows exactly what it is. This is the power of React hook form, TypeScript, Zod, and ShadCN all brought together to create scalable and powerful forms. Now let's remove this third custom input from here, and let's see if we're missing something else. We have the form label with a custom label. We have a form input right here, form control, that's looking good, and then a form message. Yeah, I think this is it. This is all that we need to have proper forms with reusable custom inputs.
And now if we start typing email, oh, it looks like it's a password. So what we have to do is go back and just make this input not a password. Oh, and I'm glad this happened because I can show you how to make your custom input accommodate to any future changes in your application. For example, in most cases, this will have to be a type of text, right? For the email, but for the password, it needs to be a password. So we can either use one of the existing properties, like a name, or you can add an additional Boolean value like password, right? I think in this case, the name will be enough. So we can just add a check right here and say if name is triple equal to password, then the field will be password, else it will be text. Now, if we save this, you can see email looks good. We can type something in. And you can see that it's going to do full validation for email. So we have to do something like contact add jsmastery.pro. And then for the password, you can see string must contain at least 8 characters. 123, 123, 123. That's not my real password. And there we go. We can actually submit the form. And once we submit it, what happens? Well, we're going to call our onSubmit function, which will console log the values. Since forms are client-side, we won't see the console log on the server. Rather, if I click it once again, you can see email and password right here. Perfect. And this, my friend, was a masterclass on creating forms using ShadCN, React Hook Form, Zod, and even taking you a step further by teaching you how to create custom inputs. And as a bonus, I want to teach you how to make the same form work for both sign in and sign up. First of all, let's modify the button a bit and add a link so we can quickly switch between the two. Let's give this button a class name equal to form-btn. There we go, that's better. And let's also implement a loading state, as I want to teach you how to make truly responsive forms. We can do that by creating a new use state snippet, and let's call it isLoading. Set isLoading, at the start set to false. As we start the submit handler, here we want to set isLoading to true, as we want to do some actions with form values. And then at the end, we want to set isLoading to false, as we're done with those actions. Of course, here we're just console logging it, so it's going to take just a millisecond, but usually you're doing some asynchronous actions here, so it will actually load for some time. So within the button, we can check if we are loading. So if isLoading, then we want to render a React fragment that will render a loader to coming from Lucid React. I believe this is built in with ShadCN. We can give it a size equal to 20, as well as a class name equal to animate-spin. And this is also built in. After that, we can create an empty space by saying $MBSP, and then we can say loading ... If we're not loading, we want to ask ourselves, is the type equal to sign-in? And if it is, then say sign in, else say sign up. So if we save it, now it says sign in. We can also make this capitalized. There we go. And let's quickly simulate the loading so I can show you how that looks like. So here we can say isLoading is true, and you can see how that would look like. Now, this is not only important for aesthetic reasons, it's also important if you're submitting a form or creating something in the database based off of that form submission, you want to set this button to be disabled. And it will be disabled if the isLoading is true. That way, as you can see, a user won't be able to press it multiple times and spam your database. Great. So now let's go back to bringing it to false. And as you saw, all of these little things make your forms stand out. Now that we have a beautiful button, let's go below the form and create a footer. That footer will have a class name equal to flex, justify-center,
and a gap of 1. And we can do a p tag 2, inside of which we can check the type. And if the type is equal to sign in, then we can do something like this. Don't have an account, question mark. Else, we can say something like already have an account, question mark. So this way we can nicely switch between sign in and sign up, of course, by adding a link right below it. That link can have an href, which is also dynamic depending on the type. So if the type is sign in, then we can make it go to / sign up. Else, we can make it go to / sign in. And once again, depending on that type, we can copy it. We can make the label of that link be a bit different. We can say something like sign up, and here we can say sign in. There we go. Don't have an account, sign up, sign in. Let's also style it a bit by giving this p tag a class name of text-14, font-normal, and text-gray-600. And we can give this link a class name equal to form-link. There we go. That's better. And also, as this text is centered, let's also wrap our button in a div, looking like this. There we go. And this div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a gap of 4. That's going to make it full width. And now this is looking like a proper form. Now, the second thing we can do is click sign up, which will immediately modify the URL path and therefore change the page we're on. So now we can just switch between the two, and you can see the buttons changing, but the input fields remain the same. And typically on sign-up forms, you'll have many more links, at least one more for the username. But in case of this banking app, which is the perfect example for practicing forms, here we have some more fields. So let's see how we would implement this so that it still stays as part of a single form. Because one more time, remember, both the sign-in page and the sign-up page use the same form, but we're passing a different type. And based off of this type, we'll be able to render different inputs. So starting off right at the top of the form, we can create a new ternary operator and check if type is triple equal to sign up. And only in that case, we can render a React fragment with some additional inputs. So let's immediately add a custom input. We now know how to do that. And we'll need it for the first name, last name, address, state, postal, date of birth, SSN, and I think that's it. So what we can do is go ahead and copy it, paste it, and just modify the parameters. The control will be the same, and in this case, the label for the first input is the first name. So let's say first name. The name can be just first name like this. For now, we'll get an error because it doesn't correspond to any of our existing types, but soon enough, we'll add new types. And placeholder can be enter your first name. We can duplicate that input below. We can have one for last name. We're going to also say here last name. Let's also duplicate one and add one for the address. So that's going to be address. And the label will be address. Enter your specific address. That's the placeholder. We can see it in the design. Then we have the state. So that's going to be state and state. And we can say something like placeholder, example, and y. After that, we have the postal code. So that's going to be postal code with a label of postal code and an example of 11101. Let's do another one right here, which is going to be a date of birth for the label. Typically, that's shortened for DOB,
date of birth, but we can of course use the full name, date of birth. Example is going to be, well, not an example, it's YYYY. This is the year format, month, and then date. And these are all the additional fields that we need for our sign up. So going back to our app and reloading it and switching over to sign up, you'll be able to see all of these new fields we have just added. Now, one thing we have to do is also implement the ZOT validation for all of these states. So let's head over to utils and we can add it here. I think I am missing one field from the design, which is the SSN. So if I check it out here, after the date of birth, we have the social security number, as this is a banking application. So I will just duplicate it one more time, do the SSN, label will be SSN as well, and then placeholder will be example of 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So now we have all of these fields. We can copy all of their names by holding the Option or the Windows key, then copying it, and we can now paste it within utils auth form schema. And we know that each one needs to start with z dot something to do the validation. In this case, most of these will be string, so z dot string, and we can use like a min of 3 characters. That's good. And add a comma. Now we can look into them and maybe fix them a bit if we need to. I'm going to put the email and password at the bottom as they're also for the sign in. So I'm going to say here sign in, and these will be for sign up. Or no, technically these will be for both, right? Both sign up and sign in. So let's see, first name, last name, minimum of 3 characters. We can also do email, has to be email. We have the address. Proper name would be to call it address 1. So let's do that, address 1. And it's going to be a max of 50. Again, this is just ensuring that we do proper validation now. State specifically will have 2 characters. So that max, we can do 2. And I think we can also do dot min 2 and dot max 2. So this is the specific number. Postal code will have a min of 3 and a max of 6, I believe, depending on the country. Date of birth min 3, and then SSN like this. This is good. So we just have to change the name right here for the address to address 1. And now I want to show you something important. If you try to submit this form, of course you won't be able to, because all of these fields are required. But what happens if you go to sign in and you enter both of these fields and you enter them properly, like an email, and you also enter a password? You won't be able to sign in because behind the scenes, it will try to validate the sign up form too, and it won't let you pass. So for that reason, we have to turn this auth form schema into a function that accepts the type we're trying to validate. So here we can accept a type and then return this object. And then based on this type, we can then either make it optional or not. So let's select all of these that only appear on sign up, and then say if type is triple equal to sign in, then we want to make it z.string dot optional, okay? Else, we're going to make it whatever else we made it before. Now, I know I've significantly expanded this, but it still fits in one line, and it's optional if a type, which is of a type string, is sign in. So that way it should let you submit your form. Of course, for this to work, we now have to modify the way that we import our auth form schema by saying that our form schema is equal to, and now we call the auth form schema as a function and pass in the type into it. And now instead of referring to auth form schema here, we can just use form schema, which is going to make it work. And also here. I hope this wasn't too overwhelming. So we just had to turn this into a function so we can pass the type into it so we can then generate a real ZOT schema based on the type. We also have to do this within the custom input. So let's go there. And at the top, we can say const form schema, is equal to, we call auth form schema, and then we pass a specific type. And then we can pass sign up in this case, because we want to use all of the fields. So we just do it like this, and now it's okay. And now, as you can see, our inputs are not complaining. Going back here, our form is looking good, but it's not exactly the same as on the design. As you can see, this is how it should look like. Some inputs should take half the width, and some should take the full width. So what we can do is we can wrap those inputs that need to be together in a div. For example, the first name and the last name, like this. And we can give them a class name equal to flex and a gap of 4. And that's it. How simple that was. Let's see which ones have to be together as well. I think it's going to be the state and the postal code. So let's go to state and postal code, and we can copy this div. State and postal code, and close this div right here and indent it properly. There we go. And finally, date of birth and SSN. So again, absolutely the same thing. We have a div and we properly close it. And this now looks much better than before, as it feels like we can actually do this in one go. It's not too overwhelming. Again, complete validation works incredibly well, and it's not only required, but if you start typing, you can see that it will request you to be at least a specific number of characters, or at most a specific number of characters. So all of this has very, very good validation. And we can also switch to sign in, which now should work properly and should submit if we only enter 2 fields, as the others are optional. So let's give it a test for sign in. I'm going to open up the inspect element and enter my email, contact@jsmastery.pro, 123.123.123. You can see it submits, and we can go to sign up. I will try to enter some stuff here. I'll try to make it as random as possible, but we still have to make sure to respect the validation. So let me do the year as well. That's going to be this. We're going to have this as well. Email and password. And we have submitted the entire form. Perfect. So with this bonus exercise, you have now learned how powerful it is to create custom reusable components. And you also saw on a real example that it saved us writing hundreds and hundreds of lines. Because if we didn't have this custom input, which now fits on a single screen, even though I'm zoomed in a lot, right? Imagine if I wasn't zoomed in, you would be able to see the entire form right here in a couple of lines. And if we didn't have that, you would have to write from line 20 to line 40, which means 20 lines for each one of these inputs instead of a single line. And that concludes the lesson, as well as the bonus exercise on forms, React hook form, and XAD validation. So now you know how to make the best forms out there that are scalable and with proper validation. Great work. Now we can start figuring out what we want to happen once the user submits this form. For that, I will expand this onSubmit a bit and make it into an ES6 arrow function like this. And I will also make it asynchronous by adding the async keyword right here. At the start, as I said, we want to set its loading to true, but now instead of simply console logging the data, we want to do something asynchronously. We want to submit that data somewhere. So for that reason, I'm going to open up a new try and catch block. Actually, it will have a finally clause too. This clause allows you to turn off the loading no matter whether we succeed or fail. Whatever happens, we want to stop the loading and allow the user to try again. And in the catch, we can simply console log the error. But in the try is where the magic happens. Here, we want to sign up with AppRite, so create a new account on there, and also create a played link token so we can start linking our bank account.
First things first, we have to figure out if we're signing up or signing in. So we can do a type. And if type is sign dash up, in that case, we can do something. Else, if type is triple equal to sign in, we can do something else. First, we have to form the user data in the right format to pass it over to AppWrite and played. So right here within sign up, we can say const user data is equal to, and we can start forming the object in the right way. For example, we can start with the first name and make that equal to data.firstName. And this data is coming as the first and only parameter to this function, which gives us access to all of the values from our input fields. And these are the same values that we console logged not that long ago. It contains the email, password, first name, last name, address 1, state, postal code, date of birth, and SSN. I think there's one thing missing though. In the final deployed version, I also have city, as played needs the city to be able to link a bank account. But thankfully, with our existing structure, it is so easy to add a city as well. We can do it right below the state or below the address 1. We can give it a name of city, label of city, placeholder, enter your city. And of course, we have to go to our utils. We have to duplicate address 1, and we can call it city. And that's it. If we go to sign up, you can see we have enter your city right here. It's no longer complaining. And if we see the user data here, now we have the city as well. So we don't even have to form this user data object as all of the data is already here. So the only thing we have to do is say const new user is equal to await sign up. And to that, we'll pass the data. Sign is going to start with a lowercase s. And once we get this new user, we want to set it to the state by saying set user, and we will set it to be equal to new user. But right at this moment, this sign up function doesn't yet exist. So for now, we'll comment it out. And sign in is going to be similar. We can say const response is equal to await sign in, and it's also going to be lowercase. And for the sign in, we only need email equal to data.email, and we need a password equal to data.password. Finally, if we get a response back, we want to navigate to the home page if we successfully log in. And for that, we'll have to get access to the router. Const router is equal to use router coming from Next navigation. Make sure to not import it from Next router. It's Next navigation. And once you have it, we can go here and then say router.push. And we want to push to /, which is our home page. And since we haven't yet implemented sign in, for now, I will comment this out. There we go, we're back. So now, I hope it's pretty clear what we have to do next. We are successfully fetching all the data from our front end, or from our form, you can say, both for the sign in and the sign up. But the question is, what do we do with that data next? And here comes another lesson, where I'm going to teach you how to implement server actions. When you're working in Next.js, and when you have a front-end form, such as this one, and you want to take the data from that form and pass it over to some kind of a server, make an API call, or even make modifications to your database. In all of these situations, we're going to use a concept known as server actions and mutations. Server actions are asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. They can be used in server and client components to handle form submissions and data mutations in Next.js applications. A convention for defining server actions is to use the useServer directive on top of the file or where you want to use it. A convention to be able to use server actions is to define a useServer directive. You can place it at the top of an async function to mark that function as a server action, or at the top of a separate file to mark all exports of that file as server actions. This is an example where you have a server component and defining a single server action. Notice the use server right here. Or you can just create a separate actions.ts file and add the use server directive at the top of the file, automatically making all of the exports server actions. And this is something that we dive into more depth within our Ultimate Next.js course. But let me teach you how to do it now as well. Specifically, we'll do it for our sign in and sign up, two separate server actions. Since we're going to have multiple, I prefer to create an additional file for server actions by going to lib, creating a new folder called actions, and we're going to create a new file called user.actions.ts. So you can also divide them based on their purpose. As we learned, we have to add use server at the top, and we can export a function. So export const sign in is equal to an async function. Typically, I like to use a try and catch block for all of these functions as they're asynchronous. So we can do a console.error instead of a console log here, where we're going to print out the error like this. And also we can print out the error message. And in the try, we typically try to do some kind of a mutation or modify the database, or even sometimes make a fetch. Even though server actions are post actions, and some people will say that you cannot make GET requests with them, you can, and I'll show you how later on. So this is a typical structure of a server action, and we can duplicate it and create one for sign up too. And going back to our auth form, we can now uncomment what we have previously commented here and import those server actions from lib actions 1 and 2. And you can see as we're using TypeScript, it immediately knows that we have to pass something into it or that we're not getting something out of it. So now is the time that we properly accept all of the props into it. Starting with signup, we know we're passing the user data like this, and it'll be of a type sign up params. And before we can proceed any further with this, we'll first have to set up our open source backend tool of choice, Apprite, as we'll use Apprite here to create a user account. So let's do that next. Apprite helps you build secure and scalable apps with databases, authentication, functions, and storage. In our app, we'll use their authentication and database functionalities. And I chose Apprite because it's a comprehensive backend as a service solution that is widely appreciated, open sourced, and works very well in server-side rendering with Next.js. So click the special link in the description that will allow you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Then click Get Started and create your account. After that, you'll be redirected to your dashboard. You can see I already created 2 projects so far, and now I'll create a project for our current application. Let's give it a name, and you can start with JSM underscore. You can put your name there and then the application you're building. So JSM Adrian Bank, and I'm gonna click next. Next, you can choose the region that's closest to you. I'll proceed with this one. And our project has been created, and we are greeted with a getting started guide. Immediately from here, we can copy our project ID, and we can create a new file in the root of our directory called .env. That is for environment variables. And you can paste your key here, and we're gonna give it a name. I'm gonna call it next underscore public underscore apprite underscore project. And just to make sure that we name our environment keys the same way, we can also create a new file called .env.example. And this is used for all people running your application for the first time so that they know which environment variables they have to use. You can find a complete list of environment variable names in the description down below. They're gonna be within the README of this project. So copy it and paste it here in the env example, as well as within the .env. And then you can just copy the one that you had for the Apprite project and add it here on top. Great. The second thing we have to extract from Apprite is the integration with our server. So we're going to choose API key and enter our API key name. You can really do anything here. I'm going to call it JSM underscore bank underscore node. and we can click next. Here, we have to give it access to specific scopes. You can be a bit more picky, but in this case, I'm just going to select everything as we'll be the only person in control of this API key. And I'm going to click create. And here you get your API key secret, which you can copy. And you can paste it right here under app right secret. Next, we can go back to our overview. Here, now the project is initialized. And as I said, we want to use two of AppRight's functionalities, auth and databases. Let's start with auth, as we have already implemented front-end pages for it. Regarding auth, everything works out of the box, but let's quickly explore it. Within settings, you can see different auth methods available. We'll be working with email and password, but we also have magic URL, anonymous, JW token, phone, email OTP, and even team invites, alongside a lot of OAuth 2 providers, anything you might need. But once we have our user, we have to connect it to a collection in our database. So that's the first thing we'll do within here. Let's go to databases and create a new database. We can enter a database name. I'm just going to do bank in this case and click create. Immediately, you'll be given a bank ID. So let's paste it under AppRight database ID. And then we have to create our first collection within this database. I will call it users and click create. Immediately, you will be given the ID of that collection. So we can paste it here under user collection ID. And in this case, I don't think we'll need the item collection, so you can remove that. But we do need a bank collection and a transaction collection. So let's also create those two and extract their IDs. We can do that by going back, creating a second collection. Let's call it transactions. Click create, copy its ID and paste it. Make sure that it is right here, transactions collection. And then we have a bank. So let's go back and create another collection. Let's call it banks and click create. We can also extract the ID and paste it here. As you can see, we have most of the needed AppRight environment keys. Now within the users collection, we have to define how a user will look like by giving it its attributes. So let's create them one by one. The first attribute will be email. So we can just call it email. All of them will be required. And you can just click create. The second attribute will be the user ID, and it will be of a type string. And we can give it a size of 2000. That should be enough for any kind of user ID. We can also keep it to 2000 for all the other string properties. And we're going to make it required and click create. Now, we're going to have some other attributes, which we haven't talked about too much yet. It's also going to be of a type string, and the key will be Dwolla customer URL. Okay, so what is this DWOLLA? Let's explain that a bit. Dwolla is an addition to Plate, and you can think of it like auth for adding bank accounts. It will allow us to partner with different bank accounts and connect banking details to our account. That's all that you need to know for now. Later on, we'll dive deeper into it. So we need a customer URL. Let's also do 2000 and let's make it required. Alongside the Dwolla customer URL, we'll also need a Dwolla customer ID of the size 2000, also required. We'll also need a user's first name. This one can be a bit shorter, maybe 100, and required. We can also add another one, which is the last name, also 100. We can add the address 1, which we have on our form. We can do like 100, I think. It's not going to go more than that. We also need a city. Remember, we have that in our form. So it's also 100 and required. We also have a postal code, which will also not be larger than, I think, even 10, and it will be required. And we have a date of birth. Make sure to spell these exactly as I'm spelling them. Everything matters. Alphanumerics, hyphens, whatever you put here, we'll need to refer to it exactly the same within the code base. I'll make this one a bit larger, about 100 characters, and require it to true. And we need the SSN, social security number. Let's do about 50 characters and the required. Great. And these fields form a user. And now that we have the user, we are ready to set up our auth. And I'm so excited to tell you that server-side rendering is now fully supported within Apprite. Even though here it says it's unreleased on cloud, I have spoken with the Apprite team, and as of the moment you're watching it on this video right now, server-side rendering is also fully supported on Apprite Cloud, which is perfect for using it with Next.js. Here, they go deep into explaining how the server-side rendering authentication flow works, even with graphs and so much more, but in general, server-side rendering is more secure and faster. And we can skip this guide because I will teach you how to do it within Next.js. Specifically, we'll follow Apprite's new Next.js SSR tutorial linked at the bottom of this page. It has 8 steps, and it will teach us how to implement server-side auth. Throughout this course, I'll follow the Apprite's guide because I always want to teach you how to use documentation to your advantage. And this time, it's no different. But of course, on top of the documentation, since you're watching this video, you'll be able to dive deeper into everything and implement it within our banking app with me. So with that said, let's get started. The link to this Apprite tutorial will be in the description. For the first step, you need to have the recent Node.js version, as well as a basic knowledge of Next.js and React, which if you're watching this video, you have already. Second step, we have to create our project, which you have already done. And step 3 is we have to initialize the Apprite SDK. So we can do that by creating a function to build services we need in a file like source lib server Apprite, and then exporting all the instances. So let's do exactly that. I will copy this entire file and create a new file within server Apprite.js. So within our code base, I'm going to close all of the currently open files and go to lib and create a new file called apprite.ts. And then paste the code that you copied right here. Now, looking at the tutorial, they will kind of explain what's happening here. We set the current user session if they're logged in, done by accessing the session cookie, talking about environment variables, which we have already done, creating the project, which is done already, and we can go to the fourth step, which is getting the logged in user. But before we move on to step 4, I want to make sure that you fully understand the code that we copied. So starting from scratch, the first thing to note is this use server directive, which we learned about not that long ago. This means that all functions exported from these files are server actions. We have created some server actions of our own within actions, user actions, and these are Apprite's user actions. Then the first thing we can notice is that we haven't yet installed the Node Apprite package. So let's do just that by opening up our terminal and running npm install node-apprite. As soon as it gets installed, this red squiggly line should be gone. And now, since we have installed the package, we're getting some other warnings, letting us know that this could potentially be undefined. In this case, we know it's not, as we have it within our environment variables, and we can let TypeScript know that by adding an exclamation mark at the end of the line. We can also repeat that here. So now let's explain what we're doing with this create session client function. We're creating a new Apprite client and setting its endpoint and project so that that Apprite client knows exactly which Apprite project it should modify. In this case, it is our JSM Adrian banking project because that's the ID that we passed to it. And this function is responsible for creating a session client so that every time that we try to get a session, it's going to validate it and ensure that this is the correct Apprite session. So instead of saying my custom session, we can say Apprite session right here. We check if a session exists. If it doesn't, we return no session. Otherwise, we attach this session to this client, and that way, every time we want to get access to that session, we're gonna just use this getter method and extract it. And similarly, we're doing that for the create admin client as well, where we set the endpoint project, but this time also key, as it needs some additional permissions. And since we're providing the key here, this admin client will have access to all of the functionalities and will be able to do basically anything with our App-Right project. Because if you remember, we gave our API key full permissions for databases, authentication, storage, and more. So we can do anything with this one, and we have to keep it secure, whereas this one can simply return a session. Now that that's out of the way, we can make this admin client return some additional stuff to us, such as get database, which is another getter method on it. And I know this is not your typical syntax you're used to. This is more so a class-based way of writing it, where you have getter methods, but a get indeed is a valid JavaScript keyword. And this is a very unique way to use it. So we can get database, and then we can also return databases client. And of course, we have to import this databases from Node App-Right. And we have to create a new instance of it by adding the new keyword. And we can duplicate it one more time to get not only databases, but also users. So get user, new users coming from Node App-Right, and we pass it the client. So now we have created two separate server actions, allowing us to fetch sessions, both for the regular user and for our Node admin, which allows our API to do whatever we want with it. Now we can focus on the fourth step, which is getting the logged in user. We're going to build a quick utility function to get the logged in user from App-Right. We can use it within all of our components and routes to quickly check if a user is logged in and access the user details. So we can put it either within this new file we have created, or since it's a user action, we can put it where we already have all of the other user actions. So let's copy it and let's move away from App-Right and move to the user actions where we have sign in and sign up. And I'm going to also paste the get logged in user. Of course, we have to import create session client. And for now, we're simply returning that account.get. Later on, we'll do some additional stuff here. Now we can call this get logged in user within any of our client or server components. Pretty cool. We'll explore that soon. But for now, let's move over to the create sign up page, where we can add the functionality to our great sign up form. We don't have to copy this, as we have already created a pretty cool form, but rather we can create this new action called sign up with email by copying lines 17 to 27 of this file, and then putting it within our existing sign up, specifically within the try block. So we have already laid the foundations for making this happen. Now, of course, we have to import create admin client from that/App-Right. We can import the ID coming from Node App-Right too. By the way, I just double click the word and then press Control space, and that helps me with the auto import. If it doesn't work for you, you can just manually import it like this from Node App-Right. Now, you can notice how we're passing some email, password, and name into here. And we're getting all of that through our user data right in params. And we have to pass it in a very specific format. So you can notice how we have account.create. First parameter is the ID, then email, then password, and then name if we have it, or a phone number or something like that. In this case, we have a user data that has a bit more stuff, right? A lot more stuff. So how can we pass only what we need? Well, first of all, we can store this new user into a new variable by saying const new user account is equal to await account.create. Now, let's space this out a bit better so we can see what's happening. The account create accepts the ID, the email, the password, and an optional name. And we can see that if you hover over the account create, where it's going to tell you that it needs a user ID, email, password, and name. And now we have to ask ourselves, how can we get access to those? Well, thankfully, the email is within the user data dot email. Password is also within the user data dot password. And for the name, we can just concatenate together two strings by saying first name and space last name, like this. And of course, all of this is coming from user data. So what you could do is we can destructure those values at the top by destructuring the email, the password, the first name and last name is equal to user data. So this is called a destructuring syntax. And now you don't have to say user data every time. You can just pass email, password, first name, last name. And all of that together, when passed to the AppRights account create, results in a new user account. Great. Now, after that, we want to create a session by awaiting account.createEmail password session by passing the email and the password. And finally, we get the cookies, and then we can import cookies from Next headers, and you have to rename the AppRights session to whatever you called it when we initially set it up. That's going to be within the AppRight file. And you can go to create admin client. No, it was create session client, and here it is, AppRight session. So it has to be the same. You pass the session secret, path, all of this can be the same. And finally, we want to return parse stringify coming from utils new user. And let me explain why we're calling this special utility function that basically runs the json.parse and then json.stringify on the user object. Well, we do that because in Next.js, you cannot pass large objects, such as the entire user object like that, through server actions. Rather, we have to stringify it first. So that's exactly what we do, but not with the new user, rather with the new user account. And now we have created this great signup function. Let's see what do we have to do next. The signup is an async function that takes the form data as an argument. It uses the create admin client to create an admin AppRight client, and then calls the create email password session on the account object. We then set the session secret in a cookie and redirect the user to the account page. Great. The next step is to create the account page, which displays the basic information about the user. But I guess this comes after we actually authenticate them. So let's do exactly that. Let's use this signup function within our form. So we can navigate over by pressing Command P to our auth form, and we can actually use the signup server action we have created not that long ago, and we're passing data to it. But now TypeScript is complaining a bit because within signup, we have these signup params to which you can go to if you press the Alt key or the Command key. And some of these are going to be optional. So you can hold the Option key and select all of these at the end of the lines right here. I think all the first ones besides the email and password. And we can add a question mark here at the end, which will make them optional. And no longer should it complain right here, as you can see. Great. So that's good, even though we know that they actually will be there for the signup form because we have the Zod validation protecting us. So that's why we can do that. And for now, I'm going to comment out the sign in because we're focusing on signup now. Great. So with that in mind, the user actions for signup has been completed. We have connected it to our auth form, and I think we're ready to test it out. Oh, it looks like I didn't check out my localhost in a long time, and there's an error there. It's complaining about the process.env at this point, about some unexpected character. Is it possible that when I copied it, it contains some hidden unexpected characters? Well, let's check it out. It should be within the AppRight file. Oh, would you look at that? There is an invisible character right here. I have heard of some programming horror stories, and one of them is people putting invisible characters within other people's code and then letting them copy it. I think I fell for that trap right now. So if you have these invisible characters right here, make sure to remove them. It's possible that this error gets fixed by the time that you follow along with this tutorial, but if it's there for you, click the S, press the right arrow key. It's going to move you to the invisible character, and then delete it. And then repeat the process for the other ones. Again, press the S, move right, and delete. And I'm going to do it a few more times. 1, 2, 3. And I think we are good. Great. Going back to our sign up form, now it works and we can enter my name and last name and address. Let's do something like interesting road 123. City is gonna be, let's do New York City, and we can do New York as a state as well. Make sure we have 2 characters. Postal code has to have around 5. Date of birth can really be anything here. We don't have any protection for that. And for SSN, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Enter your email and password. Make sure that it has more than 8 characters. And let's sign up. Before I click that, from experience, I know that it's good to open up Inspect Element and the console and the network tab and to clean it up, because when you do so much changes, like we have done right now, it's good to see what the computer will say once you click a button. So let's give it a shot. I'm gonna click sign up. It's loading, which is a good sign. And we get redirected to sign up, but now it says link account, which is perfect. Because if you remember, within our auth form, when we worked on different conditions, it's only gonna say link account if we actually have access to the user object. And back on AppRite dashboard, which by the way looks great in dark mode, but this light scroll bar jumps out to me a bit. I should definitely let the AppRite team know to make it dark, and then maybe by the time you're watching this video, it will be dark. So if you reach this point and if it's dark, let me know that in the comments. But with that said, let's go back to auth. And now you should be able to see a new user got added to our database. So let's click on it. And not only can we see its name and email and additional information, you can also go to sessions and see that we have an active session on a macOS device in Croatia and even see the IP address. So now going back to create account page, we don't necessarily have to create the entire account page, but we can try to access some of the information from that user. And I think that's what they're doing here. Yeah, we're more or less done with this tutorial. So let's just see if we can extract some information from that user. So now let's see if we're getting the user. At the start, it is null, but then on the submit handler, we set it right here. So let's copy this right here. Const user is equal to await get logged in user. And within our code, we can paste it right here at the top. We can rename it to something like logged in user is equal to await get logged in user. And we can import it from lib actions. Now, this is a client-side function, so it will be a bit harder to call it from within here, as we cannot use the top level await. But if we go to the sign up page and try to call it here, of course, by importing the lib and making the function async, we can try to console log the logged in user. And now we can open up our terminal right here. It's not going to be in the browser as we're working with the server side. And as you can see, we get null right here. So it looks like it's not returning the user. So if we go into the get logged in user and open up the function, it looks like this return await account.get is returning a null instead of an actual user. I think the reason we're getting a null is the same reason why we used this parse stringify when we sent the new user account. Because in Next.js, we cannot send objects from server actions to the front end like this. So instead, we're going to store this in a new variable by saying const user is equal to await account.get. And then we can return a parse stringify, and then we can pass that user right in. Now, if we save this, we're still calling the same function, console logging it. And if we go back to localhost and reload, we still get null. And I think I know why that is. I have provided you with some names for our environment variables, As you can see here, next public app right project, database ID, and so on. But when we were following app right documentation, they might have named those things differently. So if we go to app right, let's see, next public app right endpoint and next public app right project. App right endpoint, app right project, those two seem good. What about next app right key? That's what I called app right secret. So instead, let's follow their docs and let's rename our env to next app right key. And we can also do it in the env example. Next app right key instead of the app right secret. Now that we have done that, hopefully we should be able to see our logged in user. So I'm going to reload our sign up page. And then let's simply create a new mock user. I'll be a bit faster this time and just put some random values. There we go. Email, I'm going to do adrian@gmail.com and my password. And sign up. Looks good. We are redirected to the link account part. And this time we get the full user info. That is great. Awesome. So now we know that we actually have a logged in user. We don't have to use it here within the sign up, but I just wanted to show you that to ensure that it works. And hey, it actually does. We have successfully created the sign up function, the get logged in user, and within our auth form, we're successfully calling the sign up and setting the new user to the state. Now we can focus on sign in. So let's navigate over to user.actions.ts and let's expand sign in. Within here, we'll have to do a similar thing like we're doing right here, like trying to extract the account from create admin client. But then instead of creating a new account, we'll create an email and password session on the existing account. So to do that, we can go right here. We can copy this const account is equal to create admin client and put it within the try. Once we get that, we can say const response is equal to await account dot create email password session. And we need to pass the email and the password. And if I'm not mistaken, these are the only two things that we are indeed passing into this function. We're passing them as an object. Email is equal to data.email and password is data.password. So here we can destructure that and get the email and the password as the only parameter. And we can make that of a type sign in props. And after we get the response, we can simply return, remember, parse stringify, and we can return that response to the client side or to whatever function is calling this. Specifically, that will be our form. So going back right here, we have the type sign in, we have the response, and we're pushing right here. And if we do get back a response, we're pushing to the home page. So what do you say that we give it a try? We can now navigate over to sign in, and we can use the email and password that we have created our account with. If the sign in is successful, we should be redirected to the dashboard. Great. And now that we're here, what do you say that we make this name dynamic, as well as this name here and the email? Currently, all of that is static data we have hard-coded at the start, but now we can fetch it from the logged in user session. So going back to our application, we can now navigate over to our home page. So that's the root page. And instead of this logged in being just hard-coded information, we can now say const logged in is equal to, we can say get logged in user coming from lib actions. And now it will just complain as it doesn't have the first name. So if you see the get logged in user, it will return a user, as you can see here, but now it won't be first name, rather it will be just name. And we have to make this await as it's actually a promise. So we have to make the function async, or rather the whole page. As soon as we do that, we have to fix it in another place too. And that is when we pass the user to the right sidebar. So we can navigate over to the right sidebar. And instead of user.firstname0, say just user.name. And here, instead of rendering those two, we can just render user.name. And we'll have to dive into the right sidebar props and modify this user type. And then alongside first name and last name, we can also just add name of a type string. So now if we go back, you can see it's no longer complaining. It looks good. And now it says, welcome ASD AS. I was just typing some random stuff, but you can see that indeed it is pulling the data. So to make this make a bit more sense, let's implement the logout functionality so we can log out and then log in with a better account. To do that, we can go to user actions and we can create a new user action, export const logout account is equal to an async function that has a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply return null. And in the try, we can get the account from the session by saying const, and then destructure the account is equal to await create session client. And then we can call the cookies dot delete, and we can delete the appwrite session. Make sure to call this exactly as you called it before. After that, we're going to call the await account.delete session, and we're going to pass in current. Now we can add a button that will log us out. That will be on the left sidebar, which is called just sidebar. Scroll to the bottom, and here I told you we'll implement a footer. So now is the time that we create a new footer component to which we will pass the user is equal to user. If we save it, it will break. So let's go to components and create a new footer.tsx component with arrayfce. And we can then import the footer from /footer. Now on the sidebar, it is there at the bottom, but it's white text, so it's hard to see it. So just to show you what we're going for, we want to show even more user information, such as the first and last name, some kind of a profile photo, email, and then the button to log us out. So let's create it by turning this into an HTML5 semantic footer tag with a class name equal to footer. And we can recall this footer component also within our mobile nav. So let's quickly navigate to mobile nav. And at the bottom, we can call this same footer component coming from /footer. Don't forget, we also have to pass the user, which is equal to user. Great. Now, within this footer, we can have a div, and that div will have a class name equal to footer_name. And within it, we can create a p tag that will render the first character of the user's first name. So let's get user info from the props by destructuring the user. It's of a type footer props. And we can say user dot first name and then 0. That'll get A in my case. We can also style this p tag further by giving it a class name of text-xl, font-bold, and text-gray-700. And it looks like nothing is there. Oh, I think that's because we're using the footer name, which is a class for the desktop sidebar. So we need to pass an additional prop right here, which is type. And the type can be either desktop or mobile. So maybe we can pass mobile here. And then on the original sidebar by default, it can be desktop. So if we go here, we can accept a type, which by default will be set to desktop. And in footer props, we can also add a type. And this type will be either mobile or desktop. And it will also be optional if we don't pass it. Great. So now we can check right here if type is triple equal to mobile, then we will give it a class name of footer_name-mobile. Else we'll give it a class name of footer_name. And we can close it right here. So now if we save it, there we go, it appears right here. Great. Let's also go below this div and create another div with a class name equal to, and we'll copy this entire class name we have here, paste it here, and instead of footer name mobile, it's going to be footer email mobile, and it will be footer email here. Now within it, we can render an h1. This h1 will render the user first name and last name. So we can say something like user.firstname, or I think we can just do user.name. Everything should be contained there. Let's give it some classes, like a class name is equal to text-14, truncate, font-normal, and text-gray-600. Now, the reason why nothing is showing right now is because our user is still a fake mock user. Let me show you why. If we go to mobile nav, you'll notice that this user we're getting from the top is actually a user which we're passing to the mobile nav. So if we see where we're calling our mobile nav, we're passing the user logged in, but this logged in is for now fake. So we have learned how we can do it properly. We can say await get logged in user, and we have to make this function async. So export default async function. Now we're getting the real logged in user, and then in the footer, it doesn't have the first name as the user only has a name. There we go. We go back, and now we can see ASDA, ASD. Okay, that's good. So now below this h1, we can render a p tag, and that p will have a class name equal to text-14, truncate, font-normal, and text-gray-600. And here we can render the user.email. There we go. We have to somehow differentiate the email from the name. So let's make this a bit of a darker color. And let's also give it a font-semi-bold. There we go. That's better. And finally, we can go below this div and create one last div with a class name equal to footer_image. And we can render an image, which we have to import from Next.image, give it a source of icons/logout.svg, and alt is JSM. And that is the logout icon. There we go. Now, to this div, we can pass an onClick listener, and we can call the handle log out function, which we can create right here on top by saying const handle log out is equal to, it's an async function, and here we can call our server action by saying await logout account coming from user actions. To know whether we have been logged out for real, we can store that in a variable logged out, and then if the user has been logged out, so if logged out, then we can use the router and push to the sign in. So we have to initialize the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from Next navigation. And then we can say router dot push and push to sign in, so we can sign in again with another user. Also, I noticed here I used font normal. It was supposed to be semi-bold. Great. Now let's also check it out on desktop. There we go. That looks good. We know who is currently logged in, whoever this guy is. And on the card, I noticed undefined, and here as well. So let's quickly fix that. If I navigate over to the card component and search for username, you can see that the username is coming as undefined. So let's see how we're passing it into the bank card. We're passing it as a combination of the first name and last name. And here, I think we can just get the user.name. I think it will contain everything we need. And also here, we can pass it just user.name. So now, back in the bank card, we can simply use the username. And here, username as well. And now you can see it has these random letters. And I believe now we have made all of this static data dynamic. So let's give logout a try. I'm gonna press here, and we get cannot read properties of name, reading null, add footer. Okay, so let me quickly go to the footer. And here, just in case we don't have it, I'm going to add a question mark here, which should protect us from that error in any case. There we go. And looks like I missed a spot in the right sidebar. But now that I think about it, we should never be on homepage. It looks like we got redirected back to localhost 3000 and not the sign in, even though we're not signed in. So that's the reason why these errors are happening. This is an edge case anyway, but either way, a user should never be able to see this kind of an error. So instead of fixing all of these individually, it's better to go to the layout and navigate the user to the sign in if a user isn't logged in. So going all the way here to the page, root, and then layout of all of these pages, we're checking whether the user is logged in. So here we can add an if statement and say if no logged in. So if it's falsy, in that case, we can initialize the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And we can say router dot push to the /. Oh, and we get an interesting error saying that we're using the use router, but the component is not a client component. And yeah, silly me, it's not a client component. It is server, and we want it to remain that way. So let me show you a quick trick. Instead of using the use router, instead, we can use the redirect coming from next navigation. And then we can simply say redirect. We don't have to use the push. We just redirect to /sign-in. And if we do this, we're there. So now we're successfully logged out, which is great. And just to be 100% safe, I want to go to the app write auth part, and I want to delete all existing users so we can create proper ones with real names this time. So I'm going to scroll down and delete each one of these three. 1, 2, and 3. And while we're here, I just got reminded that for this entire time, we've been seeing the mobile version of the authentication, but we haven't seen the desktop version too many times. And now that I see it, it looks a bit empty. So what do you say that we make it look exactly like it does on the design? To do that, we just have to add this image on the right side. So let's just quickly jump over to layout of the authentication. And alongside returning just the children, we can first style this main by giving it a class name of flex, min-h-screen, w-full, justify between, and font-enter. And then below the children, we can render a div with a class name of auth asset and render another div within which we'll render this image. So let's import image from next image. Let's give it a source equal to /icons/auth-image.svg. Give it an alt tag of auth image, a width of 500, and a height of 500. Now going back, it looks something like this, and I think we're a bit too zoomed out now, so let me zoom in to 100%, and this actually looks great. We have the image on the right side, we have sign in here, and we can also switch between sign in and sign up. This is great. So now let's finally create a real account. I'm gonna try to enter some information. Adrian, JS Mastery. Let's enter some kind of a cool address. 123 New York City, NY 12345, and we can do this and enter my email. There we go. And let's sign up. It's loading. And we are redirected to link our account, which is exactly what we want to happen. We don't want to immediately get redirected to the home because then we wouldn't be able to see anything as we haven't yet passed the onboarding, or simply put, the process to link our bank account. But if you want to check out the homepage, we can do that now by modifying our URL and going to /, because now we are actually logged in and we're getting all of this information from a real AppWrite auth session. That is great. Soon enough, you'll connect your app with Plaid, which is similar to Stripe. And in this case, we'll use a sandbox account so you'll be able to connect it no matter where in the world you are. And it will allow us to check our bank accounts, check out our transaction history, and even transfer funds between our different Horizon accounts. Exciting stuff ahead. But just before we do that, I want to show you something that's very important, especially for the application like the one you're building right now. When you have a banking account, you want to make sure that your application's uptime is that famous 99.9% online. Because we're processing transactions, you want to make sure that absolutely everything goes the right way. We're talking about people's money here. And for that reason, first of all, it has to work flawlessly, but second of all, there's a lot of privacy involved. So if something does go wrong, how can you debug the app for the user if there's all of this sensitive data we're talking about? Especially during the registration process, when they have to enter their date of birth, state, postal code, and even social security number in this case. Well, let me teach you. As I told you at the start, you'll power this application up with enterprise-grade application monitoring software, where if code breaks, you'll fix it faster. Specifically for a banking app, we'll leverage Session Replay, which will allow you to get to the root cause of an issue by watching replays of real users. And here's the key thing. You won't be able to see their data or social security number, but you will be able to see exactly what they're doing and which errors they're getting. So let's log out and let me teach you how to add Sentry to your app. To get started, you can click the Sentry link down in the description. Make sure to continue only through that link to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. So once you do that, you can go to Get Started and you can create your account or sign in with one of the options. Once you register, you should be able to see something like this. And if you have created your account before, you can just add /onboarding to your URL and it should re-navigate you here. Now, let's click Start under Install Sentry. Let's choose Next.js and configure SDK. It'll give us a special command which we can use to spin up Sentry. So let's copy it. And back within our application, we can paste it, press Enter, and press Y to install the Sentry wizard. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. So let's say yes. First of all, do you want to self-host or use Sentry SaaS? We're going to use Sentry.io. Do you already have a Sentry account? Well, that's a yes. It will just log you in through your browser. You can select your Sentry project, and you can select this JavaScript Next.js project, which was created for you by Sentry when you ran this wizard. It's going to install the necessary npm packages. It's going to ask us if we want to route Sentry requests in the browser through our Next.js server to avoid ad blockers. For this one, we can just select the default no for now. Then we can let Sentry create an example page. We will be using CI/CD tools like GitHub, or in this case, Vercel. And finally, yes, continue. Great. Well, that has been simple. We have successfully set up Sentry for our project. Now, let me show you the files that Sentry has automatically generated for you, starting with sentry.server.config. This initializes Sentry on the server. It has the traces sample rate, allowing you to track how many users visit your website, and you can even modify some additional flags. Similarly, we have that for the edge network and also for the client side. All of these files have been generated for you, as well as the next config has been modified to include your organization and project within Sentry. So if you want to fully understand what is happening within these files, you can go here, Command or Option click the docs, and then if you're feeling bold, you can ask a bot. And typically these AI bots are not that intelligent, let me put it that way, but I've tested SentryBot a bit and it answers all the questions incredibly well. So for example, if I copy traces sample rate 1 and ask it, what does traces sample rate 1 do, and paste it, let's see how good it is. There we go. It says that the traces sample rate 1 configuration sets the percentage chance a given transaction will be sent to Sentry 100%. This means that all transactions created in the app will be sent to Sentry for monitoring and tracking. 1 represents 100% probability. Okay, this is a great response. And another cool thing Sentry has prepared for us is right here at the top under App, Sentry Example Page, and then here we have a page that says get started by sending us a sample error. So they invite you to break your application on purpose. How bold of them. So this page is under Sentry Example Page, and since you're a Next.js expert, you know how to reach this endpoint. You just have to go to localhost 3000 and go to Sentry Example Page, press enter, and here is that sneaky button, throw an error. There we go, the error has been thrown, Sentry Example Frontend Error. You can think of this as a typical error message that your user would get while they carelessly use your application. You know that feeling when you develop it for hours, you test it, and everything works, but then a user comes and breaks it in a second. Well, this is for cases just like that. So now that we threw that error, let's go back to the onboarding, and at the bottom, you should be able to see error received, take me to my error. And would you look at that? Unhandled error, Sentry Example API route. We can see when it has happened. We can see where in the code that originated. And this little onboarding also tells us how bad it is, find problematic releases, and more stuff. But what I want to know is exactly which user broke that. And we can see the user's Node version, macOS version, and even the browser and more information on it. And now let's see what other information can we get out of this report. First of all, I want to go to replays. And right here, we have a single replay coming from a single error. So let's click it and check this out. We can start playing this video and we can see exactly what the user was doing on the screen when the error happened. We can see their cursor, how they were moving it, and what they were doing. Here, they clicked it and they broke it. But as you can see, there's dots instead of actual characters. So everything is completely secure, which matters a lot for banking applications. Also, you can see exactly which element they clicked on, as well as the entire console they were seeing at that time, as well as all the networks, errors, and more. I mean, how cool is that? Imagine not having to speak with your customers and try to debug the errors with them, but rather being alerted immediately their app breaks and then being able to fix it immediately after. And for the final time, let's go through the sign-up process because I want to show you something cool. I'm going to use a John Doe as an example. I'm going to do a very cool address. In a city, let's do Los Angeles. And let's do LA with a postcode of 12345. Date of birth can be some random numbers. Social security numbers can also be random. Email is going to be very secure email at gmail.com. And we can enter some hard password. And now I want to, first of all, remember this so I can later on sign in. And then I want to sign up. If I do that, I'll be redirected to link account and I can quickly go over to my homepage. Welcome John Doe. We can see the total current balance. We can see the very secure email and even some card details right here. And of course, we can also move through different pages. And even though there's no important data right now, while our user was registering, a lot of important data was shared. So now let's go back over to Sentry and see if we already have a replay. It doesn't show up directly on the replays page because I think only the ones that have dead clicks or rage clicks or errors show up here. But rather, let's explore what else we have on Sentry, and we can find it along the way. Under queries, there's not a lot of data now. Under requests, we can see all the requests our users have made on localhost, Sentry example page, the average duration, time spent, and more. Under Web Vitals, it's slowly starting to load all of the most important web vitals. Right now, they're not too good, so we can fix that later on. But if we go to Discover, I think, we can see almost everything about our application. We can see all the events that happened in the latest interval. We can merge them by total daily and even change the count by unique users. So we can see exactly how many unique users have visited our website. Right now, it is 1, just me. And here, we can then dive deeper into each one of these transactions. So here we have my banks, we have the layout. Let's open up the sign up page right here, or the sign up transaction. And here we can see what our user has been doing on that page ever since they transitioned from the error page to sign in and then sign up. And here they have been inputting all of their data. And if we make it a bit larger, you should be able to see exactly what is happening. There we go. You can see how a user is slowly typing these things in, but we on the monitoring side cannot see anything. The only thing we get are the actual errors that happens and user navigations that allow us to debug the page. Wonderful. This is the power of Sentry. Of course, there's so much more stuff like the user feedbacks, where you can create a form through which a user can give you feedback. We also have metrics where you can track everything that is important for your application, such as the average transaction duration. And you can also have custom dashboards allowing you to track the most important metrics of your site, like web vitals, as well as how many errors you have by browser in percentage or by a specific user. And in the general tab, you can even track errors by country, errors by browser, issues assigned to you and your team. You can track a lot of stuff, and you can, of course, fully customize that dashboard and track whatever you want to track. Errors, crash rates, even miserable users who have the worst experience out there. You can track it all and fix it all. That's how Sentry works. We'll revisit Sentry later on once we deploy our application, so we can continue monitoring it for errors. But for now, let's go back to our application and let's delete this Sentry example page and the global error, as we don't need them anymore. Now we can focus on our next task, and that is, finally, integration with our banking system of choice, Plaid. Before we do that, let's make sure to push everything we have committed so far, and let's give it a proper name. Here we have fully initialized app right, Sentry, and we have also completed the auth layout. So we can say implement auth, app right, and Sentry. And I'm gonna do a commit and sync the changes. Great. With that said, let's start working on what you came to this video for in the first place, implementing the banking functionality. To develop banking functionalities within our application, we'll use Plaid. Now, you may wonder, what the heck is Plaid? Well, Plaid is like a middleman between apps and banks. It helps us connect the two securely. And here's why you might want to use it as a developer. It gives us a simple way to connect our apps to thousands of different banks. It makes sure that data that we send between the app and the bank is secured, so we don't have to handle the sensitive stuff. And it follows all the bank's regulations and rules, so we don't have to. In short, while it might seem like a good idea to connect directly to banks, Plaid makes everything easier and safer for all of us. It lets us focus on developing our app without having to stress about the details of bank connections and laws. So click the link down in the description to follow along, and then click this Get Started button on top right. It will lead you to a quick onboarding where you can say that you're a developer, enter your email address, enter your full name, company name, and if you don't have a company, feel free to put JSM, JS Mastery, or something like that. Choose your country and password and create your account. Once you do, you'll be redirected to the Plaid dashboard. Here we can test Plaid products, And specifically, we'll be working on the integration of connecting multiple bank accounts to our application. And of course, we'll start in the sandbox environment. So let's close this. Go to your email and verify it. And for now, we don't even have to request the production access, as we'll be working on the development environment. And directly in the dashboard, you can click Quick Start. I would highly recommend that you watch this 3-minute long video, as it will explain how we'll be using Plaid throughout our application. It is developer focused, and it basically explains how we'll create a sandbox environment and then use client IDs and secrets to connect Plaid to our server-side application, and then through Plaid connect different bank accounts. So it's a good watch. With that said, we can go back, and back in the dashboard, we can expand our developers tab on the left side and go under keys. Here you can see our client ID. You can copy it. Back in our Visual Studio Code, we can go to our environment variables, and we can add it under Plaid client ID. You can repeat the procedure with secrets, so copy it and paste it here, and same thing for sandbox. So we have development and sandbox. In this case, we just want to use the sandbox, so you don't need a secret for development at all. Under Plaid env, we can say sandbox, as that's the one we're using. And under Plaid products, we can say auth, comma, transactions, comma, identity. And under Plaid country codes, we can say US and CA, the United States and Canada. Again, this is just a test environment, but it should work no matter where in the world you are. Now that we have the keys, we can start with the integration. And now that we have the keys, we can start with the integration. Back in our terminal, we can run npm install react-plaid-link. This will allow us to link our bank accounts. Great, the package got installed and we can dive right into the code. We can start with the configuration by going over to lib and creating a new file called plaid.ts. Within here, we'll need to set up a new Plaid configuration. And alongside installing React Plaid link, we also need to install the general Plaid package by running npm install plaid. Now we can import some things from Plaid, such as configuration, Plaid API, and Plaid environments. And that's coming from Plaid. Once we have that, we can initialize our configuration and make it equal to a new instance of a configuration class, which we call, and we can pass some params, such as the base path equal to Plaid environments dot sandbox, and base options. That's an object where we have the headers. And here we can use our environment variables by setting up our Plaid client ID equal to process.env.plaid_client_id, as well as a plaid-secret, which will be equal to process.env.plaid_secret. And you have previously added all of these variables to your environment variables. Finally, we can export const plaid client and make it equal to new Plaid API, inside of which we pass our configuration. And this is great because we can see that a lot of these softwares have different things in common, such as AppWrite. You do the same thing. You create a client and expose it to your app, and then you can use that AppWrite client to do all sorts of things. In a similar fashion, you create a Plaid configuration and a Plaid client, which then you can call within your server actions. That's it for the config. Pretty simple. But now, let's put it to use. Going back to our auth form, if we scroll a bit down, you'll notice that we left some space for the Plaid link. And that time came. So let's create a new component in the components folder
And let's call it played link.tsx. Run RAFCE, and let's import it right here within the auth form. Played link, coming from /played link. Now, before we go into that link, let's pass it some props. I'm going to pass it a user, which is equal to the user, which we already have access to. And I'm going to pass it a variant, as there will be two different situations where we'll use this played link. So let's pass a variant of primary for now. Now, let's command click into that played link, and let's accept all of those props. We can do that by destructuring the user as well as the variant of a type played link props. And right within here, we can create a button that will allow us to connect a bank. So let's return just an empty React fragment, and within it, check out our variant. If the variant is triple equal to primary, in that case, we can return a button. This is a ShatCN UI button that will say connect bank. Else, as the second part of the ternary, we can check if a variant is triple equal to ghost. This will be a new one, which we'll use soon. In that case, we can return another button, which will also say connect bank, but we'll modify the styles a bit. And if it's not either one of these variants, then we're going to return a third thing, which will also be a button, but with a bit of a different styling. It will also say, you can guess it, connect bank. Now let's figure out where this button is on the screen. First of all, we used it in the auth form, so it will be in /sign up. And if we go back to the auth form, right now in this page, we're not checking for the active user session, so we won't know that we are actually logged in. So for that reason, we can simply comment out this check. So I'm going to comment out the user as well as these lines right here. And of course, the ending part of the ternary operator, which will be all the way there. That way, it will show right on top. And now we can see it for the time while we're actually building it out. Great. Going back to here, we can continue adding some styles, such as we can give this button a class name equal to played link -primary. And let's spell it properly. So it can be played link. And immediately you can see that now we have a regular primary button allowing us to connect the bank. Of course, what would this button be without a function that does something when you click it? In this case, we'll refer to Plaid's documentation, specifically the Link Web SDK, a reference for integrating with the Link JavaScript SDK and the React SDK. We have already gone through the installation process, so we can scroll down to the usage. I won't be copying anything here, rather I will teach you how to do it from scratch. So first things first, we have to create a config object. And let me just increase the width just a bit here. And let me also just increase the width of our editor just a bit. There we go. So now let's create a config object, cast config of a type played link options coming from React played link. This will help us with our TypeScript, is equal to an object where we can define a token as well as on success handlers. You can see that here. And now it's up to us to define that on success function. We can define it right here above by saying const on success is equal to, and usually this is a type of function that you would wrap in a use callback, as we don't want to recall it every time it gets called. Rather, it's just a callback we're passing that happens on success. So you can import use callback from React. And the way that that works is you just wrap it, is that you call it as a hook, and then within it, you declare a new async function. So we can say async, open it up, and it can be unnamed, like this. And as the second parameter of the use callback, you provide when it should get recalled, and that is whenever the user changes, the one we're passing through props. Okay, so now we have an empty on success, but what about a token? Well, let's create a new useState field, which will help us to get access to that token. useState snippet. Let's call it token and set token at the start equal to an empty string. And let's not forget to import useState from React. Then we can also form a useEffect so we can fetch that token on time. A useEffect works in a way that you create a callback function and provide a dependency array on when you want that function to be recalled. And of course, don't forget to import useEffect from React. Within here, we cannot simply say something like await fetch token, even though you might think you can make this function async. This is illegal in React. You can never make this first function within useEffect async. Instead, what you need to do is create an internal function. Const get link token is equal to an async function. And then you can use await within here, and you can immediately call the get link token below. This is how you do async stuff within the useEffect. Now within here, we'll want to somehow fetch that data by saying const data is equal to await create link token, to which we want to pass the user. So we want to connect our existing user, which is logged in, to a played user through a token. For now, this function doesn't exist, create link token, so we can comment it out and we'll soon create it as a server action. Finally, once we get back the data, we can set the token to be equal to data dot link token. For now, we can comment that out as well. Next, let's figure out what happens on success. Well, here, you're going to get access to one parameter, public underscore token, and it will be of a type string. So right here on success, we want to exchange that public token, which will allow us to link a bank account. So we can say await exchange public token, call it as a function, and pass one parameter that is an object of public token, which we need to call public underscore token, as that's how we're getting it from the props or from params. And then we can pass the user as well. And of course, this is a second server action we'll need to create. So let's comment it out for now. And after we exchange the public token, we want to push to the homepage, because that means that we have successfully linked our bank account. So let's just quickly get access to the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And then right here, we can say router.push to /. Great. So now we have laid out the foundation for onSuccess and the token, which we need for our configuration. And right now it's complaining a bit that this onSuccess is not of the right type. So what we have to do is assign the type of played link onSuccess by saying use callback, and then immediately after define a type of played link onSuccess, which we can import from React played link. And it looks like I made a typo here. This was supposed to be just string. There we go. So now we have onSuccess, we have the useEffect, and we have created a configuration object needed for the next step, which is this right here, to be able to use a use played link hook. So right here, let's say const, and let's destructure the open as well as ready state by saying equal to use played link, to which we pass the config we just created. And don't forget to import use played link from React played link. Now that we have that, we can finally do what I told you we would do, and that is make this button functional by saying onClick is equal to open. And as TypeScript is complaining in this case, we need to make it a callback function, which would look something like this. Finally, we can give it a disabled state. If not ready, in that case, it has to be disabled. And as you can see, in its current state, it is indeed disabled. So now we have to do our best work to create a link token. So let's navigate over to our lib, actions, user actions, and let's create a new server action. Export const create link token, which is equal to an async function that accepts the user of a type user as the first and only parameter. And we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.log an error. And in the try, we need to create our link token. But first, we need to define the token parameters by saying const token params is equal to an object. Here, we need to follow a specific structure to let Plaid know what we want to do with their product. Specifically, we can say user is an object where the client user ID is equal to user.$ID. Alongside that, we have to provide it a client underscore name, and this will be equal to user.name. We can also select which products we want to use, and this will be an array with the string of auth as products, like this. Make sure to import it from Plaid. This is just for TypeScript. We can also choose a language. In this case, I will make it EN for English, and also country underscore codes. In this case, it can be an array of US as country code coming from Plaid, and then array like this. So now we have the necessary token params to generate a new link token. So let's say const response is equal to await Plaid client dot link token create, and we need to pass the token params. But the question is, where is this Plaid link coming from? Well, we have created it before. It is coming from the Plaid file, export const Plaid client. So let's import it at the top by saying import Plaid client coming from /lib/Plaid. Great. And now that we are generating this response, the response should contain a token. So we can just return a parse stringify of an object saying link token is equal to response.data.link underscore token. And there we go. That's how you create a link token using Plaid. So going back to our auth form, or rather to our Plaid link component, we can uncomment this part where we get and set a new token. Make sure to import create link token from lib actions and add a user to this dependency array. Great. And now for the second missing piece of the puzzle, the exchange public token server action. So let's go back to user actions and let's create it. The exchange public token function is a one that exchanges our existing access token for a token that allows us to do stuff. And by stuff, I mean banking stuff. And there's a lot of banking stuff here. First of all, connecting our bank account, making payment transfers between accounts, and even connecting a payment processor so we can transfer funds in the first place. There's a lot of stuff. So let's dissect it together. What we're about to do in this function starts right here in step 2 of our logic map, which of course connects our bank account with our third-party applications. In this case, our banking app Horizon. So what happens first is we generate a Plaid link. And to do that, a token is required to initialize a Plaid link client component. So here's the process, and here's exactly what we'll do in the next function. First, we create a link token. Then we pass the generated link token to Plaid link. Then we trigger a flow of connecting bank account to application through Plaid link. On success, Plaid link will provide a temporary public token, and then we want to exchange that public token with a permanent access token. Then we exchange the access token to get the bank information, and then we connect with processor, which we'll talk a bit more later on. In this case, Dwola is the payment processor of choice. But the most important thing here is that this is a handshake. First, we pass something to Plaid link,
Then it gives us back the temporary public token, and then we exchange that public token for an access token. Okay, that way Plaid knows for sure that we are a legit actor trying to get legitimate information. In the README down below, you can find the complete exchange public token function. So take it, copy it, and paste it here. But for now, I will explain it step by step. First, we have to create a typical server action called exchange public token that accepts a public token and a user as two different parameters. Then we want to open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log an error. Simple enough, right? In the try, we need to exchange our public token for the access token and the item ID, which is contained within the response here. And we do that by awaiting Plaid client dot item public token exchange, where we provide our public token in exchange for the access token. So let's extract the access token and the item ID from the response we have just gotten. Now that we have those, we can get the account information from Plaid using the access token. That's going to look something like this. And since we're working just on the code now, I want to expand my Visual Studio Code. After we get the account response, we can get the account data from it. And once we have the access token and account data, we can create a processor token for Dwolla. And Dwolla, a bit of a weird name, but it's a payment processor we'll be using for processing our money through Plaid on our platform. So we can do that by creating a processor token, using the access token and the account ID, by first of all generating a request object for that token, and we can import these TypeScript types from Plaid. Once we have the request token, we can generate a processor token that will look like this. Const processor token response is equal to await Plaid client dot processor token create. Then we get access to the processor token, and now we have to fund our account somehow. So we can create a funding source, specifically a funding source URL for a specific account using the Dwolla customer ID, the processor token, and the bank name. Think of this as connecting the payment processing functionality to our specific bank account so that it can send and receive funds. This add funding source is a special server action coming from Dwolla, and thankfully they have a very good documentation page where I found all of those functions. More on that soon. But after we get the funding source URL, we want to make sure that it actually exists. So we can create a new if statement right here. And finally, if a funding source exists, we want to create a bank account. And that's going to look something like this. We create a bank account using the user ID, item ID, account ID, access token, funding source URL, and the shareable ID so the users can transfer money between different accounts. This encrypt ID is coming from utils, and this create bank account is a server action which we will create together very soon. Finally, once we create a new bank account, we want to revalidate the path to reflect the changes. And this is coming from the next cache, which will allow us to basically see the new account we created on the homepage. And then we just want to return a success message after all of this hard work by saying return parse stringify public token exchange complete. Great. So this was a tough one, and we covered a lot of ground, and it might take some time for all of this to settle. We will revisit this later on, but for now, you just have to know that we exchanged our public token for the access token, allowing us to create a bank account. We got that account data, and then we also connected a payment processor called Dwolla and allowed ourselves to transfer funds between different accounts. Now, with that said, how can we add a funding source using this special payment processor? Well, let's create a new special file under actions called Dwolla .actions.ts. And the code for this file will be attached to the README of this project. So copy it and paste it. And I want to quickly let you know that once you add this piece of code, we'll see an error in the browser for a very long period of time while we're fixing other stuff. But don't worry about that error, we'll get back to it later on. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just how it is, we'll get back to it later. And you might think, oh, is Adrian again giving me code to copy and paste? But sometimes it really is like that because we're using open source additional software where the developers that created it, thankfully, provided us some code to allow us to use their software in a simpler way. So as you can see, as I am giving you code to copy, they have also given it to us in this integration examples Voila GitHub page, where we get the environment, we create the client, and then also all the other functions that we need to make it work. And the only thing that I had to add on top of that code was a function to initiate a transfer, which I found under Voila docs. You basically have to form a request body and then do a post request on Voila where you pass that request body indicating which account you want to fund. And you can notice here that the source of a transfer, this href, is actually a URL funding source which we're creating for each one of the users within our platform. This will make the functionality of transferring the funds between accounts in our platform work. So with that in mind, you now have access to these Voila actions, and we just have to make sure to install Voila-v2 in our terminal by running npm install Voila-v2. After you do that, it should go from red to green, and we can import add funding source from Voila. And I want to take a second here to explain what Voila is on our logical map. Well, first of all, we have the main bank application. And of course, Plaid is used to securely connect bank accounts to other applications and enable real-time transaction data and balance updates. So it's simply about sharing the information of data, which we have here. Whereas Voila right here is used to transfer funds. Okay, Voila is a payment processor. So here, first of all, we pass sender funding source URL, we pass receiver funding source URL, and then the amount. And this is what happens if we actually want to make a real bank transfer from two accounts. Plaid shares the data between those transactions, but Voila actually makes them happen. The only other red thing right here is this create bank account. And that is a function that you will create. So let's create it right here above this exchange public token. Export const create bank account, which will be an async function, and it will accept some props. We can expand it, open up a try and catch block, and we can implement it. First things first, we have to accept all of the props that we are passing right here below. So I'm going to hold the Windows key, or that's option on macOS, and you can double click all of these parameters and then copy them. Moving back up to create bank account, you can just paste them here. You'll also need to add commas at the end of each one, and you can make them of a type create bank account props. Now we can use them to create a bank account. And when I say create bank account here, I don't mean anything regarding to banking, transfers, Voila, or anything like we have done so far. Here, we're creating it strictly within AppWrite. So we create a bank account as a document within our database. So let's do that by saying const, we destructure the database, which is equal to await create admin client. This is the AppWrite client allowing us to create new documents. We can say const bank account is equal to await database.create document. And this is a method that you call on the database model, and it allows you to create a new document and add it to a specific collection. So we need a couple of things right here. As you can notice, first we need the database ID, then the collection ID, then document ID, then the data itself, and then optional permissions. So let's call this and expand it. As the first parameter, we're going to pass the database ID, and this is coming from environment variables. So instead of simply saying process.env every time, at the top of this file, we can say const and then destructure specific values, such as appright underscore database underscore ID, and that is coming from process.env. So this way we simply destructured it. And as we know that this database ID is regarding appright, we can even rename it to just database underscore ID. So to shorten it a bit. And we can repeat this process for appright user underscore collection underscore ID. That's going to be just user underscore collection underscore ID. And we can repeat this process for bank collection ID as well. Great. So now we can scroll down and we can pass the database ID as the first parameter. So in which database we're creating this document in. Then we have to specify inside of which collection we're creating it in. And that's going to be bank underscore collection underscore ID. Then we have to give it an ID, which will be id.unique. This is coming from appright. And then an object with all of these variables that we're passing to it. So we can basically copy everything we're getting from props, or params in this case. Also, TypeScript doesn't know whether the database ID exists or not, as it can potentially be undefined. So we can end it with an exclamation mark to tell it, hey, we know that for sure there's going to be a bank collection ID. Of course, if we spell it properly, as right now it looks like it cannot find it. So that's going to be bank collection ID. There we go. That's good. And once we get the bank account back, we can simply return it to the front end by saying return parse stringify, and we return a bank account. Now, a couple of things that are important here. For this to work, we first have to move our user from just being a session within our browser storage and session within appright to being an actual user within our appright database. That's one of the things we have to do. And also, we have to create a schema of how a bank account will look like within our database. And if you remember, we have already done that for the user. So let's do it one more time for the bank account. To do that, we have to go back within our appright dashboard and go to databases and go to our bank database. And here we have banks collection. And now we have to go under attributes and give it attributes so that our appright database knows how a single bank account document will look like. So let's give it a couple of attributes. The first one being a string, that will be an account ID. We can do 2000 characters, required, and create. We'll also need another bank ID with a size of 2000, and we can make it required. We'll also have to store an access token, which will also be of 2000 and required. Next, we'll need a funding source URL, which will also be of 2000 and required. Let's not forget about the shareable ID, which is the encrypted version of the account ID, making it safe for public sharing. So we can call it shareable ID. Make sure to spell it properly. It's shareable ID. Whatever you call it here, you have to also call it within your code. It's going to be 2000 and required. And finally, we'll need a user ID. And this is a reference to our user account. So instead of making it a string, let's make it a relationship. It'll be a one-way relationship to users, specifically many to one. That means that banks can only contain one user, but a user can belong to many banks. Now, before we create it, we have to change the attribute key to be equal to user ID, as this is how we will match the banks with users. And on deletion, we can set null and click create. There we go. Now we know exactly how our bank documents will look like. Of course, now we'll have to actually clear all of our users, and we'll need to do that anyway, as now we will actually add Dwola and played IDs to each user. And we'll do that directly on the signup. So now is the time that we dive into the signup and make some modifications, as now we're not only just creating a new user and storing it in the cookies, we want to actually store it in the database and infuse it with Plaid integration. Now, there's one thing that I want to teach you here, and it's a very valuable general programming lesson, and that is about making your functions atomic. What does it mean for a function to be atomic? An atomic transaction is one that either works or it doesn't. There's nothing in between. So we want to ensure that if it goes through, it needs to go through until the end. And if it doesn't, it needs to fail. We cannot create a user account in the session and then not add the user to the database. Or we cannot add the user to the database and then not connect it to Plaid. This account creation needs to work flawlessly on all three steps. So for that reason, right here above the try, I'm going to add a new variable called letNewUserAccount. And at the start, I will leave it empty. Then right here, I will reinitialize this new user account to this new account that we create. And then immediately after, I want to add an if statement saying if no new user account. In that case, we're going to throw a new error saying error creating user. So it will exit out of the function. Now, if we have succeeded with creating a user account, that means that we have reached line 48 in my case. We want to create a Dwolla customer URL. That is our payment processor, if you remember. So we can say const Dwolla customer URL is equal to await create Dwolla customer. And that is coming from our Dwolla actions. And to it, we need to spread all of the user data and also pass the type of personal. Now we want to check if we have received the Dwolla customer URL. So we can do another check and say if no Dwolla customer URL. In that case, we're going to throw another error, throw new error, which will say error creating Dwolla customer. Now that we have the Dwolla customer URL, we have to extract the Dwolla customer ID by saying const Dwolla customer ID is equal to extract customer ID from URL. You have to import that from actions, and then you have to pass the Dwolla customer URL. And now that we have this Dwolla customer ID, we have everything we need to create a new document in the database. So let's go to the try function here, and let's extract account as well as database from create admin client. And then right here below Dwolla customer ID, we can say const new user is equal to await database dot create document. And as we have learned, we first have to pass the database ID, database underscore ID, exclamation mark, then the collection ID in which we want to add it, user collection ID, then the ID of the new document. For that one, we'll use the ID unique to create a new one, and then an object containing all of the information we need. In this case, we'll spread the entire user data. We'll add the user ID of new account user, or I think it's new user account, dot $ID, and we'll also add a Dwolla customer ID as well as a Dwolla customer URL. And all of this information will now forever be tied with our database user. After we create it, we also created session, store it to cookies as before. And finally, we can return parse stringify, but not the new user account, because this is just the accounts stored in the session. Rather, we want to pass over this new user coming directly from the database. Great. Now, very quickly, let's fix this TypeScript error, as it has every right to complain about us. It's saying that argument of type first name optional, which means that it can be either a string or undefined, is not good for first name should be string. Because to create a Dwola customer, having that first name is required. So once again, TypeScript is saving our ass here. So to fix that, we can go back to auth form. And the only reason why TypeScript right now thinks that first name is not there is because to sign up, we're passing the data. And this data has first name optional and last name optional. Instead of that, we'll form a new user data object. So const user data is equal to, and within it, we will just create all of the properties. First name is data.firstname. And we can add an exclamation mark at the end, letting TypeScript know that we know that we'll have that first name there if we are on the sign up. So since the type is sign up, due to our validation, first name has to be there. Let's repeat that for the last name is equal to data.lastname. And we'll have to do it for all the other properties. Address1 will be of value data.address1, exclamation mark. We can then do city of data.city, and you get the idea. State is data.state. Postal code is data.postal code. After postal code, we have date of birth. That'll be data.date of birth with an exclamation mark. SSN is data.ssn. Email is data.email. And finally, password is data.password. For those two, we don't have to add the exclamation mark because they will have to be there anyway, even for sign in. And now, instead of passing the data, we can pass this newly formed user data object, letting TypeScript know that what we pass into signup will surely have those values. And now we can go into the signup params, and we'll have to get rid of all of these question marks at the end, because now for sure we know that they will be there. If we do that, our Dwola create Dwola customer will stop complaining because it knows it's getting all the data it needs to successfully create a Dwola customer. And with that, my friends, we're successfully creating a user account as well as a bank account and adding them as documents within our database. This has been great success so far, or it will be great success once we successfully test it. So let's give it a shot. I will close all of the currently open files, go to AppWrite, database, and I will check whether I currently have any users in the database. And if you check it out, we don't have any user accounts, which is good because so far we didn't even have the function that would generate new documents, but we did save some users into this session. And it looks like somehow some of you already found the link to the application which I'm currently recording, which is quite interesting. Unfortunately, I'll have to delete all of you guys so you can properly test it with new accounts that will now get added to the database. So I'm just going to go through all of these accounts and delete them. You can repeat that process for all of your accounts as well. And all users deleted, and we are ready to give it a shot. We haven't tested our application in so long as we've been just working within our code, so it's possible we'll have to fix a couple of errors first. First, we have to select the Dwola environment, either sandbox or production. If you're still not sure why we're using Dwola, let me take some time to explain it once again. Plaid and Dwola both deal with financial technology, but they focus on different things. Plaid is all about connecting apps with your bank accounts, making it easy to access account info and do things like verify identity. Think of Plaid as a middleman, making it easier for apps and banks to share info securely. Dwola, on the other hand, helps people and businesses send, receive, and request payments, specializing in real-time payments. So while Plaid acts as a bridge between apps and banks for accessing financial data, Dwola is more about facilitating actual money transactions. You would choose to use Dwola when you need to integrate payment processing into your application. And that's what we are doing here. And to fix this error, we'll have to create our Dwola Balance Sandbox account. The link to that will be down in the description. So here you can enter your first name, last name, as well as your business name. If you don't have a business, feel free to enter JS Mastery or anything like that. You can also enter your job title or just say developer, email, password, country, and create an account. Once you do that, you'll have to verify your email. And once you do that, you'll be redirected to the overview. Head over to the left sidebar and click Applications, and then copy the key and the secret. Go back to ENVs and paste them right here. First, we have the key, then we have the secret. After that, we can also add a base URL. This will be a static string of https://api-sandbox.voila.com. Make sure to spell it properly. And then voila env will just be sandbox. Great. Moving back to our application, we can reload, and here we are. We are redirected to sign in, but specifically, we want to head over to sign up. Before we continue with the sign up, let's just hide this connect bank initially. We have added it here before just to test. So back in our auth form, here, we can bring back this if user then show the played link. Because first, we want to create our account, and only then do we want to connect our Dwola and played accounts to it. Now, back on sign up, we can only see the sign up form, and only after we complete all the fields, we'll be able to link our bank account. Look, we wrote a lot of code, haven't tested it in the meantime. Something might break, but let's give it a shot, and then we'll debug on the go. I'm gonna enter my name, my last name as well, my very cool address, and here at this point, we have to start being careful with what we write, okay? Address can be anything, first name, last name, sure. City as well can be anything. But moving forward, state has to have 2 characters. Postal code also has to be around 5. So to be 100% safe that you have valid data here, I would recommend that you copy the same thing that I have. NY for New York, 12345. You have to enter a real date of birth. Let's go with something like 1990. And we can do 1st of January. SSN, I believe in this case, will need to be 4 numbers. Let's do it like that for now. You can enter your email. And you need to enter a 9-character password. And click sign up. It's loading, and it looks like it has failed somewhere. If we open up the terminal, there's an error saying invalid document structure. And specifically, that's coming from AppWrite, and it's telling us that there's an unknown attribute of state. So going back to our AppWrite dashboard, going to databases, bank, users, and then attributes, we can search for state. And it looks like I forgot to create it. So let's just add a new attribute of state, of size 1000, and required. While we're here, we might as well also remove the existing documents or odd sessions. That way we'll be able to try again. We'll also have to remove the customers from Dwola, as it looks like it succeeded in creating one. So let's deactivate the customer and deactivate. And now we can give it another shot. I'm gonna speed up the process of filling this out for you. And let's try to sign up one more time. It's loading and going to our terminal. It looks like we got another invalid structure, this time pointing to a field of password. Oh, and I think I know why this one is happening. If we go to our user.actions.ts and go to the signup form, we're accepting all of the data here. Signup params, and that contains the password as well. But when we're initially passing the user data to the user account right here, we don't want to pass the password in create document. We don't want to add it there. So to ensure that happens, that the password gets left out, what we can do is instead of destructuring the values here, we can destructure them right here at the top by extracting the password first and then spreading out all of the other properties. That will look something like this, and it will be of a type sign up params. Now we can remove the password from here. And I believe everything should be good, as now this user data contains everything besides the password, as we have already extracted it from the user data and then spread out other properties. That's a pretty cool tip. Now, very quickly, let's go back to Dwolla and let's see if our user has been reactivated. It looks like they have been, so we'll have to deactivate that user again, just to be sure. And we can repeat the procedure on AppWrite. This only happens while testing. Now, just before we give it a final try, I remembered there's one more thing we have to do, and it is right here under played link. We never uncommented this part of the code right here. Exchange public token, this is that big function we have created in lib user actions. That's one thing. And the second thing is within user actions, where we have a client underscore name. Here, we're referring to the user.name, but this user is coming from the database. And instead of .name, which is there for the session user, the database user has either first name or last name, but not a name. So if we want to do a client name, we have to do it like this: a template string of user.firstname, and we can also attach a user.lastname to it. Great. With this in mind, I hope everything will work. So let's give it a shot. I'm gonna click sign up. It's loading, and our connect button has a nice shade of blue, which means that it's clickable and it should allow us to connect the bank. Now, I want to pause here for a second and tell you that we have implemented a lot of code and that we had to be precise while implementing it. So I'm not saying that's the case, but it is possible that for you, it didn't work automatically. If it did, that's great. If not, let's figure it out. First, you can open up your terminal and see if you have any immediate errors. They should tell you what's wrong. For example, if you're missing an AppWrite field, or if maybe you misspelled the way that you called a field within AppWrite and then within Visual Studio Code. Another reason why it couldn't work is because maybe you already have an existing account that you forgot to delete, either from AppWrite auth session or from Dwolla, so you can deactivate the account there. And for any other errors, I think now is the perfect time for me to push my code, without the env file of course, and that way you'll be able to compare your and my code line by line and ensure you can proceed and follow along. So let me just go right here to git ignore, and I'm gonna add a .env at the top so it gets ignored. A commit message can be something like implement played link and Dwolla. There we go, that's good. Played link and Dwolla, commit. I'll make sure to remove the env later on so you guys don't get the keys, even though it's all sandbox, so I'm just messing with you. Now that I've done that, I want to give it a shot and see if the code that I pushed actually works. So if I click connect bank, it's loading and we get this beautiful played pop-up allowing us to connect our account. So let's continue. And would you look at this? These are all institutions that we can connect with. These are the most popular US banks, but of course there's many more for different countries. This is a sandbox account though, and we have connected for the US market. So for now we have the US banks. I'll choose Chase and continue to log in. Now you'll have to enter your username and password. And these are coming from Plaid's dashboard. If you go to the left side, developers, and then sandbox, it's user good and pass good. Now, one very important thing is to also go to integrations and search for Dwolla. And here you need to press enable. This will enable that integration and allow you to authenticate your customers' bank accounts for Dwolla. So let's click enable. And now we can proceed with the sandbox username and password. So let's do user_good and password_good and sign in, get code, submit, and you can select the accounts you want to connect with. I will go for checking and saving. and I'll tick all of these boxes and click continue. Yes, we have read the terms and condition and we want to connect account information. Almost done. And success! Your account has been successfully linked to Adrian.js Mastery. Let's continue. And we have been redirected to the dashboard. That is great. We're pulling all the data from our user account, Adrian.js Mastery, and we have connected our first bank account. But right now, there's no way for us to actually see that we have connected it. This right here is a fake number. We have hard-coded it before. And this right here is a fake total current balance. So now is the time that we fetch the data from the bank account, display the total current balance, and also render all the recent transactions. Let's do that next. Things are about to get exciting. Instead of immediately diving into recent transactions, why don't we go ahead and pull any kind of data from our bank? We can do that if we go to App, Root, and then Homepage. Here, we have a total balance box, and we're passing a fake total current balance. So what do you say that right here at the top of our homepage, we fetch real banking data? I'm talking about this thing right here. And just to show you, if we go to our databases and then banks, you should be able to see a complete bank connection data with the account ID, bank ID, access token, even funding source URL, shareable ID, and the user ID connecting it to our user account. All the data is here in AppWrite Cloud, and now we want to fetch it into our application. And we can do that by creating a new actions file right within lib actions called bank.actions.ts. Inside of here, we'll have a couple of actions that will allow us to fetch only the data that we need from our connected bank account. So in the README of this project, you can find the complete bank.actions.ts file. Copy it and paste it right here. Even though it might seem overwhelming, you'll soon start to notice that basically the only thing we're doing here is mapping over the data and returning only the pieces of the data that we actually need on our front end. So let me collapse all of the functions we have here. Get transactions. We also have this get account, get institution, and finally, get accounts. These are the 4 different functions we need, and I'll explain them one by one very soon. You can also notice that some code right here, like this import get transactions by bank ID, has been commented out, as well as some code within those files. I'll explain that soon. For now, it's important that you copy it just as it is from the README of this project. Starting off with get accounts. This returns multiple bank accounts belonging to a specific user. Let's see how does it work. We first get all the banks from the database. And by the way, this function, even though we're importing it, we haven't yet created it, so it doesn't exist. So immediately after I explain how this works, we'll go ahead and code the get banks and get bank within user actions. Moving forward, after we get all the banks, we want to get access to all the accounts within those banks. And this is an asynchronous action happening on multiple calls at the same time. We don't have to fetch all the accounts from one bank and only then transition to fetching all of the bank accounts from another bank. What we can do instead is start fetching all of the accounts from all of the banks at the same time. And we do that using promise.all. After that, we get all the account data. As I said, the reason why I provided this right here is to just save us some time, as the majority of this work is just accessing the properties nested deep within this data object. Accounts.response.data.account0. Accounts response, data, item, institution ID, and so on. And after we fetch all of that data, what I do here is I simply map it to a simple to understand and simple to call object that has only the information we need, such as the available balance, current balance, institution ID, name, official name, and so on. And we get it in camel case instead of this underscore format here, as that is more JavaScript friendly. Also, let's fix the spelling right here. It is shareable ID. And after that, we simply return it. Once we have all the data, we can also get the number of total banks, get the total current balance by adding the total of all of these banks, and then returning all that data to the front end. Great. So now that we have this getAccounts function, let's implement two little helper functions that make it work: getBanks and getBank. We can do that within user actions. So let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Let's start with getBanks by saying export const getBanks is equal to async function, and it accepts a param of user ID to know banks for which user are we trying to get, and that's of a type getBanks props. And of course, it's an arrow function. Then we have a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.log the error. And in the try, we can get banks from the database by first accessing database from the create admin client by saying await create admin client. And then we can get the banks by saying await database dot list documents, and we want to list all the documents from the database with this specific database ID belonging to the bank collection ID. And we can apply a query, which we have to import from node appwrite dot equal user ID belongs within array user ID. So this will ensure that we only fetch the banks belonging to this specific user. This is how you do database querying in appwrite. Finally, we can return a parse stringify of banks.documents. We can now duplicate this function below, rename it to getBank, and from a specific bank, which we can access by targeting a specific document ID, we can extract some additional information. So here, everything is the same, but we're getting a singular bank from a database, from the bank collection ID, but we're going to target by $sign ID that matches the document ID. And that's of a type getBankProps. And here we can return bank.documents 0. So now we have those two additional functions that are going to help make our getAccounts work. After we have that, we are ready to go back to our homepage and put it to use. So here we can say const accounts is equal to await getAccounts, to which we need to pass the user ID of a variable logged in dot $sign ID. And we need to import getAccounts from libbankActions. Then if we don't get accounts like this, we can simply exit out of this function and not return the home page, as that shouldn't happen. And after we have multiple accounts, we can get further data for a singular account by first fetching the ID of that account in the database by saying const appwrite item ID. Here we can make that equal to, in parentheses, ID as string, or accounts data 0 dot appwrite item ID. And instead of accounts data, it's actually accounts dot data. And now that we have the appwrite ID, we can say const account is equal to await get account, inside of which we pass appwrite item ID. And this get account has to be imported from bank actions. We're going to look deeper into that actual function a bit later. But for now, it's important that we have all the necessary data we need to show. So first of all, for the total balance box, we can now pass the accounts dot data. And I notice we're repeating that a lot, like here as well. So maybe we can put that in a new variable on top.
const accounts data is equal to accounts question mark dot data. That way it's going to be a bit easier to access data. And we can use the same thing right here. Total banks will be equal to accounts question mark dot total banks, and total current balance will be equal to accounts question mark dot total current balance. Back in our application, you can see that the ID is not defined right here, and that ID should actually be coming from search params. In Next.js, you get access to the search params right here. And then from search params, you can further destructure the ID and the page, because later on we'll implement pagination. And all of that is of a type search param props. And as you can see, the app is now working and we seem to have $0 in our account. In the right sidebar, we can now also pass the accounts question mark dot transactions. And under banks, we can pass the accounts data question mark dot slice, and we can only show the first two cards, and we can do that like this. Of course, we cannot see it on mobile, but it will be there on desktop. While we're here, why don't we also console log the accounts data as well as the account to see exactly what we're getting back? So console log, I'm going to put it within an object, accounts data as well as account. Let's check out what we get. And I opened it up, and unfortunately cannot read properties of undefined reading the access token. That means that we're having trouble accessing some data about our user. And I also get an invalid query regarding a property of $ID. Interesting. This makes me think that we're trying to query a user from the session instead of a user from the database, because a user from the session doesn't have that ID and the user from the database does. So let's quickly navigate over to user actions. And specifically, let's look into the sign in function. If you compare the sign in to sign up, you'll notice that in the sign up, we also store this session. And it's important to store this session because otherwise when you log in, it'll just immediately log you out. So let's copy this session and cookies set coming from the sign up, and let's put it in the sign in as well, specifically right below this account. We get the session, create email and password login, set it to cookies, and then instead of creating another session, we want to get full user information coming from the database. And we can do that by saying const user is equal to await get user info, to which we can pass the user ID equal to session dot user ID. And just a quick note here, before we proceed, make sure to put the user as the return within the parse stringify. And now this get user info, which is a function that fetches a real user from the database, not from the session, is something we have to create. So right on top of sign in, let's create a new export const get user info, which is an async function that accepts the user ID as the first and only parameter. And we can close it and make it of a type get user info props. Within here, we'll have a very similar code to what we have in our get bank. So we can scroll all the way to the bottom and we can copy the try and catch block from get bank and paste it in get user info. The only difference here is that we're not listing bank documents coming from the bank collection. This time we want to get a user coming from the user collection ID, and we're not querying it by the $ID. Rather, we're querying it by the user ID, which we compare with the user ID, which we're passing through params. And instead of calling it a bank, it's a user, and we're returning user documents 0. So this is a function that returns a database user instead of a session user. We'll also want to use this within the get logged in user, as right now we're just getting the user from the session, but now alongside getting this result from a session, we can also fetch a real user from the database by saying await get user info, to which we can pass the user ID of a value result dot $ID. And then we return that user. Now, as soon as we do that, everything will break. That's because before in our session, we were getting the user.name that combines both the first name and the last name. But the user from the database instead has first name and last name variables or attributes stored separately. So to fix that, we have to go to the search and search for user ? name. And you can see we have used that 2 times in the footer. So we'll have to switch this over to user ? first name. It's also possible that sometimes we called it without a question mark. Yes, we did. 4 times it looks like. So we have to change all of the occurrences from name to first name. We can also do that here, user.first name. In this case, we can also add the last name as well. And right here, when we show it in the cards, instead of showing user.name, we can do user.firstname, make it into a template string, and then also render the user.lastname right after it. As before, the name was combining both the first name and the last name. And I believe that sometimes we also call the user a logged in variable. So if we search for logged in ? name, it looks like there is one instance, and that is this one right here, where now it says guest, but here it's just logged in.firstname now. And successfully, we're getting the user from the database instead from the session. And you can see that here, as well as here. But the most important part is that now we're getting a total current balance that is not 0. Yep, that's right. If we go back to page and check out the console logs that we wanted to check in the first place, now if we scroll to the bottom, we're getting plenty of juicy data. We get all the information about the account, from the available balance to the current balance, institution IDs, names, official names, subtypes, and more. And we also get a list of juicy transactions. These are fake, sandbox, or test transactions created for us by Sandbox Played, so we can play with them. So soon enough, we'll be able to show them right here within the recent transactions. But for now, let's just fix one small bug, and that is that we have only one bank account, at least for now, but here, this donut chart shows 3 separate banks. This is still static data. So let's close all of the currently open files and go over to the donut chart. Here, we have to figure out how to map over our real bank accounts and extract the labels, as well as the data points. We can do that by saying const account names is equal to accounts.map, where we get each individual account, and for each one, we get the current name. Alongside the names, we also need to get its balances by saying const balances is equal to accounts.map, where we get each individual account, and for each one, we extract account.currentBalance. This gives us access to 2 arrays, account names, which we can use as labels, and balances, which we can use the data for the chart. And now we have a single chart that says played checking, which is the name of our account, and it shows the total current balance. After we add more bank accounts, more parts of this donut chart will appear. Perfect. Now we can go back over to our homepage and remove this console log. It has done its job. And we can scroll down
and we can create a component that will render our recent transactions. So let's go to components, create a new component called recent transactions .tsx, and run RAFCE right within it, and then import it as a self-closing tag, recent transactions, right here. Immediately, we know that we'll have to pass some props to it. So let's pass the accounts equal to accounts data. Let's pass the transactions equal to account question mark dot transactions. We saw all of them in that console log. And let's also pass the AppWrite item ID equal to AppWrite item ID. And finally, the page equal to current page. Now this current page variable we haven't yet created. We only have page at the top. But here's a little pro tip. Everything that comes from search params, even though it sounds like it could be a number, is actually a string. So we need to create a new const current page and convert it into a number by saying page as string, or it can be set to 1 by default. And now we're passing over the current page. So now let's go into the recent transactions and accept all of these exciting props. We can do that by destructuring it, getting the accounts, we can get the transactions, which by default can be an empty array if you're not passing any. We get the AppWrite item ID, as well as a page, which by default can be 1. And all of that is of a type recent transactions props. And now, after a long time of writing logic, implementing banking, and more, we can get back to writing some JSX to start forming the table for our transactions. So let's turn this div into a section with a class name equal to recent transactions. Right within it, we can create a new header that will have a class name equal to flex items dash center and justify dash between. Within it, we can render an h2 that will have a class name equal to recent dash transactions dash label, and it will simply say recent transactions. Right below it, we can also display a link component, which we have to import from next link, that will have an href equal to a dynamic template string of / transaction dash history / question mark ID. So we're passing an ID parameter equal to AppWrite item ID. And this is basically the ID of our specific bank account. So if we're looking transactions for bank account played checking, we can navigate over to see the entire transaction history. This link can have a class name equal to view-all-btn, and it can say simply view all. There it is. Now, below this header, we can create tabs. Tabs are layered section of content, also known as tab panels, that are displayed one at a time. And this will be very useful if we want to switch between transactions history of different bank accounts. So for example, here we can have played checking, and here we can have played savings. So let's immediately add tabs to our application by pasting the command into the terminal, npx shatcnui latest add tabs, and we can copy the usage. First, copy the import right at the top, and then copy the tabs. We can paste them right below the header and indent them properly. Let's see how that looks like. Here we have account and password, and you can see that works. But in our case, we want to pass the default value to be equal to AppWrite item ID. So this belongs to one specific bank account.
And instead of 400, we can give it w-full. To tabs list, we can give a class name equal to recent-transactions-tab list. And we can create tab trigger as well as tab content from scratch. So let's start with tab triggers. These are the buttons that allow us to click and switch between certain tabs. So there will be as many triggers as there are bank accounts. So we can say accounts.map, where we map over each account of a type account, and we can have an instant return for each one. So just put parentheses here. For each one of these accounts, as I said, we return a tabs trigger with a key equal to account.id and a value equal to account.appRight item ID. And within it, we can create a very simple bank tab item component. So let's go to components and create a new bank tab item.tsx. And this is a very simple component, which you can find in this project's README, copy it, and then paste it here. Basically, what we're doing is we're accepting the account and this specific appRight item ID. We're checking whether that one is currently active, and based on that active state, we're showing a different class name. We're modifying the URL based on the one that we click. So if we're on the home page, it will have a special ID depending on which bank transactions are we currently looking at. And now we can use that bank tab item, imported from /bank tab item, and to it, we'll need to pass a key as we're mapping over it of account.id. We need to pass the actual account, and we need to pass the appRight item ID, which is equal to appRight item ID. And now you can see this great tab that currently only says plate checking, as that's the only bank that we currently have. As we add more, it'll be very exciting to switch between the two and get completely different transactions for each one. But now that we can switch between those different tabs, it's time that we show or render the tab's content, the meat of the table, the transactions. And we can do that by going below the tabs list and mapping over the accounts by saying accounts.map, where we get each individual account of a type account, and for each one, we return a tab's content. Each tab's content will have a value equal to account.appRight item ID, a key equal to account.id, and a class name equal to space-y-4. And within here, we can show some bank information. It'll be a very simple component similar to bank tab item. So let's create it within the components folder called bankinfo.tsx. And you can find the bank info in the README down below as well. What we're doing here is we're getting all the account information, checking whether it's currently active, doing the same thing as before by modifying the URL if we click on it, changing the colors, but specifically, we just have a lot of JSX where we extract all the information about a specific bank, such as its subtype, also its account name, the account subtype, the current balance, and more. So if I now save this and call this bank info and import it from /bank info, the only thing we have to do is pass the account equal to account, as well as the appRight item ID equal to appRight item ID, which is the ID of the bank account. And in this case, the type of full, as we want to show the full information. And this is it. This is what we were creating: an icon, a title, the balance, and the account type. So as we switch between different accounts later on, once we add multiple, this part will also change, giving us real-time data on each one of the accounts. Now comes the exciting part, which is creating the transactions table. So we can create a new component
right here, and we can call it transactions table.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and we can import that component right below the bank info by saying transaction table coming from /transaction table. The only thing we need to pass to it is transactions equal to transactions. And now we can dive into the table and start implementing it. Of course, we'll use a ShadCN responsive table component, which is simple, sleek, yet it gets the job done. So let's copy the installation command, paste it right here, import all of the components we'll need right at the top, and we can also paste the usage by copying this table and pasting it instead of this div. And we can indent it properly. As soon as we do that, we can see a very simple table. Of course, this data is fake right here, so we're gonna make it real. We don't need a table caption in this case, but to this table header, we'll give a special class name of bg-hash f9 fa fb. I found this color to work good for the header. And then in the table row, we can decide which fields we want. So let's give it a class name of padding x2 to create some space. And the first field can be transaction. We can also expand this a bit so we can see everything in one line. After transaction, we can have some more. So let's delete the existing ones and create new ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. We'll also need the amount of the transaction, as well as the status of the transaction. We'll need the date too, the channel where we're spending that money, and the category as well. The last two will be hidden on smaller devices. So saying maxMD hidden, as we don't have too much space for everything. And now you can see some fields appear right here. Now that we're done with the table header, we need to focus on the table body, where we'll display this actual data. And this table will be highly customizable. We'll be working with different colors, depending on whether it's an income or a deduction. We'll be checking for the status, removing special characters from the name, formatting date and time, and more. So let's remove this fake table row, and let's create some rows of our own. Each row in our table will be one transaction. So we can accept transactions through props by destructuring them. And that's going to be of a type transaction table props. And we can map over the transactions by saying transactions.map, or we get each individual transaction. I'll just shorten it to T, of a type transaction. And for each one, we will open up a new function block. For each transaction, we have to get its status, whether it is processed or pending. And we can do that by saying const status is equal to get transaction status coming from libutils, where we pass a new date of t.date. And if we look into this get transaction status function, we're just working with dates a bit, getting the current date, and we're also trying to get the date 2 days ago, as typically it takes 1 to 2 days to process transactions on this sandbox mode. Of course, once you deploy to production, it's gonna take the usual time for a banking transaction. Typically, that's about 1 working day. So you can play with this and modify it as you will. I left it about 2 days for testing. So after we get the status, we also want to get the formatted amount. And we can do that by saying const amount is equal to format amount, also coming from utils, to which we pass the t.amount. Next, we want to check whether it's a debit card or credit card transaction. which we can do by saying const is debit. And here we check the transaction, or t.type is triple equal to debit. In that case, it is debit. Else, we can duplicate it. And if t.type is credit, then it will be the is credit is true. Great. And now we have all of this starting information needed to render different table rows for each transaction. So right below, we can return a new table row. This table row will have a key equal to transaction, or t.id, and we need to have a new table cell for each one of our table heads. Table head, for example, transaction, has to be the transaction name. Table head for amount has to contain the actual amount. Status will contain status values for each transaction, and so on. So let's render the first table cell. That's a table cell component, within which we can render a div, within which we can render an h1. And there we can render the transaction, or t.name. If we do this, you should start seeing a lot of new transaction rows appear. And many have special characters, which we want to remove in this case. So I've created a special utility function, which we can called remove special characters. And we can simply wrap the t.name within it, and it will remove some special characters. That looks a bit cleaner, doesn't it? Of course, we'll need to style it further, but for now, let's focus on the second table cell. This one will check whether it is a debit, and if it is a debit, then we can prepend a minus sign before the amount. Else, if it is credit, then we want to show the amount, and in other case, we also want to show the amount. The only thing that is different here is that if it's a debit, we are adding a minus sign before, and that gives us all the amounts. So I was wrong before when I said that is debit and is credit is referring to cards. It's actually referring to the fact whether we are adding or subtracting money from our bank account. One table cell below, we can render the status. So that's t.status. Or no, I think we have a status right here. Yep, we're defining it as a new variable. So that will be either processed or pending, or in this case, success or pending. Below that, we can do another table cell where we can render the date of the transaction. We can do that by calling the format date time utility function, to which we pass a new date, inside of which we have the t.date, and we only want to get the date time only. We don't want to get the full date format. So we want to get something like this: Wednesday, April 24th at 2 a.m. And the last two, which will not be visible on mobile devices, that's going to be a payment channel. So that's t.payment channel. And the last one is t.category. So let's duplicate it and say t.category and save. And if we expand our browser, you should be able to see a full table right here. Categories range from travel, payments, food and drink, transfer, and more. And channels are either online, in-store, or other. And very soon, we'll further style our transaction table to look something like this. We'll implement these little chips for processing, subscriptions, deposits, and more. And we'll also color the backgrounds of each row, whether it's processing, successful, or declined. I'll teach you how to truly customize your tables. But for now, even this will do it. We have a homepage that has almost everything on it. It's looking great, and we're fetching real data. So let's finish styling the transactions table to complete the look, and then we'll add a button to add additional bank accounts after our user has been onboarded initially after the signup.
So, continuing where we left off, let's give our rows some backgrounds. We can do that by giving it a class name, and it will be a template string where we check if is debit or if the first character of the amount is equal to a minus sign. In that case, it's a negative transaction. In that case, we can give it a BG of hash FFFBFA, and else we can give it a BG of, in square brackets, hash F6FEF9. If I save this and reload, you can see that now some of these rows have a greenish background, and some of this, where we're spending money, have a red background. This is looking good. Let's also apply some additional styles to any row, and we can make it important and say over colon BG none, and over should be lowercase. Other than that, we can also give it important border -b default, like this. So it will have a default border no matter the color. Let's also style the table cell by giving it a class name equal to max-w 250 pixels, padding left of 2, and padding right of 10. This will create some spacing. Within this div, we can also give it a class name of flex, items-center, and gap of 3. And we can also style the h1 by giving it a class name of text-14, truncate, font-semi-bold, and text-hash 344054. So now the transaction, which is the most important part, is a bit more pronounced. Let's scroll down and let's style the second table cell by giving it a class name equal to padding left of 2, padding right of 10, font-semi-bold. That's looking a bit better. And let's also make it a template string to make it dynamic, like this. And we can give it some special styles depending on whether it's a plus or minus. So basically we can copy the same thing we had here. Is debit or amount is triple equal to minus, in that case we can do something. So let's paste that here within a dynamic block of code. If that is the case, text will be a color of hash F04438, which is a red color, and else the text will be of hash 039855, which is a green color. So now that will look a bit better with the background that we have. Great. Moving down, we can style the next table cell just by giving it a class name of padding left of 2 and padding right of 10 to give it some more space for the status. And we can copy this class name and give it to all other table cells as well. There we go. Now for the date, we can also give it a min-w-32 because it will need some more space for the date. For the payment channel, we can also say capitalize and give it a min-w of 24. And for the category, we can give it on max medium devices hidden. So this will hide it on lower than medium devices. Now, the next thing we can do is create this badge right here, and this one too. We can do that by creating a new component right on the top of the transactions table, and we can call it const category badge. As a prop, we'll be accepting the category of a type category badge props, and here we can return a div with a class name, which will have that dynamic CN coming from libutils, category-badge. Within that div, we'll have another div that will just be a self-closing div with a class name of also CN with size 2 and the rounded dash full. And below that div, we will have a p tag that will have a class name of CN as well. You'll soon see why, with a text of 12 pixels and font dash medium, and it can say category. Now, if we save this, we can use this category badge just below in some of these table cells, such as for the status. So here we can render a self-closing category badge, and we can pass a prop of category is equal to status. And we can also call it right here at the bottom for the actual category. And to it, we can pass category as t.category. Now, if we call it, you should be able to see that it will appear in two places. Here, status, as well as category badge, which we cannot really see right now. So if I expand it a bit, there we go. You can see that badge right here as well. So now let's style it further depending on the color we're working with. And this color will come from the transaction category styles. So each transaction has its own styles. So we can say const and destructure some values from transaction category styles coming from constants, where we go into a specific category, or we simply choose a transaction category styles dot default. So this is something I've created before within the constants, where we simply have different categories like food and drink, payment, bank fees, and so on, and each one gets a different color. In this case, it's complaining about TypeScript, so we have to say category as key of type of transaction category styles. This way it knows that we're passing category, which will be one of these existing categories. And then we can extract these four things from it: border color, background color, text color, and chip background color. So let's destructure them right here. Add commas. And now we can add them right here as the second parameter of cn. For the first div, we can give it a border color as well as a chip background color. For this inner div, we can give it a background color. And for the p tag, we can give it a text color. And if we do this, you should be able to notice that success will now be green. We don't have any other states right now. Later on, we'll have pending. And then you can notice travel is blue, payment is green, food and drink is red, and so on. And if I expand it, this is our table. Looking great. Let's just quickly do something for the travel as well, as I notice that we're missing a travel category. So if I go into the transaction category styles, let me show you how we can modify this. I will duplicate success. For the background color, we can give it something like BG Blue 500. For text, it can be text blue 700. And then for the border, we can do some kind of a blue color. Let's do this one of #0047AB, and this will be for the travel category. If I do this and go back and fix this space right here, this is now looking great. Now, let's quickly figure out how we can add multiple bank accounts so we can then switch between different transaction lists right here on the homepage. To achieve that, we just have to use our played link component we have created and used on the onboarding. We have to use it in a couple more places. So first of all, let's use it in our sidebar. Specifically, if we scroll down here where it says user, we can actually call the played link component coming from /played link. Make sure that you use the one that we have created. So this is the one coming from played link. And you'll need to pass the user is equal to user. And with that, we can go into it. And notice that now we're not passing a variant. So variant is now not the primary one, but rather we have these different like ghost and a regular button. So let's go ahead and style them together. In the sidebar case, we're not passing anything as the variant, so we're looking at this button right here. Let's give it a class name equal to played link -default, and it will also do the same thing. It will be on click is equal to, and then here we can have a callback function where we call the open function. And as a matter of fact, we can copy this over and move it to this button as well in the ghost variant. But this time it will just have a variant equal to ghost. and the class name will be playedLink Ghost. Next, alongside simply saying connect bank, we can also render an image coming from next image. We can give it a source equal to /icons /connect-bank.svg with an alt tag of connect bank, a width of 24, and a height of 24. Finally, below that, we can render a p tag that will say connect bank, and we can give it a class name of text-16 within square brackets, font-semi-bold, and text-black-2. And while we're here, we can basically duplicate this image and the p tag and add it within the ghost button too. But here, our text will be hidden, usually, and it will show on extra large devices, as we have more space to show it. With that in mind, we don't need this style string, now that I notice it, and you should be able to see this connect bank button appear on the bottom. Let's give it a shot, and let's try to connect a second bank account. Let's click continue. Let's go with Chase again. Continue. Use the user good and pass good credentials. So that's user good and pass good. Let's continue. And instead of checking, I think we can choose some different ones, like maybe savings. And continue. And going back to the app, we can see success. So if we continue and reload, it looks like the account wasn't added. And if we scroll up, it looks like there's an error saying duplicate resource. And this error seems to be coming from Dwola right here. Creating a funding source failed, duplicate resource. Bank already exists. Oh, but it's possible that this error is actually right. We try to add Chase again, and we already have a played Chase account. So if we go back, you can see that maybe it just took some additional time because our second account indeed got added. We have played checking, and now we have played savings too. We can see a couple of things change. First of all, bank accounts number is 2. Second of all, in this donut chart, we can now see played savings and played checking. Then we can see 2 cards on the right side. And finally, we can see 2 different tabs on this tabs layout where we can switch between played savings, which should load its own transactions, and played checking. But it looks like switching to played savings doesn't load up anything initially. Or it is possible that it just took some time to load them, as when I switched to played checking to played savings, now it works and you can switch through it very quickly. This is looking great. And now that we have this great looking recent transactions table, what do you say that we use it within the transactions history? That's a second page that can show us even more details. So let's open up that page that is under transaction history, and let's start implementing it. To get started with our transaction history page, we can first wrap everything in a section with a class name equal to transactions. Right within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to transactions-header. And within it, we can render a custom component called header box, which we have created before. So we can give it a prop of title equal to transaction history, and we can also give it a subtext equal to see your bank details and transactions. And immediately this will look much better. See how cool it is to create a custom component system that you can then reuse on different pages. Below this div, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to space-y-6, and another div within it that will have a class name equal to transactions-account. So right now we're creating a box that will show us our account details. Within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a gap of 2. And within it, we can have an h2 that will render the account name. So to be able to get the correct account details, we need to know which account are we trying to get the information for. And we can get that from search params by destructuring search params from props and destructuring the ID and the page from it. This will be of a type search param props. Then we can do similar things that we've done on our homepage, where we're trying to extract bank data. We can essentially copy most of this information here. And if we copy it one more time, then it might be a good idea to turn it into a custom hook. But for now, I'll simply paste it here. We're getting the current page. We're getting the logged in user, which we need to import from get logged in user. We're getting the accounts by importing it from accounts. And we need to make the function async since we're using await. Finally, we need to import the get account. And now if we scroll down within this h2, we can render the account $.data.name. And would you look at that, it says played checking. Let's further style that h2 by giving it a class name of text-18, font-bold, and text-white. That's much better. And below it, we can have a p tag that will show the account $.data.official name. So this will contain the full name of the bank account. And we can give it a class name equal to text-14, text-blue-25. So now this will make it look a bit better. Played gold standard 0% interest checking. And below that, we can show the same dots that we have in our bank card. I'm talking about these ones right here. So let's copy this p tag containing those dots. And let's paste it below this p tag. And instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, in here, we can render the account $.data.mask. This will contain the last 4 digits. In this case, it's 4 zeros. Below this div containing the p tag, we can have another div for the balance. So let's create a div with a class name equal to transactions dash account dash balance. And within it, we can have a p tag that will say current balance with a class name equal to text-14. Right below it, we can have another p tag with a class name equal to text-24, text-center, and font-bold. And within here, we can display format amount, which is a utility function, to which we pass the account $.data.current balance. And of course, let's properly close it right here. And you should be able to see the total amount, 110. And finally, going 2 divs down, we can render a section that will have a class name equal to flex, w-full, flex-call, and a gap of 6. And right within it, we can reuse our transaction table component. So let's just call it like this, and let's pass it the props it needs. So it looks like it needs transactions equal to, and that'll be account $.transactions. And would you look at that, we have our table right here, which looks good even on mobile devices. We can scroll through it with our finger, and we can see the account information of this specific account. Later on, we'll add the possibility to navigate from the home page to the transaction history to check the details of each specific accounts. And I think we can make it work right off the bat if we make this view all button work. So if we search our code base for view all, you'll see we refer to that in our recent transactions. And here, what we're trying to do is we're redirecting to exactly this new page we have created with this specific ID, with the ID of the bank that we're currently looking at. So if we're on played savings,
And if we click View All, you can see that now we're looking at played savings with a silver standard of 0.1, ending in 111 with a current balance of 210, and we can see old played savings transactions. Let's also check that in full screen because it looks much better, as most of the dashboards look better on full screen. And if we go back to Home and click View All on the played checking, you can see that now we get the details and transactions for the played checking account. This is great. And I'm sure that now you can see that implementing this additional page of transaction history was much easier than what you might have thought. And that's because we have laid out the foundation in terms of the design language with this header box, and also we have created the reusable transaction table. Next, let's focus on implementing My Banks. This will be an interesting page where we can display different cards belonging to different bank accounts. And as you might guess, we'll reuse our existing card component. So let's close this up and let's go to My Banks page and let's implement it by turning it into a section with a class name equal to Flex, a div with a class name equal to My Banks that is wrapping yet another reusable header box, this time with a title of My Bank Accounts and a subtext equal to effortlessly manage your banking activities. Let's see how that looks like. There we go. That is great. Right below it, let's create a div to create some vertical spacing with a class name equal to space-y-4 and an h2 equal to class name of header-2 that will say your cards. Okay, that's good. Right below it, we can create a div that will act as the wrapper for our bank accounts. So let's give it a class name of flex, flex-wrap, and a gap of 6. And within it, we want to map over our accounts. And that's going to be similar to what we're doing in the homepage. We first want to get our logged in user, and we want to get access to accounts. So let's copy these two lines and paste them at the top. Of course, make the page async and import get logged in user and get accounts. Now, right within here, we can first check whether we have the accounts. And if we do, then do the accounts.data.map, where we map over each account of a type account. And then for each one, we return a bank card, which we have to import from components bank card with a key of account.id, an account equal to A, and username equal to logged in (first name). Let's save it. And would you look at that? 2 new cards appear. We can go into the bank card, and instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, we can access a specific account, access the data, and then access the, I believe it was mask. We use that within our transaction history, right? It is account data mask. So here we can use that too. Or no, in this case, it's just account.mask because we're already destructuring the data. So now this one is 000, this one is 1111. We can also give this card a min width. So something like min-w- let's do 300 pixels. Or maybe we can do 350. Let's see. Yeah, this is way too much. I think 325 should do the trick. So that way they're all of the same width. There we go. This is better. And as we used right here in the page, Flex Wrap, they're all wrapping, which looks great for mobile devices. But even on desktop, they're going to wrap horizontally, which looks great. Right now, we only have 2 bank accounts. And if you click on this bank account, check this out. Currently, it leads you to the homepage, but we can make it lead to transaction history. And now that I look at it, on the homepage, we don't want our cards to expand this much. So going back, I will remove this min width for now. And instead of making the card point to the homepage, we can make it point to a dynamic template string of transaction-history / ID is equal to account.appWrite item ID. So now I can show you what I meant. Even from the homepage, if you click on one of these cards, you will be redirected to the account history for that specific account. And if you go to My Banks, you can also navigate to each one of your bank accounts by clicking on that account card. Let's go with this 111, and immediately we're there. And we can also go to this one, and that looks great too. So as you can see, this was easier than you might have anticipated. But on the design, we also have this line, or at least we should have the link to copy the ID of this account in case you want to share it to a friend so that they can send you some money. So going back to the bank card, right here at the bottom, we can add the ability to copy that ID. So only if show balance is set to true, then we can create a new component called copy.tsx. And inside of here, you can copy and paste the copy code from the README of this project. And the reason why I'm giving this to you is because it contains some SVGs, which would be very hard to write manually. You never write SVGs manually. Basically, the only thing that this is doing is it copies the ID to the clipboard. So now here, we can display a self-closing copy component, which we can import from /copy. And as the title, we'll pass it the account dot or question mark dot shareable ID. So if we go back, check this out. The copy link is here, but unfortunately we cannot see the ID. So if we go into the copy, we have the button here, and then we have this P tag with a text black. So let me see if I type something here like test. Will it show? It indeed does show. So that means that this title is not properly being read as we pass it here. Shareable ID. Let's see why our account doesn't contain a shareable ID as it should be there. We're calling this bank card from a few places, and we are passing the account. This is on the home page, but specifically here from the right sidebar, we are also passing the account. So let's simply console log the account right here within the bank card. It's a server component, so it should appear here. And it looks like we have a lot of stuff, and one of these things is indeed a shareable ID. But for some reason, it's not getting passed to copy as a shareable ID. So let's copy the title right here, console.log title. This will be on the client side. So if I go here and inspect, go to the console, and the title is undefined. And I just noticed that I misspelled the shareable ID right here. So the way we're saving it into the database is wrong. It's shareable ID. We definitely have to fix that. But for now, I will just pass it like that there. Shareable ID. That is misspelled. So if I do it that way, you can see that now it appears here. So make sure that wherever you're adding that shareable ID, it has to be spelled properly. For the time being, I'm going to leave it as it is. And now we can copy the ID of each bank account, which will be incredibly useful within the transfer funds page. That is a very exciting page. It is basically a very detailed form that will allow us to choose your own bank account from one of the attached accounts, add a note, and then add bank details of the recipient and the amount. So you'll be able to transfer money from one account to another. So what do you say that we implement this form right here that we can see, and then we can hook it up with the functionality and make it work. This is the last big feature in our application. So we can close all of the currently open files and navigate over to the transfer page. Right within the transfer page, we can turn this into a section, and we can give it a class name equal to payment-transfer. And within here, we can render a header box, which we can import from components header. We can pass it a title equal to payment-transfer, as well as a subtext equal to please provide any specific details or notes related to the payment transfer, and save. This is looking better already, and right within it, we'll create a new section with a class name equal to size-full and padding top of 5. And here, we want to create a new component, a second form. The reason why we don't want to just start creating a form within here is then this page wouldn't be able to be server-side, as forms require interactivity, which requires us to turn it into a client-side component. So what we have to do here is go to our components and create a new component called payment transfer form.tsx. And this is the second form we'll create alongside our existing auth form. Remember, when creating the auth form, we almost had the entire masterclass on how to work with ShadCN forms, custom inputs, and more. We also learned about initializing the form using the use form from React Hook form and more. So what we'll do for this form is you can find the complete file in the README of this project, copy it, and paste it here. After you paste it, you'll see that this is a long form, about 250 lines of code. Now, immediately, if you've been following along carefully, you'll notice one thing that jumps out. And that is that here, we're not reusing our custom input field, but rather we have all of them coded separately one by one. And I have purposefully left this here for you to see the difference and maybe, just maybe, give you the opportunity to refactor this to use our custom inputs. For example, here you can see a shareable ID. You might want to use a custom input here and then refactor that. It's up to you. Either way is fine. For now, I will leave it like this. And if you want to, you can practice a bit more to turn all of these into reusable custom inputs. I think you can definitely cut about 100 lines from this file just by doing that. Now, let's scroll to the top and let's see whether we have all the imports. Another file that is attached to our form is a bank dropdown. So let's quickly create it by going to Components, create a new component called bank dropdown.tsx. It'll also be linked in the README of this project, so copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice that you'll have to install the select component coming from ShadCN. So let's do that. npx ShadCN UI latest, add, select, and also for the form, you'll have to add a text area because we haven't used it before. So you can install those two packages. Once you do that, you can fix the import for the bank dropdown, and then we can implement a server action needed to get bank details for a specific account by going to lib user actions, scrolling all the way down to the bottom, duplicating our get bank, and turning it into get bank by account ID, where now it doesn't accept a document ID, it's accepting the account ID, and that'll be get bank by account ID props. Then we query by the account ID, and we pass the account ID as the variable with which we're querying. We can also do a quick check and say if bank.total is not equal to 1, that means that we can return null as the bank doesn't exist. So now we have this get bank by account ID server action, and that leaves us with only one error right here, create transaction. We'll focus on this later on once we can actually see our form. So for now, I want to comment that out. And I want to comment out the place where it's being used. New transaction right here. This will be the last part of our course where I'm going to teach you how to make a transfer from one account to another one. But for now, let's actually use this form right within our page. That'll be payment transfer form. And to it, we have to pass our accounts. These contain data for all of our bank accounts, so we can choose from which one we want to send the money from. To do that, we can quickly jump into the home page, and we can copy this logged in and accounts, as well as this no accounts return and accounts data, as this right here will give us access to the accounts data we need. We can also make this transfer async, as now we're having some await fetches here. And we can also import these two server actions we have created before. You can see how simple it is now that we have already done it before. And now we can pass the accounts and make it equal to accounts data. If you save that, you should be able to see a form that looks great on mobile devices. And since this is a dashboard type of an application, it looks even better on desktop. The only thing that's looking a bit weird is this select source bank, which is kind of missing the background. So let's quickly go into the bank dropdown. And this file is basically just a glorified SHA-CN select component where you can choose between different bank accounts. We have two. So right here under select trigger, let's give it a BG of white. And also under select content, we can also give it a BG of white. If we do that, it's going to look more similar to other inputs, and this will look much better. So from here, you can select a source bank. You can also enter other information such as transfer node, the email address, and most importantly, receiver's played shareable ID. And then finally, the amount you want to send over. But for this to work, we have to go back to our payment transfer form, uncomment everything that has to do with create transaction at the top as well. And we need to create a new file called libactions transaction.actions. So let's do that right here in libactions transaction.action.ts. And in this case, we need a create transaction server action. So let's create it by saying export const create transaction, which is equal to an async function that accepts the transaction, or at least the transaction data. That's going to be of a type create transaction props. We can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can console log the error. And in the try, we can get access to the database by calling create admin client. And once we have that, we can create a new transaction in the database by saying await database.create document. And we have to pass, first of all, the database ID. And we need to get those things from environment variables. I believe we have already used that within user actions. Yep, here they are. So let's copy those envs, use them right here at the top of the transaction action file too. And first we need to pass a database underscore ID. Then we have to pass a transaction underscore collection underscore ID. Then we need to get the ID from node appwrite and call the unique ID to generate a new ID. And finally, we need to form an object where we define some additional data, like the channel of online, category of transfer. So we're defining our own category. And then we can spread out the rest of the transaction data. But first of all, you'll notice something interesting. And that is that here, we're not referring to the bank collection or the user collection. We are referring to the transaction collection. And that's a special collection which we haven't yet created within appwrite. So let's do that now.
Let me just first import it properly here. Transaction collection ID, appright underscore transaction collection ID. I think we did add that environment variable within our envs. Yeah, that's correct. It's here, but we didn't yet define the attributes that this transaction should have within the database. So back in the appright dashboard, let's go to databases, bank, transactions, and then attributes. Each one of our transactions will have a string of name, size 100, and it'll be required. It'll also have the amount, which will also be a string. So let's do amount of a size 100 and required. Let's also do a channel. So through which channel are we sending that money? It's going to be online, and that's also required. Next, we have a category, also of a type string. So we can say category with a size of 100 and required. Then we need the sender ID. So this is the ID of the sender of the transfer. Let's make this a bit larger, like 1000, in case the ID contains multiple characters. We'll also need a receiver ID. So this transaction is kind of like a bridge between the sender and the receiver with a size of 1000 and required. And also, we need a sender bank ID of size 1000 and required. And finally, we also need a receiver bank ID with a size of 1000 and required. The last thing, which could be optional, is the email. So the email that we can potentially use to send them updates about the transaction process. Let's make that 100, required, and create. And now we have a transaction model for the transactions collection. So we can finally create this new transaction, and we will just return it by saying parse stringify, and then pass over the new transaction that we have just created. Let's go back to payment transfer form, and no longer should this be red. Let's just make sure that we're importing it from a proper file, /actions /transaction dot its action. Okay, let me see that. If I go here, it's supposed to be transaction.actions. So let's add an S at the end. That's good. And we can add an S in the import right here as well. Great. And if I go back to localhost, I get this weird error, which isn't telling me much, but it's saying that it cannot resolve FS, which stands for file system. And usually that can be found in node applications or any kind of server applications. So that makes me think that, oh, I forgot to make this file a use server. So server actions file. If we do this, now create transaction is a server action, and no longer should it complain. And as you can see, our homepage is looking great. Let's move over to transfer funds. And I believe we have everything we need to send some money. So let's try sending money from one of our accounts to a different one. Let's send money from Plate Checking to Plate Savings by copying this shareable ID, going to transfer funds. I'm going to add a node saying test transaction or test transfer. I'm going to enter the email address, paste the shareable ID, and enter the amount. Let's do something like $10 and click transfer funds. Now, in this case, it says that I didn't select a valid bank account, and I think it's saying it because we need to add decimal points too. So I'm going to add 10.00. And I'll click transfer funds one more time. No more validation errors, and looks like the form got cleared. And we got redirected to the homepage, which is always a good sign.
And even after reloading, unfortunately, nothing seems to be happening here. Well, taking a quick look at the transactions collection in Appright database, we can indeed see one document, test transfer of the amount 10, which is a transfer from sender ID to receiver ID, sender bank, receiver bank. Everything looks good here. So the Appright part is good, but the plate stuff is not good. And I think I know why. Back in bank actions, we have commented out the part where we fetch the transactions by bank ID. But even though we're not fetching them yet, they should have been sent, right? Because here we're creating the Appright transaction, but just above, we're creating a real transfer using Dwolla. So how can we verify that a payment has indeed happened? Well, let's go back to Dwolla's dashboard. Here, under transactions, I would have expected that some of the transactions will appear here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, you have to go to the customers and then enter a specific user. In there, you can see all of the transactions. And I did add 2 additional ones as I was testing. So now I have 3. In your case, there should be 1. You can see all the details about that transaction. So what we can do next is go to bank actions, uncomment this get transactions by bank ID, and also uncomment the part where we call that function, which is right here. Here, we try to get transfer transactions from Appright. So let's go to transaction actions and let's implement that function that allows us to fetch them. We can start by duplicating the create transaction just below, and we can rename it to get transactions by bank ID, and also the props will be get transactions by bank ID props. Instead of the transaction, we get the bank ID as the first and only parameter. And instead of creating a new transaction, we want to fetch some transactions. First of all, we want to send sender transactions. So we know which transactions did we send. So sender transactions are the transactions where we try not to create the document. So let's delete that. Rather, we call the database.list documents. First, we have to add the database ID, specifying which database we want to get documents from, then the transaction collection ID, from which collection, and then we can form the query .equal, where we're comparing the sender bank ID if it's equal to the bank ID we want to query for. And of course, we have to import query from Node Appright. And this bank ID has to be destructured right here at the top. So it has to be within an object sign. Great. Now, after we get sender transactions, we also want to get receiver transactions. So we can duplicate it and say receiver transactions. We're going to also check for the same bank ID, but this time we're going to compare it with receiver bank ID. Make sure to spell it properly. And once we get all of that, we can merge it together by saying const transactions is equal to an object where the total is equal to sender transactions dot total plus receiver transactions dot total. And as the second parameter, we can pass all the documents by combining it into an array and spreading both the sender transactions as well as the receiver transactions right within it. In this case, we want to spread the documents of both of these. So it will be sender transactions documents and also receiver transactions documents. And finally, we can return parse stringify transactions. Amazing. Now back in bank actions, we now have access to this function. We are calling it here, which is giving us access to all of these transfer transactions. And the last thing we have to do is when we're mapping over these transactions, we have to add them to the list of the old transactions. And we can do that by uncommenting this line that says const all transactions are the existing transactions, all of the sandbox fake ones, plus the transfer transactions, both the sender and the receiver ones. We sort through them and we send them over to the front end. Great. So now if we go back to the home page, would you look at that? I have 3 processing transactions. In your case, you should have 1 that were done right now, and they're of a category transfer. Now keep in mind, your bank balance won't change yet. It will take 1 to 2 days for the transfer to take effect, exactly as how real bank transfers work. And if we switch over to played saving, you can notice that here we also have the new transactions, but this time they're green, as we're adding money to the savings account and sending it from the checking account. Job well done. Now, another quick improvement we can do is adding pagination to our recent transactions list. Right now, we have too many. Nobody wants to load that much or look at that much. So let's implement pagination. Right at the bottom of recent transactions, below the transactions table, we want to create a new component. So let's go to the components and create a new pagination.tsx. And we've implemented pagination on many videos in this channel. But we have explored absolutely all advantages of doing server-side pagination and filtering within this video, Build a Car Showcase application. So I highly advise you to check it out if you want to improve your server-side rendering, filtering, and pagination game. With that said, you can find the complete pagination component in the README of this project. So copy it and paste it here. It's basically 2 buttons that when you click them, they modify the URL bar that then contains the value of the page right there. I'll show you how it works as soon as we import it within recent transactions. So let's import it right here, pagination, coming from pagination, and we'll only show it if we actually have more pages than 1. So we can comment it out for now, and we need to do some math regarding pages. First, we need to decide how many rows will we show per page. So we can say const rows per page, and that'll be equal to 10. Then we can do the math and figure out how many total pages there are by saying total pages is equal to math.ceil, and then we simply want to divide the number of transactions, so transactions.length, with the rows per page. That's going to give us the total number of pages. Next, we want to kind of take a span between one point and another point, A and B, to figure out which segment do we want to show. Like, say you have 3 pages, from 0 to 10, from 10 to 20, and from 20 to 30. You want to know on which page you're on, and we can do that by getting access to the index of the last transaction you've showed on the previous page and the index of the first transaction on that page. So let's get access to these indexes by saying const index of last transaction is equal to page times rows per page. That's pretty simple, right? This is the last one we have seen so far. Then we need to get the index of the first transaction by saying index of first transaction is equal to index of last transaction minus rows per page. And once you have that, you can fetch the transactions which you want to show now. So const current transactions is equal to transactions.slice, and you want to show the ones starting from the index of first transaction going all the way till the index of last transaction. Great. And now we can go to the pagination, we can uncomment it, and we can pass it all of these great props, such as the number of total pages equal to total pages, and the existing page equal to page. So if we go back right now and we reload on our localhost 3000, you should be able to still see all the transactions, but now the pagination is there. So how can we only show the transactions that need to be there for that specific page? Well, we can do that by passing only the current transactions to the transactions table. Current being the ones we can see on the current page. So current transactions. If we save that, we'll only be able to see 10 at the start. There we go, 10. And now we can use the next button to see the next 10. There we go, a bit more green stuff right here. That's always good. And we can also go to the third page. Great. And you can see the third page doesn't even have more than 10. So we know that we have reached the end and the next button is disabled. And you can see that because the URL bar says $page is equal to 3. And if you go back to 2, it will also switch to 2. Great. We can also use this pagination within the transaction history. It's going to be even more useful then, as this is a large table. So let's navigate over to transaction history. That's a page. And right below the transaction table here, we can basically show the same thing we have shown in the homepage. So let's go to the recent transactions. And before we copy it, let's quickly fix this pagination by only showing it if there's more than one page. And we can do that by checking for the number of total pages and checking that it's more than one. If that is the case, we want to show a div with a class name equal to margin y of 4 and w-full, and you can then put the pagination within it. And now we can copy this part, the total pages, as well as the pages math we have done before, and we can paste it over within the transaction history right below the transaction table. At least that's where the pagination goes, and the math will, of course, at the top of the page. So let's simply paste it here. But this time, the transactions will be account (transactions). That's looking better. And don't forget, we also have to extract the page from the search params. And we're doing that right here at the top, so that's good. Let's also import pagination from /pagination or from components pagination. And let's pass the current page to the pagination. The current page in this factor is a numbered version of the search params, which is just a string. So we always want to do some math with a number. So we can also use the current page here. If we do that, you can see the pagination at the bottom, but as before, we'll have to filter out and only show 10 per page. So to do that, to our transaction table, we can pass the current transactions. These are only the ones we should be able to see on a specific page. And immediately, this will feel much better. Wonderful job. Pagination is there too. Now, one bug, or let's call it a mistake I noticed, is that if you go to My Banks, you can notice that now it says Adrian here on top, or maybe your name, and also Adrian here on the bottom left. Actually, that should say the name of the bank. So let's make it say the bank name by going to the bank card. And then right here at the top, instead of rendering the username, we can render the account.name, the name of the bank account. That'll make much more sense than the card that says Adrian. And now we can see played checking and played saving. Looking good. Now let's go back to the home page and let's add the last missing piece of the puzzle. That is the categories right here below the banks. If I open up the design and if we check out our homepage, you can see my budgets. And here we can see how much money we have spent on specific categories. So let's go to the right sidebar and scroll all the way down below the bank card. Below these two pairs of parentheses and curly braces, we can create another div, which will act as the wrapper for our categories. We can give it a class name equal to margin top of 10, flex, flex-1, flex-col, so they appear one below another, and a gap of 6. We can then wrap it with an h2, that will have a class name equal to header-2, and it will say top categories. As in, you like this so much, you're spending the most money on it. So now you should be able to see top categories in the right sidebar. And there it is. And below the h2, we can create another div with a class name equal to space -y-5. And within it, we can map over our categories. But where are we going to get these categories from to know how much we're spending? Well, that will be one utility function that we have created before, to which we can pass all the transactions. So we can say const categories of a type category count array is equal to count transaction categories coming from libutils, to which we pass all the transactions. Once you do that, we can map over the categories by saying categories.map. And for each category, we can also get the index. And for each one, we'll return a new self-closing category component with a key of category.name, as they're all unique, and we'll pass the entire category. Of course, this will break the app right now, as we haven't yet created the category component. So let's create it by creating a new category.tsx file, inside of which we can run rafce. And back in here, we can import category from /category. Moving into the category, we'll just have to write some light TSX code here to form the look and feel of it. And I want to invite you to do this on your own. So first, let's get access to the category through props of a type category props. And let's console log it to see what we're getting. Or even TypeScript can let us know what is there by diving into the interface. And we can see that we should have a name, count, and total count. So let's simply render the category dot name and see if it's there. Right now, we don't seem to be getting any categories. So what we can do is we can console log categories right here at the top of our right sidebar. This is a server-side file, so we should be able to see them here as soon as we reload the page. And it looks like we get back an empty array. Let's see what that is about. Maybe the list of transactions we're passing to the right sidebar was the mock list that we created before. Let's see. We're calling the right sidebar right within our homepage. And to it, we're passing accounts.transactions. Instead, it should have been account.transactions. That is much better. So now, if we close this, I don't think we even need to console log it. Immediately, we get a list of 4 of the most common categories that we spend money on: travel, food and drink, transfer, and payment. So let's remove the console log, go into the category, and you can replicate the UI that you see on Figma. This is the one I'm talking about. So it's a rectangle with an icon with some kind of a slider component going until the end. And let me give you a hint. That will actually be a progress component coming from Chat.cn. And then you can enter some kind of money left right here for how much you want to spend on. All of this is coming from the category itself. In this case, since we've already done a lot of work in this video, I'll provide you with the complete category in the README of this video. But of course, I invite you to code it yourself first. And since I've imported it, I'll also have to add a Chat.cn progress. So let me do that. By running Chat.cn UI latest add progress. And once it's there, everything should work flawlessly. It got installed, but I noticed that here in this file, we're using export const and not export default. Again, it's either way, but whatever you choose, you have to import it in the proper way here. So since the import is the default import, we can just export it at the bottom as the default export by saying export default category. That should resolve the latest error that I can see here. And we get a beautiful top categories part, but we seem to be missing some sliders here. What's up with that? You can see that ChatCN's progress component is complaining about not wanting the indicator class name, only just a single class name. And this is the perfect opportunity for me to show you how we can further style ChatCN components. I'm gonna dive into it, and I will accept an additional prop of indicator class name, and I will add it to this progress primitive indicator by wrapping this with CN, passing all of this as a regular class, and then as the second parameter, we can render the indicator class name. If you do this, some of these additional styles will add the progress and make it look exactly how we want it to look. This is great, and our app is looking amazing. And what's always the last step? It's deployment. Yep, that's right. We've reached that point in the video. This was a long one, but if you're here, you've made it. If you stayed until the complete end, you are in the minority. It means you're serious about learning and improving your development skills. So leave a comment down below and let me know. But with that said, let's proceed with the deployment. I will do one final commit and say something like finalize the app. Here we implement everything else from the latest commit. So let's press commit and let's sync the changes. Once you do that, you can head over to vercel.com. As you can see, I have many projects right here, some of which are YouTube videos in the making, such as this portfolio website, which is coming soon. Some of them are projects that our own entire development team is working on, such as this course platform that we just recently updated. This is how it looks like. I hope you like it and I hope that it feels great. I'm looking to add some free preview features soon enough. But yeah, this is a pro platform where you can watch the latest Next.js course, which I would recommend if you want to dive deeper into server-side rendering. And yeah, we've spent a lot of time building it, and I would love it if you would check it out. Other than that, on Vercel, we also have some projects from teams and individuals attending the masterclass, which is our 4-month bootcamp where we prepare developers to land high-profile development careers. With that in mind, let's just add a new project for what you've been working so hard on this video. I'm gonna add a new project, and I'm gonna import it straight from a Git repo by clicking import. If it's not here, you might wanna push it like we did at the start of this course. It's banking with a framework preset of Next.js, and the last thing we have to do is modify the environment variables. Thankfully, we've been keeping good track of them, so if you go to your code base, go to envs, we have next, appright, played, voila, and more. For now, we can basically copy all of them and just paste them all here. The only thing that we'll have to change later on is this value of the next public site URL, as we don't know what that will be yet. So we'll have to do it after the first build. So let's scroll down and let's click deploy. Fingers crossed it gets deployed properly the first time. And I'll be right back in a minute. And it looks like TypeScript gave us an error. And that's okay. TypeScript is always here for us to save our ass. But in this case, we have purposefully left shareable ID misspelled because we have misspelled it once again before. So we love working with TypeScript during development, but we can now just suppress its warnings during build. You can do that by going to next.config.mjs, and here you can say TypeScript within an object, ignore build errors, set to true, as well as ESLint, ignore during builds is set to true as well. And now you can simply push that once again by going to source and then saying modify next config to suppress TypeScript during build. Commit and sync changes. As soon as you do that, your app should try to redeploy on its own. So if you go here to projects, you should be able to see banking, and you can see building once again, this latest commit. So let's wait until it gets built, or maybe until it fails one more time. And it looks like it broke one more time, which is totally okay. It is a very big application, and this is our first real production deployment or build, so it's completely normal. First of all, two things. We're missing the Sentry auth token. We'll add that later on once we fully and successfully deploy our application. But second of all, we have another issue, an error saying dynamic server usage, route transaction history, and all of the other routes couldn't be rendered statically because it used cookies. And then it points to this error message. The fix for that could be to go to the layout, this root layout right here, and at the top, add another directive. Export cons dynamic is force dynamic. So this will always try to get dynamic data when it can, and therefore it will not try to render it statically, okay? So this is just one quick push, which we can add here and say add force dynamic. And let's see if we have more luck with that. As before, a commit will trigger a redeployment. So let's go to banking. And you can see it is building one more time. And it got deployed. That's great. So let's do two quick things before we check it out. And that is go to project and click visit. This will lead you to your URL. In this case, it's a bankingjet.vercel.app. So make sure to copy this URL without the sign-in part. Go back to Vercel, to your project, go to settings, and then environment variables. And you'll have to modify this next public site URL from localhost 3000 to this new URL that you now own. On top of that, we'll also have to add our Sentry variable. So go back to your code and go to this special Sentry CLIRC file and copy the token. Then create a new variable, paste this as the value, and the key is Sentry_auth_token. Add it, save it, and then very important, go back to deployments and redeploy the latest deployment. Let's give it a minute, and after that, we'll be able to check our app on your own domain in its full glory. And we are live. Instead of visiting this specific deployment, just go back to your banking project and click visit. And here we are. We are live. I even forgot how our sign in and sign up look like, as we haven't visited them in a long time. So what do you say that we give it a shot and test our app one more time, but this time on the deployed version? I'll enter my name and my last name here. You have to keep in mind that we're still using the same database and the same API keys as in deployment, so you'll have to use a different email and name. I'll add Adrian and let's do JSMM. That's a new one. Or let's do JSM Pro, as there's a lot of news coming to the Pro platform. Let's also enter a new cool address with a New York City address in New York, 12345. Let's do 1985, 1234, and I'll enter some kind of an email. Let's do a@g.c. That's a fake email, but it will do for now, and I'll enter my password. Oh, it actually recognizes it's a fake email. Let's do the .co. Immediately after, we are redirected to the second part of the onboarding, which is the screen where we can link a bank account. So let's do just that. We can continue with Played. I'll choose Chase, and I'll log in with a user_good and pass_good as well, as that was provided to me in my sandbox. I'll add a Played checking, accept all the terms and conditions, like I have read them, and continue. Immediately after, we get redirected back to our homepage. The categories in bottom right are looking great. The My Banks looks good too. We can see only a few transactions for this account, which is good. We can navigate over to the transaction history of this account and see all the sandbox transactions with full pagination. We also have the My Banks part where we can see our existing bank account. And here is our glorious transfer funds page where we can send funds to another account. Right now, we only have one, so we won't be testing that right now. But if you want to, you can also connect multiple accounts through our Connect Bank modal. And of course, it looks good on mobile devices as well. If I navigate to My Banks, looks wonderful. And transaction history is also good. With your finger, you can move through the table and see other fields. This has officially been the most complex course we have posted so far. I hope you enjoyed it. We used a lot of great software throughout, such as AppRite for our database, Sentry for tracking and session replay. And don't forget, we have also done a lot of work with ShadCN, TypeScript, and more. With that in mind, if you came to the end of this video, you truly are the perfect candidate for the ultimate Next.js course if you haven't taken it already. I highly recommend it. In there, we dive deeper into server actions, deeper into creating reusable forms, different types of data fetching, and more. So a lot of exciting stuff is covered, and we build an app that is maybe even more exciting than the banking app. It is the modern Stack Overflow clone. It has AI, code blocks, community, recommendation algorithm, tagging system, fully server-side rendered, and it gets 100% on all points within Web Vitals. Not to mention that we have recently updated our course platform, so now it feels and works even better. We even have some free lessons, so if you want to, you can go ahead and check them out. With that in mind, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day. The existence of React Native makes React one of the most valuable skills to have. It's crazy that about 75% of your knowledge from learning to make websites can carry over to building mobile applications. That's exactly what I said in 2023, and it's more true now than ever before. You may not believe it, but what we do now in Next.js, we can also do in React Native too. Same file-based routing, structure, API routes, and even React server components. So, hi there, and welcome to a brand new Ultimate Crash Course where you'll learn the foundations of React Native, the newest features it offers, and also deploy a sleek, full-stack app using it. The first part of this video is the Ultimate Crash Course on React Native. We'll start by going over the benefits of using React Native and why it has become such a popular choice for developing both iOS and Android applications. Next, we'll dive into Expo, a tool that lets us get our application up and running quickly and easily. After that, we'll cover the fundamentals of React Native. We'll discuss its different elements, how it compares to React.js, as well as Next.js, code structure, file-based routing, styling, and much more. By the end of this course, you'll have a great understanding of React Native, and you'll be able to create your own apps using this powerful tool. Alongside this video, in the description below, I've also prepared the Ultimate React Native Guide that covers everything you need to know to become a fantastic developer. The guide covers the complete React Native roadmap, prerequisites, and essential React Native components and project ideas you can build and deploy to get a job. You can download the guide and use it as a reference whenever you're unsure what to do next. Of course, the guide is completely free, and once again, the link is in the description. Immediately after, I'll put your skills to the test in the JavaScript mastery style by teaching you how to build and deploy a complete full-stack React Native application. That's the only way to retain and expand on your knowledge. The application you'll build is called Aora, a full-stack platform to share AI-generated stock videos with a visually appealing onboarding screen, robust authentication system including both sign-in and sign-up screens, dynamic home screen showcasing the latest videos in an animated flat list with a comprehensive list of all videos with playback, pull to refresh functionality, full text search capability with a dedicated search screen, tab navigation for seamless browsing, a post creation screen where you'll learn how to upload videos and images, and a profile screen offering detailed insights into your account. This 8-screen app, for sure, has to be one of the best YouTube apps you can build with React Native. You won't need any previous React knowledge. Rather, while building this, you'll learn basic elements like view, touchable, image, flat list, scroll view, safe area view, text input and status bar, animations using anima table, responsive design, styling using style sheet and Tailwind CSS, file-based and dynamic routing using nested routes and layouts, tab and stack navigation, custom hooks and fonts, video players, file pickers, professional code architecture, and a backend using AppWrite, an open source platform that lets you add auth, database, storage, and more so you can build powerful full stack applications. Before we dive into the crash course, let's first create an account on AppWrite. In the description down below, you can find a special link that will allow you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing in this video so you won't get stuck. Click Get Started, sign in with GitHub, and that's it. Now, let's dive straight into the crash course. Before React Native, developing mobile applications for multiple platforms was hard. You had to write separate code bases for each platform, which was slow and expensive. But with React Native, you can write a single code base that works on both iOS and Android, which saves time and makes you a more efficient developer. One of the reasons React Native has become so popular is that it allows you to use native components, which results in better performance and user experience. And it's not only me who thinks that way. Big companies like Meta, Discord, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Airbnb, and even Call of Duty use React Native to build their mobile applications. It's gotten so good that you'll see only a few people fluttering these days. On top of the cross-platform compatibility and native components, the benefits of React Native are also hot reloading, which lets you see the changes you make in real time, speeding up the development process. Strong community support, ensuring that the framework continually evolves and improves. And finally, it's easy to learn. If you're familiar with JavaScript and React, you can quickly learn React Native and start developing mobile apps, which is exactly what we'll do today. In this video, we'll use Expo. You're familiar with tools like Create React App or Vite, right? Expo is just that, only for React Native applications. It provides many tools and services that simplify development and help you build your apps more easily. One of the biggest benefits of using Expo is its simplicity. With Expo, you don't have to worry about configuring your development environment, dealing with native dependencies, or installing huge Android Studio or Xcode to get started. Expo takes care of everything, so you can focus on building your app. Expo also offers pre-built components and APIs for navigations, gestures, camera, and maps. You can write native code and compile and run it without any issues. Specifically, its over-the-air updates automatically publish new releases. So the next time somebody launches your app will have the latest JavaScript code you push. This usually requires a review from Google Play Store and Apple Store for each new update you have to bring, but not with Expo. In a nutshell, if you're new to React Native or want to develop your app quickly and easily, Expo is the way to go. It simplifies development and allows you to focus on building your app. In this video, we'll use the latest and greatest of what Expo has to offer. They've recently launched a fantastic new routing system called Expo Router. It takes a different approach to handling navigation using a file-based routing system that is simpler, more intuitive, and very similar to how Next.js handles routing. Expo is also planning to add React server components soon. This means we'll be able to do similar things that we do in Next.js, from writing API routes to writing server components. It seems like web and mobile development are going hand in hand, all thanks to Expo. It's a no-brainer why big companies like Discord, Burger King, Coinbase, and Xbox choose Expo for their products. And if you still think using React Native CLI would have been better, then you really need to think twice. Remember, with Expo, you can eject your app anytime you want and then add additional features. All right, let's jump right into the exciting stuff. We've already talked about the benefits and drawbacks of React Native and how Expo can make your life easier. Now it's time to dive into the code and see how it works firsthand. If you've worked with React.js before, you'll find that React Native uses a similar syntax. But of course, there's some differences you should be aware of. Let's explore the ins and outs of React Native code, examine how it looks and how it functions, and compare it to React.js to help you understand the similarities and differences between the two. By the end, you'll understand the React Native components and how to use them. When coding in React Native, you use JavaScript, just like in React.js. But instead of rendering HTML elements, you'll be rendering native components. So let's take a look at the basic React Native component example. We're importing two important components from the React Native library, view and text. And then we create a functional component called app that returns the view and text components wrapped inside the view component. What's interesting here is that we're using JSX syntax, which makes it easy to create and visualize our components in a more HTML-like way. Let's take a closer look at the text component. While in React, we use P or H tags for text, in React Native, we use the text component instead. It's pretty straightforward. The text component is used to display text in the app, and you can style it using the same CSS-like syntax as in React. You can set the font size, color, and weight using the style prop. React Native also offers a style sheet utility, allowing you to define styles by creating a single JavaScript object. This optimizes performance, especially in larger applications. And as Tailwind CSS is rising in popularity, Native Wind came into the picture. It allows you to write Tailwind-like styles within React Native. Isn't that crazy? It feels like we're working on a regular web app, but we're developing a mobile app. Now, let's talk about the view component. Think of it as a box or container that holds other components. It's similar to a div in HTML, but with some added functionality specific to mobile apps. The view component is often used to create layout structures for other components. It has many different props that can be used to control its appearance and behavior. One thing to note is that the view component uses Flexbox layout by default, which makes it really easy to control how its children components are laid out. So you can use Flexbox properties like flex direction, justify content, or align items to achieve the layout you want. But how can you add some interactivity to your React Native app? Well, get excited because we have some awesome components that can do just that. These components are perfect for creating buttons, links, and other interactive elements in your app. The first one on the list is touchable opacity, which is great if you want to create a button. Think of it as a cousin to the button component in React, but with even more room for customization and flexibility. The second one is touchable highlight, which allows views to respond to touch in a unique way. When touched, the component reduces the opacity of the wrapped view, revealing an underlay color. And then there's touchable without feedback, which is there if you need to create an element that is clickable, but you don't want it to have any visual feedback when pressed. It's especially useful for creating links or images that don't require any additional styling or effects. Apart from these touchable components, there's also activity indicator, which allows you to show a spinner or a loading indicator in your app. Button allows you to set properties like the title, color, and onPress function to be called when it's pressed. But if you need more advanced styling or behavior, you may find yourself using the touchable components more often since they offer greater flexibility. The next component is the flat list, which is perfect for rendering a long list of items that needs to be scrolled efficiently. It's like the map function in React, but it has extra features like optimized scroll performance and item separation. So when should you use the flat list and when should you just map over the elements in React Native? For larger lists with smooth scrolling, go for the flat list. For smaller lists, map function will do the job. Scroll view is like a magic box that can hold multiple components and views, providing a scrolling container for them. It's like having the overflow scroll property of a div in HTML, allowing us to easily navigate through a list of items or a large amount of content within our app. By using scroll view, we can make sure that the users can easily explore all the content, making the app more intuitive and user-friendly. There's also a safe area view, which provides a safe zone to render your app's content without it being covered by the device's hardware features like the notch, home indicator, or status bar. It's great for building apps that are supported on devices with different screen sizes and shapes. While the default safe area view functions as expected for most cases, it falls short for some users, making it not the optimal choice. So, I consistently use React Native safe area context to ensure content is contained within the safe area on any mobile device, preventing overlap with the notch or the bottom bar. In React Native, we can also use the image component to display images, whereas if you want to display an image as background, you can use image background. The image background is specifically designed to display images as the background of a container, allowing other components to be layered on top of it, whereas just image is primarily used for displaying standalone images. Both components can handle different image formats like PNGs, JPEGs, WebPs, and GIFs, and even GIFs, if that's how you pronounce it. However, believe it or not, neither support SVGs due to native rendering limitations. Still, you can use SVGs directly within Expo by using a third-party package like React Native SVG. React Native also has many ready-made components to display a modal, which looks something like this, and an alert, which looks like a typical alert. And if you want to create a toggle in React Native, you can use a switch component. One of the components that I frequently use is the status bar. Both React Native and Expo have their own versions that allow us to control how a status bar should look like for each screen within our app. And of course, the list doesn't stop there, as there are many components that help us simplify development. But now that you know the most important ones, let's dive into the action. Let's explore Expo and React Native in more detail. I'll teach you how to set it up, what files and folders are involved, and everything else that matters. And as I've told you before, I've also prepared a completely free Ultimate React Native guide. Download it from the description down below and use it as a reference throughout this video. First, we can create a bare minimum project. Starting off from bare beginnings, we can create a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it something like React Native Crash Course, and then drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're there, open up your terminal, update it if you need to. By the way, I'm using OhmyZSH for my terminal highlighting. And within here, we can set up our first React Native project. And as you might know, if you've been watching some other JSM videos, I always like to teach you how I would approach if I was doing this from scratch, how to read documentation, and how to truly become an exceptional engineer. So if you don't know that about JSM, you might need to subscribe and turn on that bell notification to watch more videos just like this one. With that said, we are right here within manual installation within Expo Docs. The link will be in the description. Here, we can see that the first step is to create an Expo project by running the command npx create expo app. So back within our terminal, we can run npx create expo app, and then we can type / to create it in the current directory. It's going to ask us whether we want to install the create expo CLI, to which we can say yes, and it's going to download and install the basis for our React Native project. While it's doing that, the next step is to install all the dependencies, and we have to do this as we're doing a manual installation. So we can say npx expo install, and then we're going to install a couple of things. Expo router, so that we include the file-based routing capabilities, React Native safe area context, as I mentioned before. This will help us make our app work on all devices with notches, bottom bars, and more. React Native screens, which will allow us to navigate through different components. Expo linking, which will enable us to allow users to navigate directly to a specific screen within an app from an external link, such as another website or another app. Finally, we have Expo constants that will give us access to a lot of the device information, such as the operating system, ID, version, and more. And then the Expo status bar, which simply provides a status bar component. So let's copy it, and then we can paste it right here within our terminal. All of these packages are necessary for smooth functioning of Expo's file-based routing system. While that is happening, we also need to set up the entry point. So for the property main, we're going to use the Expo router entry as its value in the package JSON. The initial client file is app layout.js. So let's copy this, collapse our terminal, and navigate over to package.json. By the way, what I've done just now is I've pressed Command P and then I started typing the file name, and now by simply pressing enter, I am in the file without ever touching my mouse, opening the Explorer, and then manually navigating to it. That's just one of the many pro tips that I'll give you throughout this video. So once again, Control or Command P. With that said, we have the main right here, which we want to override. So the main will now look something like this: Expo router entry. And of course, we want to provide a comma at the end. Now that we have changed the entry point, we can use file-based routing similar to the one of Next.js. So let's go ahead and copy the contents of the app.js file by pressing Ctrl or Command A and then Ctrl or Command letter C, deleting this file and creating a new folder called app that will have a new file of _layout.jsx. And here we can paste the code that we had in the app before. This will be the starting point of our application. Returning to the docs, we need to modify our project configuration by deep linking scheme in our app config. So let's go to our app.json by navigating to it and add a scheme right here, and we can call it the name of our application, such as Aora right here. This scheme field is used to deep link Expo and React Native applications. It's a special technique that allows your app to be opened within a specific screen directly from a URL outside of the app, such as from email, web page, or another app. And as you can see in this file, we also have a lot of other stuff, such as the name, which specifies the name that appears on the app's home screen. And also here, you can modify that to Aora, or your own preferred app name. We have the slug, which is a URL-friendly version of the app name. Once again, we can have Aora right here. We have the version, the orientation, some typical stuff. We have the icon, which you want to show, the user interface style, splash screen, a path to the assets, whether it supports tablet devices, a specific setup for iOS and Android devices, and additional plugins that you can add. For example, you can immediately see the Expo router we added before. Do you get it? It's just a file with many configurations to improve our app. We'll play with a few of these in a few minutes. We can now proceed with the next steps outlined in the docs and compile and run our application. We can now proceed with our docs. I believe that our Babel config has been properly set up, so we can immediately run our application. Typically, it's just npx expo start, but you can also add a C flag which will clear all the previous cache. So let's copy this command, close our files, open up the terminal, and run npx expo start-c. This command will download and execute the expo start command, which will start the Metro bundler and the JavaScript bundler that ships with Expo. And you can see a few elements right here, starting off with a large QR code and different shortcuts for various actions. For instance, to open up the app in Android Studio, you can press the shortcut A, and the same applies to iOS. Press R in the terminal to reload the screen, or press J to open up the debugger. We'll test a few of these functionalities as we start building our full stack app. And as I mentioned before, you don't need to rely on heavy tools like Android Studio or Xcode. Instead, we'll opt for the easiest method to develop in React Native, which involves using the Expo Go app on your phone, regardless of your operating system. So on your phone, just go to your App Store, whether it's Google Play or App Store, and search for Expo Go. Install it and get ready to scan this QR code. If you're on Android, you can open up the Expo Go app and then scan it within it. And on iOS, you can just scan it with your native camera app. And on both operating systems, make sure that you're connected to the same network. Also, on iOS, make sure to go to the Expo Go settings app and turn on the local network. And also turn the VPN status off to not connected. This is necessary for the Expo to connect properly. So let's give it a go. I'm scanning my code and I'm gonna press open in Expo Go. And immediately, we're in. It says open up your app.js to start working on your app. So let's do exactly what it says. Navigate to our layout and let's modify this to something like Aora, our new app. And we are live. You're developing your first ever React Native application. That's amazing. So pat yourself on the back for learning how to set up React Native projects with Expo. Moving ahead, we can now create different routes by creating different files in the app folder, just like in Next.js. First, we'll move our code to a special file called index.js. So copy everything we have here and create a new file called index.jsx and paste it right here. This index file is our homepage, or in web terms, that would be a / route. And the underscore layout will be present in all of the routes. So if we were working with web, here you would do something like a navbar or a footer. So now here, let's create a starter template code. We can use a special snippet called rnfes. It's a React Native functional export component with styles. And we can rename it to root layout. And if that didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 Plus React Redux React Native snippets installed. So simply install it and give it a go. Once again, the command is rnfes and enter. And then you can rename to root layout. That makes it much simpler to do, right? Now within here, we can also center our text. So let's apply some styles to this view by saying style is equal to styles.container. And then within this style sheet.create, we can create a new container class. We can give it some styles like display is flex. Let's also give it a flex of 1. Let's give it align items equal to center, as well as a justify content equal to center as well. These properties should center the root layout, and you should be able to see it in the center of the screen. Now, to render the index.jsx on our home screen, we can modify the layout to render different screens and specify the default one. Or we can just use the slot property from Expo Router. So let's import it at the top by saying import slot coming from Expo Router. And then within this root layout, we can simply return something known as a slot. We don't even need the styles anymore. So now we can save it. And you can see Aora coming directly from our index.jsx. The slot basically just renders the current child route. Think of it like children prop in React. And this component can be wrapped with other components like this, if we were to expand it, and then wrap everything in a React fragment, like we would do in React. And then it allows you to add something like a footer, and then we can give it a header and a footer below. But as you save it, for the first time ever, we can see a render error saying that text strings must be rendered within a text component. Okay, that's a helpful error. So let's simply render a text component right here, and let's wrap header and footer right within it. There we go. It's hard to see them. They're at the top left and at the bottom left of our container. Later on, we can properly style them, but what matters most is that they're here. This is one way to implement navigation and layouts within React Native. An alternative route is to use something known as a stack of different screens. So we can import stack from Expo Router, and we can remove this return. And instead of that, we can return a stack. Within the stack, we can declare each one of our individual screens. So here we can say stack.screen, which will be a self-closing component with a name equal to index and options equal to header shown set to false, as we don't need to show the header. And there we go. Now we can see our index screen. Now, say that you want to create a profile route. All we have to do is create a new file within the app, which will be called profile.jsx, run rnfes. It's going to say profile. But now, how do we navigate to it? Let's return to our index.jsx and add a link component coming from Expo by saying import link from Expo Router. So right here, we have the text, we have the status bar, And then below it, we can render a link, which will say something like go to profile. And as we would on the web, we can give it an href that's going to say something like /profile and a style of color blue. It is as easy as that. A go to profile button appeared, and on your phone, you can press go to profile. And just like that, we got navigated to a second screen. How crazy is that? Just a bit of setup here and there, but now we have a complete structure and the knowledge for creating as many screens as we want within all the new React Native applications that you create. With that in mind, both Expo and React Native offer plenty of components and elements that I could go on and on about, but it would take forever. Luckily, I've got you covered. To help you understand React Native better, I've created an awesome app that covers all the fundamentals and essential features you need to learn as a beginner. So let's start building the app and put everything into practice. Now that you know how to create your React Native and Expo application and implement a couple of different screens you can navigate between, let's add some styling to our application. Sure, we have been styling using style sheet so far, but as we have routing similar to that in Next.js, we also have similar styling. And that, my friends, is Native Wind. As the name suggests, it uses Tailwind CSS as a scripting language to create universal style system for React Native. So head over to Native Wind and you'll see a little banner saying Native Wind 4.0 is coming soon. For some reason, they're jumping from V2 to V4, skipping V3, but no worries. As with everything I'm teaching you in JavaScript Mastery, what matters the most is reading the docs, not necessarily following along exactly with what I do. So if the version got updated in the meantime, that's totally okay. Just follow the docs and let's get it installed. In this case, we're going to go to Quick Start Expo, and we don't have to install our Expo app. We have already done that. Rather, we can just install Native Wind. So let's copy this command, open up our terminal, split it, and then paste the npm install Native Wind. Once that is done, we can also install a dev dependencies of Tailwind CSS by simply pasting the command npm install save dev Tailwind CSS. The second step is to set up Tailwind CSS by running the command npx Tailwind CSS init, same as we would do on the web. So let's say npx Tailwind CSS init, which will create a new Tailwind CSS config. Next step we have to do is copy this Tailwind CSS config that has the content added here so that it knows within which files we're gonna implement styles. So simply copy this content part right here and replace the existing empty content. Next, we'll have to add the Babel plugin. So let's copy the plugins right here, go back to our application, and don't be fooled, we don't want to modify these plugins right here within tailwind.config.js. Rather, we want to modify the plugins within Babel config by simply adding a new plugins array. Now, that's it. We can start writing code. So we can replace the style sheet with Tailwind CSS like class names. Let's do that by copying the class names from here, closing the existing files, and completely removing the styles and the style sheet from index.jsx, removing the style sheet import, and instead of styles, we can simply render the class name. So now if we save it, you can see that it jumps to the top. The background color also changed. It's not white, so we can see that the styles are still not getting applied. Since we modified our Babel config, we can open up our terminal and press R to restart the server. And we can also go to our tailwind.config. Within the content, we can modify our uppercase app folder to lowercase app. And it's not only one app file. We want to track all the files within the app folder. So we can say /**, meaning everything within all the folders within it, /**, which means all the files, and then dot for the all extensions. Later on, we can also modify this custom directory to say /components. There we go. So now if we go back and if we try changing the text to something like class name is equal to text-3xl, you can see that it actually applied all the changes, the text3 Excel, as well as all the flex properties belonging to the view. This is already looking much better. Now that we know that native wind is working, let's quickly go back to tailwind.config.js and play a bit with our theme. Rather, set up our colors and fonts so we can build our app successfully. Throughout the entire process of building our app, we'll be referring to our polished Figma design. As you can see, there are a lot of pages which we'll build. We'll have an onboarding screen, sign up and sign in screens, and also our great looking homepage. So with that in mind, as with many of our videos, you can get access to this complete Figma file for free by clicking the link down in the description, and then you can follow along and build your Tailwind theme setup. The way you would go about doing that is you can select a specific screen, like we have this one right here, and then you can see all the colors that we have. For example, this 161622, and copy it. Then back in the theme, you can say extend colors, and you can also add primary, and you can say hash and paste that color. So now every time that you refer to this color, you don't have to repeat 161622, rather you can say text primary. We'll also use a couple of other colors and font families within this video. So in the README down below, you can copy the final Tailwind config and paste it here. As you can see, there's basically 10 colors, and then we're also mentioning some font families to make our text look better. Now that we have these font families, we have to manually import all of them. So in the description down below, you'll also be able to find a complete assets folder. So let's remove the existing assets folder, download and unzip the one from the description, and then simply paste it right here in the root of your directory. You'll be able to see that we have a lot of fonts, icons, images, and more. And to make our life importing those assets a bit easier, I have also created a constants folder, which you can find somewhere near the assets. You can also download it, unzip it, and paste it right here. If you check it out, this will simply import all of the files from the assets and then export them so we can import them in an easier manner. With that in mind, we have to put those fonts to use. So we can go to layout. Within the layout, we'll have to load all of those fonts in. That's a bit different from what we do in Next.js, but it's not that hard. We can use the special hook by importing it first, called use fonts, coming from expo font. Once we have it, we can use it as we would use any typical hook by saying const fonts loaded is the first parameter, and then the error, if they don't load correctly, is the second one, and we can call it by using the use fonts and passing in an object of all of the fonts that we want to use. The way it works is you first give it a string where you specify the name of the font, such as Poppins Black, and then you require the link to where that font is saved. For example, assets/fonts/poppins-black.ttf. And we have to repeat this for every font that we use. And you also have to make sure that you spell it correctly. The B in the black right here is capitalized. So make sure to do it like that. And just to save you all the trouble of writing it out and making a couple of typos along the way, this complete fonts loaded will be in the README down below. So simply copy it and override it here. As you can see, we're basically just loading in the fonts. Now, the next thing we can do is introduce a use effect. We already know what a use effect is for, right? It allows us to perform some actions while the page, or in this case, the screen, is loading. So let's create a new use effect hook, provided a callback function, and a dependency array. And within that dependency array, we can say fonts loaded, meaning recall this function whenever fonts loaded change or whenever there's an error. And then we can say if there's an error, then throw that error. And if fonts loaded, then we want to call something known as a splash screen. And this splash screen is coming from expo router. So let's import it right here, splash screen. And there's a special method on the splash screen called hide async, which looks like this. If you hover over it, it's going to give you more information. It basically hides the native splash screen immediately. But before you use it, ensure that your app has all the content ready to display when you hide the splash screen, or you're going to see a blank screen instead. But if our fonts are loaded, we should be good to go. Next, if for some reason our fonts haven't loaded yet, so if no fonts loaded, then we can return null, meaning we won't show anything. And we can also add and there's no error. So if the fonts haven't loaded and there's no error, something must have gotten wrong, so we're going to return null. And we also have to import useEffect from React. So if we do that, we should be good to go. Also, at the top, we can add a special directive, also by using a splash screen, called splash screen dot prevent auto hide async. This will prevent the splash screen from auto hiding before asset loading is complete. So now that we have loaded our fonts, let's navigate over to our index and let's try to use it within our Aora app. We can do that by saying font dash, and automatically you can see how Tailwind CSS IntelliSense gives us different options that we can choose, such as P, let's do maybe P black, and save it. And automatically you can see how our app just gets a lot more character. And it will look much, much better once we implement this entire phenomenal design and all of the other screens that are prepared for you. So now that we know how to spin up a React Native application, we know how to do routing, and we have styles and fonts set up, we can actually create the file and folder structure of our application. We can do that by first creating a new folder, which will be within parentheses, and we will call it auth, like this. Once again, this is the same as within Next.js. If you put a folder within parentheses, it's considered a route group, allowing you to add additional pages or screens within it with a special layout. So within this auth, we can also create a new _layout.jsx file. And within it, we can run rnfe, which is a React Native functional export component like this. We can rename it to something like auth layout, so it makes more sense. Now, what is the reason why we're going to create a separate layout for the auth? Well, if you think about it, only the auth screens and the onboarding won't have those tabs at the bottom, the navigation, right? If you see all the home screens right here, they have the home, create, profile, and so on, but our auth screens don't have that, which is exactly why we're going to use a separate layout. Now that we have the layout for our auth routes, let's go ahead and create them. The first auth route will be signin.jsx. And we can also run rnfe and simply put it right here and rename it to sign in. And did I say route? I meant screen. We're creating screens here. So let's create a sign-up.jsx screen as well and run rnfe and rename it to sign up. There we go. So now our routes for the auth are good. And we also have to do a second route group, also within parentheses, called tabs. Within tabs, we're going to create a new custom layout.jsx where we can run rnfe and rename it to tabs layout. Soon enough, we'll implement that bottom bar that allows us to switch between all the pages within the tabs folder. And which pages are those, or which screens should I say? The first one is the bookmark.jsx, where we can also run rnfe and rename it to bookmark with a capital B. And keep in mind, we're just creating the structure right now to make our life easier later on. Then we're going to create a create.jsx, where we can also run rnfe. This will be to create and add videos to our platform. We can create a home.jsx and run rnfe. And finally, we can create a profile. And finally, the profile will also be under the tabs category, so we can pull the profile we have created before into the tabs folder. Finally, we'll have one more page, which will be within its own folder called search. And here, we're going to use another concept coming directly from Next.js. It's called a dynamic route. So let's create a new file and put it within square brackets and call it query.jsx. This will allow us to rename the page or get the query information for the specific search our user is trying to do. There, we can also run rnfe and rename it to search. Great. Now, the majority of our file and folder structure has been set up, but we have no way of navigating between those routes. So let's go to tabs and tab into the layout. Here, we'll create this bottom part. That will allow us then to navigate between all of the other pages within our app. So to see this tabs layout, which we'll create soon, we can navigate to our index.jsx and modify this link that navigates to profile and make it go to something like home. So we can say go to home. And now if we click on it, you can see that now we have the tabs right here, tabs folder, and the tabs layout, which means that we are ready to start creating our tabs. So to get started, let's import tabs from Expo Router by saying import tabs, and we'll also use redirect later on from expo-router. We can then create just an empty React fragment with which we'll wrap everything and then render the tabs component like so. Within the tabs component, we'll also have a tabs.screen component, which will be self-closing. And to it, we can give a property of name is equal to home. And immediately, you can see that we have 4 different things at the bottom: home, create, profile, and bookmark. And these are the exact files that we have created. This is pretty cool, right? But right now, they're just upside down triangles. What we can do is, of course, modify them a bit. So I'm going to give it some additional options, which is an object that has a title of uppercase home like this. We can also choose whether a header is shown on that route. So we can say false in this case. And we can modify the tab bar icon, which will be a callback function inside of which we can destructure the color and the focus state and return the icon that we want to show. Make sure to use just parentheses here and not open a function block. Within here, we can return a tab icon, which is a new component which we'll create. So right here, let's say const tab icon is a React functional component that returns, well, for now, we can return just a view. View is like a div. We'll use it quite often. And within that view, we can render an image. And this image will come directly from React Native. Once again, very similar to Next.js if you're used to that. This image will accept a source, which we can pass into the tab icon functional component. So we can destructure some things like the icon, the color, the name, and the focus state. That way, we now know what we need to pass. So right here below, we can render the tab icon, self-closing, and to it, pass the icon. And now we need to import the icons we have created before within our constants. So we can say import icons coming from // constants. And if we scroll down, we can now use the icons.home. This is the home icon specifically. We also have the color coming directly from the callback function. We have the name equal to home, and we have the focus state, which we'll simply pass over. Focused is equal to focused. This should give us everything we need to now start rendering our tab icon, which needs its image. So let's simply render the icon as the source of that image. And already you can see a huge home icon at the bottom. Let's style it a bit by using the resize mode equal to contain. This is a bit different But of course, we can just read the docs of React Native image and understand which props does it accept. Tint color is another property to which we can pass the color coming from props, and the class name using native wind, not Tailwind, of W-6 and H-6 as well. And now we have a beautiful looking home icon at the bottom. Right below the image, we can also render the text, and that text will render the name. Now we can see two different names right here. So let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to, and we want to modify the state depending on whether it's focused or not. So I'm going to open a dynamic template string and say if it's focused, then apply a font of P semi-bold, and P stands for Poppins, which is the name of the font, else apply a font of P regular, like this. I was almost about to say pregular, but no, it's Poppins regular. So then we can do a text-XS right here to make it smaller. But now we can see the home 2 times. So we need to modify our options in the tab screen a bit more. And we can do that by modifying the tabs in general. So right here, we can pass additional screen options equal to an object where we can say tab bar show label will be set to false. And now we have only our specific label that we chose. Also, I can see it's not centered properly. So let's go into this view and give it a class name of items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 2 to create some space. There we go. That's better. Next, let's just copy this tab screen and duplicate it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And that way we can make it work for all of the other icons or screens by changing the name to bookmark, changing the title to bookmark with a capital B. We can also change the icon to icons.bookmark and change the name to bookmark. You get the idea, right? If we save it, you're going to get an error because we still have some duplicate screens. So before we can see anything, we'll have to modify all of them. And I do believe that my bookmark was supposed to be a second screen. So I'm just going to copy it and move it over to the second place right here after the home. So we have home, we have bookmark, and the third one on our list is going to be create, allowing us to add new videos to the platform. So name create, title create, icons.plus, and name is going to be create. And the last one of our tab screen will be profile. So the name is profile, title is profile, icons.profile, and name is profile. If we save it, the error is gone. We can re-navigate to the home page, and you can see 4 of these beautiful tabs at the bottom, which, if you click on them, will navigate to different pages. This is great. They change the focus state, and if you pay close attention at the top, you can see that the text within the screen changes. This is great. So simple and so similar to what we're used to. Let's also apply some additional class names to tabs in general by modifying the screen options and giving it a tab bar active tint color, which we can put something like, let's do hash FFA001. This one matches our theme a bit more. We can also do a tab bar inactive tint color, and we can make it something like hash CDCDE0. We can also modify the tab bar style, which is an object, where we can change the background color to something like hash 161622, which, if you remember, is our primary color. And yes, even though it is in the Tailwind config, and we can use it just as a color primary, we're here within an object passing to the screen options, so we still have to type it out manually just in this case. We also can set up the border top width to something like 1. I found that to work the best. And also border top color to something like hash 232533 and set the height to something like 84 pixels. And now we have this modern looking dark tabs bar, but we cannot see the name of our tabs. And that's because we have to go to our text and add a special property of style. Color is set to the color that we're passing from the props. In this case, that'll be white. So now you can see this beautiful home, bookmark, create, and so on, and we can nicely navigate between them. And it's not just about changing the color in the tabs bar. It's about actually navigating to different screens of our application, which soon enough will look exactly like it looks right now on Figma. This is a beautiful onboarding design, and I think I like this onboarding screen the most. It is visually the most pleasing. So let's get started with that, as it's our first screen anyway. And of course, this screen just looks good, doesn't yet implement any functionality, but as you know, you're building a full stack application. So after we're done with creating the onboarding screen, after you kind of feel a bit more comfortable working within a React Native, mobile native environment, you'll be able to dive into the sign up and sign in screens where we'll immediately start implementing the logic. So let's get started with the onboarding screen. You can see our designer here has pulled out specific assets that we can use within the application. I have already provided these to you within the assets, but in case you're wondering how we can use them and how we can download them yourself, you can just select them and then scroll down and click export. That way you'll have those assets. Also, you can see that our great designer has also provided us with different colors to implement the gradient looking button. With that said, let's start working on our onboarding screen, which is our index.jsx. And you can navigate to it on your phone by simply clicking the index on top left, or this is crazy, you can use your device's native capabilities. Like on iOS, you can swipe from the left side of the screen and that will also perform the same action. That's crazy. I mean, the power you get with developing in React Native is so good because you can develop native mobile applications with native functionalities for both Android and iOS while writing code that looks and feels like React and Next.js. I think you can see my enthusiasm, and I hope you share it with me while you're learning how to develop React Native applications. With that said, let's not use the view right here. Rather, let's use something that you learned about in the crash course part of this course, and that is safe area view. Whenever you have kind of the most outside view, that should be a safe area view because it ensures that our content is visible on all different devices. And of course, we have to import it at the top by saying import safe area view, and it's gonna come from a package react-native-safe area context like this. It will simply ensure that our content doesn't overlap with a status bar, a bottom bar, or anything like that, both on iOS, Android, and all other types of devices. Let's give it a class name equal to bgPrimary and h-full for full height, and that will immediately turn our device black. Next, we can wrap everything. Within the safe area view, we're gonna also render a scroll view. This is coming directly from React Native, and we can give it a content container style equal to height of 100%. So the whole screen should be scrollable. The reason why we implement this is because the height of our content might be larger than what some smaller devices support. So they might need to be able to scroll up and down to see it fully. Now that we have the scroll view, we can implement the view within it, like a div, and give it some class names, such as w-full for full width, justify-center, items-center, h-full for full height, and padding x of 4 for some padding horizontal. This is just to center everything in the middle of the screen. Next, we can render an image also coming from React Native. We already know what kind of properties does it have, like source equal to, and we once again have to import the images at the top by saying import images from / constants. And we can now use the images .logo. And of course, you have to spell constants properly. There we go. Aora at the top. This looks great. Let's also give it a class name equal to W-130 pixels and H-84 pixels, which makes it look bad, but we can give it a resize mode equal to contain, which will contain it within those width and height, essentially making it a bit smaller. Right below this image, we'll render a second image, which will also be self-closing with a source equal to images.cards. It will have a class name equal to max-w-380 pixels, w-full, and h- about 300 pixels. Also, let me fix this typo right here. And don't forget, we also have to give it a resize mode equal to contain. If we save it, this is looking much closer to what we have on the final design. But of course, now is the time that we add a couple of text elements and the button. So let's create a view for that. Still within the same view below the image, we can create a new view with a class name equal to relative margin top of 5 and give it our first text element with a class name equal to text-3xl to make it very big, text-white, and font-bold, as well as text-center to center it in the middle of the screen. Here, we can say something like discover endless possibilities with, and then within it, we can render another piece of text. It's like having a span within a p tag that will say Aora, which is our app name, and we can give it a special class name of text-secondary-200. And this is the first time we're using one of our special theme colors we have added within our Tailwind config. There we go. That's looking good. Let's also create a space right here to divide Aora from width. That's looking much better. And you see how this Aora in the design has this special underline? Well, let's add that. Moving below both of the texts, we can create a new image, which will have a source equal to images.path with a class name equal to W-136 pixels. I found that value to work the best, and H-15 pixels for the height. We're going to also make it absolute, as we need to absolutely position it below that Aora text, and give it a -bottom-2 and -right-8 to position it just right. Let's also give it a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. That's much better. Now we can go below the image and below the view and render another piece of text that will say something like where creativity meets innovation. And no, this was not created by ChatGPT. I thought of this myself, for sure. Embark on a journey of limitless exploration with Aora. I mean, who wouldn't use the app once you read this text? Let's give it some class names, such as text-sm, font-pregular, which is p regular, text-gray-100, so we can actually see it, margin top of 7 to divide it a bit from the top, and text-center to center it vertically. This is looking great. And finally, let's create our first custom component of the day, which is going to be our button. So to do that, we go to our File Explorer and create a new folder called Components. Within Components, we can create a new file called custom button.jsx. And there we can run rnfe to quickly spin up our custom button. And now that we have our custom button, we can go back to our index.jsx. Right below the text, we can start typing custom button and automatically import it from components. If we save it, you won't be able to see anything. That's because it's showing dark text on dark background. But this is our sign to dive into the custom button and start implementing it. First things first, it's not technically a button. It's something known as a touchable opacity, as we have learned before, but now you get a chance to put your skills to the test, to actually use what you learned in a real app. So let's import the touchable opacity coming from React Native, and instead of wrapping everything with a view, let's wrap it with a touchable opacity component. And don't forget to import the text, we'll still need it. We still cannot see anything, so let's give it some classes. I'm gonna say class name is equal to, and I'm gonna make it a dynamic template string of bg secondary. There we go, that's already better, at least we can see something. We can make it a rounded -xl, which will round the corners, and give it a min-h of 62 pixels for the height. We can also make it justify center and items center, and this is already looking a bit better. Let's style the text element within it by giving it a class name equal to text-primary, font-p semi-bold, text-lg to make it a bit larger, and within it, we can render whatever we want to say. So what we can do is pass some special props to our custom button to truly make it a custom reusable component. We can pass some props like the title, because every time we use this custom button, we don't want it to say custom button. We want it to say something like continue with email in this case. We can also pass a handle press, not handle click, handle press in this case, which will be a callback function. For now, we can leave it empty. And we can also pass container styles, which are some additional styles we can pass, such as W full and margin top of 7. So if we go back, let's put all of these props to use by first destructuring them. We can destructure the title, the handle press, the container styles, and in some cases, we might also have text styles as well as is loading property. We'll have it when submitting the video. So now we can expand our touchable opacity, and we can also give it the on press handler, which will be equal to handle press, which we're passing as a prop. We can also modify the active opacity to something like 0.7, I think looks best. This is the opacity of the button once you press it, and we can apply the container styles right within our other styles, which will make it fit the full width of the screen. And if is loading, we can apply the opacity of 50 to make it seem like you cannot click it. That's gonna look something like this. And also we can give it a disabled state if we're loading, which is not happening right now, so it looks good. Next, let's also make this dynamic template string the class names for the text element, which is gonna look something like this if we properly close it. And we can also use the text styles right here if we're passing any. And most importantly, we can make this text render the title, which is coming dynamically from the index page where we're calling this custom component. And there we have it. We have our button. The last thing we need below the scroll view will be a component called status bar. It's a self-closing component which we can import from expo status bar right at the top, and it will have a background color of #161622 and a style of light. Do you see what happened when I added that? Let me comment it out and bring it back. Basically, since our app is in dark mode, it also darkened the status bar and gave it a style of light. So now you can see your battery percentage, clock, and all the other stuff at the top as well. This is very useful in case you want to show it or hide it within your application. One thing that I've noticed recently is that some apps purposefully show it because they want you to have all that information, but some apps sneakily hide it, so you get lost in time and spend more time on the app. I noticed that TikTok actually hides all the information and shows you just the videos, so you lose the sense of time and you keep scrolling. But now you see the other side of that and you learn how to implement it so that potentially you can trap your users within the app, or you can be good in them and give them all the information they need. In this case, we'll be the good guys. With that in mind, the last thing we need to do to finalize our onboarding is actually provide our users with a way to exit it, meaning to go to the next screen. So for the first time, we're going to use the router. Right at the top, coming from Expo router, we can import two things: the redirect component, as well as the router itself. In this case, we don't have to declare it as a hook. Rather, the only thing we have to say is router.push. And we're pushing to /sign-in, as that's the next component we want to work on. And believe it or not, that's it for our onboarding screen. Now, there's just one small thing I noticed, and that is that back here in our view, instead of h-full, we can give it h- and then about 85 VH. This will actually help us center the content in the middle of the screen, and we can even make it min-h. So this is going to be the min height of the screen, and now it's nicely centered. With that done, I want you to take your phone in your hand and admire what you have done. Like, you can even move your thumb up and down and you'll see it will nicely scroll. You can kind of hover over the button to see how the touchable opacity changes, and you get all of the powers of developing native mobile application with a code that, let's be honest, feels like you're writing a web app. With that in mind, this looks great to me. Let's just continue with our email and let's start implementing our auth layout and then both of our sign in and sign up screens. Phenomenal work so far. Let's close all of the currently open files and navigate over to app auth and then the layout. Here within the layout, we can return just an empty React fragment, and we can then render a stack. Of course, this stack has to be imported from Expo router. So let's get stack coming from Expo router. And you know that we first wrap everything in a stack, and then within it, we can render multiple stack.screens, which are self-closing components. The first one in this case being the one with the name equal to sign in, and it will also have options equal to header shown, which will be set to false. And we can also just duplicate this entire screen stack right below and just change the name to sign up. There we go. So now we have the sign in screen, which we're on. And we can also show that same status bar that we rendered not that long ago, right here, by saying status bar coming from React Native. And it will have a background color of #161,622 and a style equal to light. And don't forget, there are two types of status bars. In this case, we don't want to use the one coming from React Native. Rather, we want to import the one coming from Expo status bar. And now that we have our layout, we can dive right into the sign in screen. Right within here, we can wrap everything in a safe area view, which is coming from React Native safe area context. Right here, we can give it a class name equal to bg primary and age full for full height. And now we have a dark screen. Within it, we can show a scroll view, so we can scroll through it, and then have a regular view as well. Of course, the scroll view has to be imported from React Native, and we'll have to navigate back to our sign in every time. Let's also give this view a class name, w-full, justify-center, h-full, padding x of 4, and margin y of 6. And remember that last thing that we had? We didn't want to do h-full, rather we've done min-h 85 VH, because this will actually center it. Now, let's not forget to import images, as we'll use them right now, by saying import images from / constants. And we can start using our first image right here by using a self-closing image tag, which we need to import from React Native, and give it a source equal to images.logo with a resize mode equal to contain. And we can also give it a class name equal to w-115 pixels and h- about 35 pixels. There we go. Below this image, let's also render a text element that will say something like log into Aora, like this. And we can also give it a class name equal to text-2xl to make it a bit larger, text-white, text-semi-bold, margin top of 10, and font-p semi-bold. And this does seem to be a bit too much down on the screen, so I might want to return this to h-full to see how that will look like. Yeah, I think this is better for now. We can easily change it later on. Now, we're going to dive into creating a second custom component of the day, and it's going to be a very important one. It's going to be a custom form field or an input. So let's go to components and create a new form field.jsx component where we can run rnfe to create a basic form field component. And we're going to start by giving this view a class name equal to space-y-2, which will create some spacing between the elements. Right within it, we can also have a text element that will simply say what kind of a form field this is. So let's give it a class name equal to text-base, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. And now we can go back to sign in, and we can render our first form field coming from components form field. You can see it right here, at least its label. To this form field, we can pass a couple of different props, so let's immediately expand it. And let's give it a prop of title, which will be email, a value which needs to correspond to an actual form value. So while we're here, what do you say that we immediately create a new use state field? By saying use state snippet, we can call it something like form and set form at the start equal to an object with an email property of an empty string and a password property as well of an empty string. So now we can set the value of this form field to be form.email. As simple as that. Next, we need to also pass the handle change text so we know how we can modify it. And this will be a callback function that accepts the event and calls the setForm setter, where we destructure the existing form values and then modify the email to be equal to the event that we're passing. We can also pass some additional styles, like other styles, to this, such as margin top of 7. And we can also pass the keyboard type, which in this case will be email address. And in the other case, it can be a password. This is useful for autofilling information such as emails, names, and so on. Now, we can also duplicate this right below and modify it to match what we need for a password. So the title will be password. The value will be form.password. And here we can modify the password property. And we don't need the keyboard type. And of course, don't forget to import useState from React. Once we do that, we can go back to our screen and we can see two different form fields. So let's get back into the form field and let's accept all of these props. Things such as a title, value. Sometimes we might also want to have a placeholder, handle, change, text, and other styles. And we can also spread out all of the other props that we might have here as well. And now we can use them. First of all, we can add the other styles right here to our view in case we want to further modify the styles for each specific element. So we can simply render the other styles here. This will space them out, as you can see on the screen. Then, instead of saying form field, we can render the actual title. That will look something like this: email password. And finally, we can start creating the view for the text input by saying view, and we can give it a class name equal to w-full h-16 padding x of 4, bg black 100. And I know you can barely see it, so just so it's easier to see, at the start, I'm gonna add something like a border of 2 and border of red 500. That way you can see what we're working on. After BG black, I'm also gonna give it a rounded -2XL, so it's gonna be a bit more rounded. On focus, I'm gonna give it a border -secondary. So later on, once you tap it, it will turn orange. And we can also give it items -center. Now that you know what we're working on, I can change this border from red 500 to black 200. That will be a bit less in your face. That's good. Right within it, we can render a text input element, which we can import from React Native. It's going to be a self-closing property. And to it, we can pass a class name equal to flex1 text-white font-p semi-bold and text-base. We can pass it the value equal to value, a placeholder equal to placeholder, a placeholder text color equal to hash 7b7b 8b, an onChange text property equal to handle change text, and then we can have a special property of secure text entry. So if it is a password, then we want to hide what you're typing. So what we can do is create a new useState field called showPassword, useState snippet, showPassword, set showPassword, at the start set to false. And then secure text entry can be equal to if title is triple equal to password, and if not show password, then it will be hidden. It will be secure text entry, else we will show it. And of course, we also have to import useState. If you go back here, that looks good. And now, if you tap somewhere in the middle of the input, I think you should be able to trigger your keyboard right here, as you can see it on my screen, similar for the password. We're going to improve these inputs later on, but you should be able to trigger it by pressing it in the middle. Next, let's implement that feature to show or hide the password. So right here below the input, we can say if title is triple equal to password, then show the following thing: a touchable opacity. We learned what that is. That is basically a button. And on press, it will call a callback function where it will set show password to be the previous value of show password. So basically, it will toggle it on or off. And we can also render a self-closing image right here coming from React Native. So we have to import some images from the top by saying import images from /constants, and then we can give it a source equal to, if not show password, then it's going to be icons.i, else it will be icons.ihide. And I noticed that I should have imported icons, not images. There we go, coming from constants. So now we can see this huge I in the middle. Let's also style it a bit by giving it a class name of w-6 and h-6 and a resize mode equal to contain. Okay, but it's kind of still somewhere in the middle there, so definitely something's wrong with our classes. I think I need to make this view a flex row like this. That's going to put the I at the end. And now you can trigger both of these inputs. But if you start typing at the second one, like ASD, you can now show or hide it. This works perfectly. So with that in mind, you now have a great looking Aora screen. You can also go back and we have our inputs. So let's exit the form field and let's finalize the login screen. We can do that by bringing back our button component, by calling a custom button, self-closing, and we have to import it at the top. So we can say something like import custom button coming from // components / form field. And I notice that I don't have to make it curly brace. It has to be imported like this, as it's the only default export. So now that we have this button, let's pass it some props, like a title equal to sign in. Let's pass it a handle press equal to, well, this is a very important function. Here, we will actually submit our form. So we can create a new function, const submit is equal to an arrow function that looks like this. And then we can call that submit right here on the handle press. Let's also pass it container styles of margin top of 7 to divide it a bit. And then since this action will take some time, we can also create a loading state right at the top. The loading state we can create by saying use state snippet, and I'm going to call it is submitting, set is submitting, at the start set to false. And then we can simply say is loading will be equal to is submitting. There we go. But why is this button acting like an input? Looks like I have done a wrong import. The custom button should be coming from the custom button file. There we go. That's much better. And also below this button, we can add a couple of pieces of text, something like view that will wrap those texts with a class name equal to justify-center, padding top of 5, flex of row, and gap of 2. And then it will have two children elements. The first one will be a text that will say, don't have an account. I mean, seriously. And it will have a class name equal to text-lg, text-gray-100, and font-p regular. There we go. What happens if you don't have an account? Well, let's render a link component, which we of course have to import from expo router by saying import link from expo router. And now we can just make it say something like, let's do sign up. And of course, every link needs an href. So we can make this one point to sign-up and give it a class name equal to text-lg, font-p semi-bold, and text-secondary so we can actually see it. There we go. Don't have an account, sign up, and this now actually points to the sign up screen. That is great. Let's also remove this ugly top bar, which says index and auth, and doesn't work with our dark theme at all. We also have to modify the layout for the entire route group. So let's duplicate this layout right here, name it, in parentheses, auth, and then we simply say header shown false. So now it hides it as well, and we see this beautiful bar at the top, and the content slides just a bit. We do want to center it, which we'll do soon, but at least now we have a full dark mode. Let's also repeat this for tabs, and we can also repeat it for /search /query like this. So now we're hiding the search bar everywhere. We do get a warning here, so for now I will simply comment this one out, and we're going to implement it later. With that said, let's go back to sign in, and now that we have hidden it, now it might make sense to turn this from hfull to min-h-85vh, as that's going to push it down a bit. I think this is approximately centered, but of course you can play around with it and modify it as you like. Great. With that said, our login screen has now been implemented. We can actually type stuff in, and we can also type the password and even show and hide it. That's great. The sign in doesn't do anything as we didn't yet submit it, but we do have the sign up screen right here, which for now is completely empty. So what do you say that for the sign up screen, we simply copy everything we have right here in the sign in and simply paste it within the sign up. Of course, you have to modify the export, sign up, and also the name of the component right here to sign up. And now it seems like a sign in, but with only a few modifications, we're gonna immediately make it a sign up. Those modifications include adding a username right here at the top, as when you're registering, we also have to know your username. Then, instead of login, we're gonna say something like sign up to Aora, and we're gonna duplicate the email field to add a new one on top of it. This time, we will say something like username, form that username. Here, we'll change the username text and add a bit of a larger margin top of 10, and also remove the keyboard type as it's not an email. And with that said, we have a beautiful sign up screen. Besides one small tweak, right at the bottom, instead of don't have an account, we can say something like have an account already. Well, what you're waiting for, right? Go ahead and sign in and modify the href to sign in. So now we have beautiful navigation from sign up to sign in, and we can go back and forth from onboarding, sign in, sign up, and more. You, my friend, have successfully completed the first 3 screens of your React Native application. With that in mind, I think you're ready to start adding some logic to our app. Let's make these sign in and sign up screens not be just pretty canvases. Let's make them actually do the work so we can sign our users up to the application. And believe it or not, your first React Native application will also be a full stack application. We'll be using AppWrite to add auth, databases, functions, and storage to your application. So that way you will be able to have users, which can then upload videos to your platform. How cool is that? So if you haven't done that at the start, click the link down in the description so you can follow along with the video and what I'm doing. Sign up or sign in, and then go to the console. Finally, we can start adding logic to our React Native application, starting with authentication. First things first, let's create a new project. Let's name it something like JSM_, and then you can either put your app name or something like React Native Crash Course. I'll use that one and I'll let you guys choose the names. I'll click next, and here you can choose a deployment region for your project. I'll choose the first one since I'm based in Europe, but you can choose something else as well based on your location, and I'm gonna click create. There we go. Our React Native Crash Course project has been created. So we are greeted with this nice getting started guide. Right now, you can choose between Apple or Android. Either one is okay, but soon enough, AppWrite will add another thing, such as Expo, signifying that it's cross-platform. In this case, I'll proceed with Apple. We can choose our app name. I'm gonna type Aora. Under bundle ID, you can use whatever you prefer. We can follow their example and then do something like com.jsm. and then the app name. So I'm gonna say com.jsm.aora. In your case, you'll most likely have to choose a different name, which is totally okay. But what's important is that whatever you choose here, copy it, write it down somewhere, because we'll need to use it later on. With that said, click next and click skip optional steps. The steps are the same for Android devices as well. You can skip the optional steps, and then you'll be redirected to your dashboard. Let's quickly go back to our code and go to app.json. Here, if you scroll down under iOS or under Android, whatever operating system you want to work on, you can add a new property called package. Make sure to put it within double quoted strings and type out exactly what you typed out as your bundle ID. In my case, it was com.jsm.aora, and that's it. You can put it under iOS or Android, depending on what you want to do. Next, let's copy the project ID right here from the dashboard, and then create a new folder in the root of our directory called lib, as in library. And within it, create a new file called apprite.js. Within here, we can create and export a new apprite config object, which will look something like this. The first thing we can add will be the endpoint. So we can say endpoint is equal to https://cloud.apprite.io/v1. This is their hosted version of the platform, but Apprite is completely open source and allows self-hosting as well. So in case you want to do that, you can. In this case, we'll proceed with their cloud version. The second thing we can add is the platform. And here you can type the bundle ID that you chose before. In my case, that's going to be com.jsm.aora. The next thing is the project ID, which is the one that you just copied from your dashboard. Next, let's check out auth. Here, we can create users manually, but rather than creating users manually, we'll connect this to our application and then create it using our great sign in and sign up forms we created not that long ago. There are multiple options for doing authentication here. We have phone, magic URLs, anonymous, JWTs, and a lot of OAuth providers. Basically anything you can imagine. In this case, we'll simply be using email and password. Next, let's look into databases. Here, we can create our own database. So let's do that by choosing a name. I'm going to do something like JSM_Aora and click create. It has been created and we've been given the ID of the database. So let's copy it, and back right here, we can say database ID, and we can paste that ID we just copied. Next, let's create our first collection. It'll be for our users. We can call it users and click create. We also get an ID of the collection, so let's copy it and let's paste it right below. That's going to be user collection ID, and we can paste the ID right below. Next, we can go back to all collections and create a second and last collection we'll have for this application, which is going to be called videos. And we can click create, and we can copy the ID and paste it below by saying video collection ID. First, let's go back to the users collection and add the attributes our users need. So let's create our first attribute. It'll be of a type string. The attribute key is username. Size is something like 2200, just so we have enough space. But of course, you can go much smaller as usernames aren't typically that long. We can make it required, and we can click create. Let's go for another one. It's going to be of a type email, which you can get right here. Its name will also be email, and it will be required. Next one will be of a type URL, and it'll be called avatar, and it will also be required. Finally, we can have a string of a type account ID with a size of about 2200, just so we don't hit the limit, and also required. And then we can head over to settings, scroll down, and add a new role under permissions. We're going to add any and turn on all CRUD operations. That way, all users can perform all CRUD operations. Now, let's modify the attributes for our videos collection. Go to attributes and create our first attribute of a type string with the attribute key of title, 2200 as the size, and make it required. The second attribute will be of a type URL, and its attribute key will be thumbnail. It will also be required. The third one will also be of a type string, and it will be the prompt that you use to create that video. This is a special feature of our application where people can type in the prompt that they use to generate that video, as you can think of it as a social platform for sharing AI-generated videos. And we're going to make this a bit longer, like 5,000 characters, and make it required. Next, we need the actual video. So that will be a URL type with the attribute key of video, and it will be required. And finally, we need a very important attribute of a type relationship. So we need to create a one-way relationship with a related collection of users. The relation will be many to one, which basically means that one user or one, let's call it a creator right here under the attribute key, can create many videos. And we can also see that right here. Videos can contain one creator, and then creator can belong to many videos. On deleting a document, we can set document to null and click create. Finally, we can go to settings and also enable permissions. We'll give permissions to all users, and we're going to give it all CRUD operations and click update. Great. So now we have successfully created our AppWrite project. Auth is set up by default. We have set up the database right here with 2 different collections that now have their own attributes. And finally, we can move on to creating storage. So let's create a bucket. Let's give it a bucket name of something like files and click create. As before, we can immediately copy the ID of the bucket, and we can add it right here at the bottom by saying storage ID is equal to the ID that we just copied. Finally, we can go under settings, permissions, and we can make all of our users do anything they want by giving them all the permissions. And if you click update, you'll get a quick alert saying that the maximum file size you're trying to set is above the limit. So scrolling down, we can change this over to 50 megabytes, which is allowed within the free plan. That way you can update this first and then make it just 50 megabytes. That's good. And now we can also add a second role of all guests and give guests only read permissions and click update. So now the logged in users have full permissions and guests have only read permissions, and we have also set up our maximum file size. Now let's also allow for specific extensions: JPEG, PNG, GIF or GIF, and MP4. And click update. That's it. Our bucket permissions and settings have been updated. All the IDs and all the information that we need to hook up to our AppWrite cloud are now here, and we are ready to start connecting to our AppWrite client, which will allow us to create users, upload videos, make relations between them, and upload files to our storage. Exciting stuff ahead. So let's get started with setting up our AppWrite within the code so we can focus on what we wanted to do not that long ago, and that is implement logic for our complete authentication. Now, AppWrite provides a couple of SDK libraries for major programming languages and platforms. In this case, we'll be using a client library for React Native SDK. It's currently in beta, but I went ahead and tested it thoroughly, and everything was working properly, so it's safe to use. Let's go to the GitHub page of that SDK. The link for that will be in the description. And while we're here, we can also give it a star. We can share some love for this developer creating the mobile SDK, as they don't have a lot of stars right now, as it's currently in beta. And we can scroll down to go under installation. We can copy this command, and within our terminal, we can paste it right here. This will install React Native AppWrite and React Native URL polyfills, which I guess they need to make this work. After that is done, we need to initialize our SDK. So let's copy this block of code and paste it just below. We are importing the client. Let's do that all the way at the top from React Native AppWrite. Then we initialize our React Native SDK, and we set up our endpoint, project, and platform. This is easy to do as we have this object with all of the information, so we can remove this fake stuff right here and simply say AppWrite config dot endpoint.
Or we can even shorten it at the top and say something like config, and then config right here, dot endpoint, which is our endpoint. Then we have our project ID, which is config dot project ID. And finally, we have a config dot platform. It's great that we collected all that information beforehand, so now it's just easy to set our client up. Once that is done, we can make our first request. So let's copy the code for it and paste it right below. Let's indent this properly. And as you can see, we have a function that tries to register a user. We're simply calling account.create. We create a new unique ID with an example email, password, and name. And then we call a .then function, which simply console logs the response. So now we can call this somewhere within our code. To do that, let's first turn it into a function. Const create user is equal to a callback function, and we can put this code right within it. Let's just move it a bit up. There we go. We have our account create, and we can also add export right here before, so we can use this function later on. And let's not forget to import account coming from React Native Apprite. That's right at the top, because we need to initialize our account instance and then set it to the account variable right here. Then let's go to our sign up, since that's the page that I currently have opened, so we can test our example function call. I'm going to go to app auth sign up, and then we're calling this submit on click. So here we can call create user. And unfortunately, it doesn't auto import it for me. So we can do that by saying import create user from //lib /apprite. And once we call the submit, we call the create user. Let's test it. Now, back within our application, let's open up the terminal and press R to reload. And I can see an error here saying that the prop ID doesn't exist. I think that's going to be right within our Apprite. So let's navigate, and you can see here ID unique. We can import that ID from React Native Apprite. Now that we have that, let's once again open up the terminal, click continue with email, navigate to sign up, and then click the sign in button. This should trigger the Apprite account creation. It says project with the requested ID could not be found. Please check the value of X Apprite project header to ensure the project correct ID is being used. So let's make sure that the project ID indeed is correct by going over to Apprite and then referring to our project ID here. Looks good, but here, set project, the ID should be uppercased. There we go. Now it's pointing to the right thing. So if we save it and click sign in one more time, you can see something that looks like a piece of data, which would make me assume that the account was indeed created successfully. So back within our dashboard, let's go to auth, and there we go. We have Jane Doe with the me@example.com email, and that's the only thing we care about. That means that we have successfully created a user from within our application. For now, I think we can safely delete Jane, as she wasn't a real user with the data that we typed in, and we can focus on hooking up our inputs to our form and then creating a new user, but for real this time. So back within our code, let's go back to Apprite, where we'll create all of the functions like creating a new user, signing in a user, getting the user information, and more. Starting off, of course, with creating a user. So we can scroll down to where we have this create user function, and let's remove everything from here and start from scratch just so it makes complete sense. We'll first open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can console log the error that we got just so we know what's happening. And we can also throw a new error by saying throw new error, and then we can pass the error in. In the try, we can try to create a new account by saying const new account is equal to await
account.create, and we have to pass a couple of things to it. First, we have to pass the user ID. And you can see that right here in the docs, create user ID of type string, then email, then password, and then name. You also get more information about what exactly this endpoint does. So first, we're going to use the ID unique to pass a new ID. And then we have to get the information about our current user, which will pass through params. So the first parameter will be email, then password, and then username. So just like that, right here, we can set the email, then the password, and then the username. Since we're awaiting, we also have to make our function async. Then, if we don't get a new account, we'll also throw a new error like this. Else, if the account has been created successfully, we can try to create a new profile picture by saying const avatar URL is equal to avatars, which we need to create right here where we have the account by saying const avatars is equal to new avatars coming from React Native App, right? And to it, we pass the client. So now we can say avatars.getInitials. This is a special function which basically, as it says if you hover over it, gets the initials of the user's name and then uploads that so you get the special URL so you can pass the username right in. Then we can await and call another function which we can create, which is sign in. So let's say sign in, and let's create that function right below. Export async function sign in that accepts an email and password. That's going to look something like this. Within it, we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can throw a new error and pass the error right in. But in the try, we can try to establish a new user session by saying const session is equal to await account.create email session. And this is a method given to us by Apprite to allow the user to log into their account by providing a valid email and password combination. So let's pass in the email and password. Great. And finally, once we have the session, we can simply return it. Now we can call this sign in function right above, and to it, we can pass the email and password, which will pass into the create account or create user rather. Once we sign in, we can create that new user in the database by saying const new user is equal to await. And as we have created an account instance, we have to create an instance of databases. So right at the top, we can say const databases is equal to new databases coming from React Native Apprite to which we can pass the client. And right below, we can say await databases dot create document like this. To it, we need to pass a couple of things: the database ID, the collection ID, the document ID, and then the data. So let's do it one by one. We have the database ID stored under config.database ID. We have the collection ID stored under config.user collection ID. Then the ID of the document, since it's new, we don't have it already, we can create a new unique ID by saying ID unique. And then we need to pass the object with all the information about the user, such as the account ID, which will be equal to new account dot $ID, email, which we get from the form, username, which we get from the form, and then avatar, which will be equal to avatar URL. That way, we create a new instance of the user in the database, and at the end, we can simply return that new user. Perfect. Now our function for creating a new user has been completed, as well as the function for signing in, and we can call it within this submit function once we click sign in. Or now that I look at it, the button should say sign up. So let's fix it and make it say sign up. But of course, since now this is a real function, we have to pass real data to it. So let's first check if we actually have that data. If no form.username or no form.email or no form.password. If either one of these is empty, then we want to issue an alert. And with React Native, it's easy to do an alert. You simply say alert, import it from React Native, and then say alert.alert of type error, or rather this is the title, and then you pass the message. Please fill in all the fields. If we do have all the fields, we can set is submitting to be true, and then we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can do an alert.alert that's going to say error, and we can render the error.message. We can add a finally clause, which will set submitting or set is submitting to false, because either way, if we got an error or if we succeeded, the loading is done. And then in the try, we'll say const result is equal to await create user. And since we're using await, we have to make this function async. And we have to pass three things to this user function, one by one: email, password, and username. So let's do just that. Form.email, form.password, and finally form.username. And once we get the result, we'll later on set it to global state using context. For now, let's leave it as it is, and let's simply use the router function coming from expo router and replace the route by pointing to /home. So let's give it a shot and let's try to sign up. I'll start typing my username like JS Mastery. I'll do an email of contact@jsmastery.pro. And I'll choose a password, something like 123123123. There we go. We can also check it. It looks good. So let's click sign up. And we got redirected back to the homepage. I won't save it yet, which means that it succeeded because we reached the end of the try block. That is great. But what happens now if I go back to profile or if I try to go back and then again continue with email? Once again, we are back to the login screen, which is a good thing, right? Because we haven't yet implemented the submit function of the sign in screen. So let's copy this entire submit logic that we have here, move over to sign in, and replace this submit. This one will be very similar. We set is submitting, we're doing everything the same, but instead of creating a new user and getting the result, we simply want to call await sign in. And this sign in should be coming from the appright file. So we can say import sign in coming from // lib appright. And then we're saying await sign in. The sign in accepts only two params, email and password. So we don't have to pass the username as we already know who we are. And then also after we log in, we want to set it to the global state and point to home. So now let's verify whether we have successfully created our account. I'm going to type in the same email I had typed before, contact@jsmastery.pro, and 123123123, and sign in. Ooh, in this case, we have an error, possible unhandled rejection, coming from the fact that we don't have a username. Okay, that's my bad. I should have removed this no username because here we don't even have the username field. So if we save it, we can type in our password one more time and we can sign in. This time we get a different error saying that I forgot to import the alert coming from React Native. Let's see if we have the router. There we go. I got that just to be safe. I think I have everything right now. So if I give it a go, we indeed got redirected to our homepage, which means that we're successfully signed in. And that's great and all, but what is it good for if I just close the app, like go right here and reload, and then the next time we have to log in again and go through the onboarding screen? We don't want to do that. We have already seen what the app is about, and we have already created an account. So the next thing we'll do is we will implement a global context state that will remember when our user has logged in and automatically redirect them to the homepage. First, we have to create a new folder within the root of our directory called context. And within it, we'll create a new file called global provider.js, as it will provide us with all the state that we need. So let's first import create context, use context, as well as use state and use effect coming from React. Then we can declare the context by saying const global context is equal to create context, and we can also export const. A new hook we'll create called use global context, which is basically a callback function that simply calls the use context hook and specifies which context we want to get. In this case, it's the global context. But someone or something has to provide that context. So let's say const global provider is equal to, and typically this is just a React component that gets children as a prop, and it returns a global context dot provider like this. Within it, we have children, so we can wrap everything but still display all the screens properly. Next, we can choose which types of values we want to provide to our provider. So we can say value is equal to an object, and here we can declare whatever we want our entire app to have access to. So let's create some states. First, use state snippet will be called is logged in, like this. And at the start, it will be set to false. Then we'll also create a new use state snippet called user, set user, at the start set to null. And make sure to properly capitalize this U right here. And finally, we'll create a last state called is loading, set is loading, at the start set to true, because we're first loading that user in. Then let's create a use effect, something like this with a callback function, and it will only happen at the start. The dependency array is empty. Here, we want to call a special function which we'll create within AppWrite. So let's go to the AppWrite file and create a new function by saying either export async function, or you can declare it as a regular export const, and we can call it get current user, which is equal to an async function like this. We can have a try and catch block right there. In the catch, we'll simply console log the error. And in the try, we'll say const current account or currently logged in user is equal to await account.get. If there is no current account like this, we want to throw an error. And if we do have a current account, then we want to get that user from the database by saying const current user is equal to await databases dot list documents. First things first, you want to say from which database do you want to get the documents from. So that's config dot database ID. Then from which collection, that's config dot user collection ID. And then you can specify the query, meaning how you want to get it. And in AppWrite, you do that using their own query object, which you import from React Native AppWrite, and it has different methods, such as apply, bind, call. We're going to use equal. So we want to ensure that the query.equal account ID is equal to the current account dot $ID. This way, we can get the exact user that's currently logged in. Finally, if there is no current user, not current account. This time we're looking for current user. Then we once again throw an error. And finally, if everything is good and if we have our user, we can return current user dot documents 0 because we only need one user. Let's also turn this function into an ES6 function by saying export const. That's going to be an arrow function like this. Doesn't make a difference, but it's good to stick with what you do. There we go. And now we have this get current user function, and we can import it right here within global provider by saying import get current user from /lib/upright. This get current user is an async function, so we can call .then on it. First, we get a response, and if a response exists, then we want to set is logged in to be true, and we want to set user to be equal to res, as in response. Else, if we don't have a response, we're going to set is logged in to false, and we're going to set the user to null. Then we can also catch it, meaning if something goes wrong. In that case, we're going to get an error, and we can simply console.log the error. And finally, meaning no matter what happens, if we succeed or if we fail, we can have a callback function that sets is loading to be equal to false because we have done doing whatever we're supposed to do. Now that this function gets the current user information, we set it to the state. Let's provide our entire application with the value of that state, with information like is logged in, set is logged in, user, set user, and is loading. And of course, for this provider to do its purpose, it has to actually wrap every single screen within our application. And the best way to wrap all the screens is just to use it within our main layout right here. So where we have the stack, we can just say global provider, wrap it properly, and that way all the screens will have access to the data within the values. Let's just properly indent it, and let's import it at the top by saying import global provider coming from /context / global provider. Now, it does look like there's a problem, and I think I know why. If we go back to global provider, we never exported it. It's never being used. So at the bottom, we have to say export default global provider. And now we should be good. Looks like I forgot to put an opening call right here. We're calling this as a function. So if we fix it, we're good. And what this does is if we have logged in before, it will give us access to the current user. And then we can use it within our onboarding to figure out whether we should automatically redirect the user to the homepage. So we can head to the onboarding component, which is the index of our app. And then right at the top, we can say const is loading and is logged in, which is equal to use global context, which of course we have to import by saying import use global context coming from /context global provider. And now if we're not loading and if we are logged in that case, we can return a redirect component with an href of /home. This is how that works. And you can see that worked perfectly. And if that didn't immediately work for you, no worries, we'll just do a quick fix. Make your registration submit form look like this. Feel free to pause the video. And your sign in submit form look like this. After that, give it another go. This should save your user to the context. Now we cannot go back, we're tied to home. And even if we reload our application right here, you see that we automatically get redirected to the homepage if we are already logged in. Back on Upright, if you reload your auth, you can also see that we have contact at JS Mastery Pro with the JS Mastery username right here, which means that we indeed have successfully created an account, logged into that account within our app, and also stored it within global context so that every time that we launch our app, we are automatically logged in. That is great. And now we are on our home component within the tabs. And now I think you can barely see it at the top left, but it says home right there, which means that we are ready to start working on the home screen. And that should look something like this. We have welcome back JS Mastery, so we know we're properly logged in, and we're gonna pull our username from that global context we created. Then we're gonna reuse our input for the search. We're gonna show some trending videos, and we'll have another display for all of the videos that people upload. So once again, amazing job for coming this far into the video, learning how to create React Native apps, learning how to do file-based routing within React Native, learning how to use Tailwind, or should I say Native Wind, within our app, importing all of the assets, crafting 3 beautiful screens with React Native components, and implementing Upright for our user management, databases, and storage. More on that later. So let's get to the good stuff and let's implement our homepage. To get started working on the homepage, we can wrap everything in a safe area view, similar to what we have done so far, and this safe area view will come from React Native safe area context. Right within it, for the first time, we'll use a component known as a flat list, coming directly from React Native. It is a self-closing component to which you can pass a lot of props, and it is used to render a list of elements. We mentioned it in the crash course at the beginning, but now we're going to put it to use. There are a couple of things that a flat list needs, such as data, which is the most important part. And this is an array or array-like list of items to render. So we definitely need to provide some kind of an array. Then we need a key extractor. So this will be a way for us to get the key out of that item. So for example, if you have an array of objects where the ID is a number like this, you would create a callback function where you get each individual item, and then you get the item.id out of it. In our case, later on, once we fetch data from Upright, it's going to be $ID. So let's leave it like that. And then most importantly, you need a render item, which looks like this. And this explains React Native how we want to render each item in the list. So we can open it up as a callback function. That's going to look something like this. And we can have an immediate return. So just parentheses right here. Right within here, we can destructure the data from each item. And then for each one, we can return something like, let's do a text for now. And the text can render the item itself. Or in this case, it can be item.id. So let's save it and see what do we have. You can see 1 on top left. We can make it a bit bigger by giving it a class name equal to text-3xl. And you can see number 1. Now, if we add multiple objects within this array, I can duplicate this and add maybe 2 more. We can give them IDs of 2 and 3. You can see that it basically creates a list where it shows different text elements. Soon enough, we'll fill this data with the real video data coming from Upright. For now, let me show you another property belonging to the flat list. It is the list header component, which also is a callback function with an immediate return where we can return a view. This view will have a class name equal to margin y of 6, padding x of 4, and space y of 6 between the elements. Right within it, we want to have another view, and this view will have a class name equal to justify between items start, flex row, and margin bottom of 6. And within it, we can have one more last view, and within it, we can have a text element.
that will say welcome back. And right below, we can create another text element where we can, for now, hard code JS Mastery. Later on, we can use the real username here. And you can see this appear at the top as the header to our flat list. Let's style these text elements. Let's do the first one first by giving it a class name equal to font-p medium, text-sm, and text-gray-100. The second one will have a class name equal to text-2xl, font-p semi-bold, and text-white. Of course, it's hard to see it right now because our background is white, but let's immediately make it black so it's easier for our eyes by giving the safe area view a class name equal to bg primary. There we go, that's better. And we can also give our text items a text of white so it's easier to see them. There we go. This is our flat list. You can see how customizable this flat list is. And I didn't even show you half of the things that it offers. We can immediately pass the data in, we can choose how that data will be rendered, and then we can also form the header component for that list. There's more stuff coming soon. Let's also render an image right below this view by adding another view that will have a class name equal to margin top of 1.5, and within it, we can render a self-closing image, which of course we have to import coming from React Native. And we need to import images at the top by saying import images coming from //constants and images. Or no, I think it's just coming from constants since we have the index that exports them. We can now give it a source equal to images.logo small. It's not that small right now, so let's give it a class name equal to w9 and h-10, and give it a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. That's better. Now we have a proper header. We want to go 2 views down, and we want to implement our search input component. This will be similar to our other text inputs that we used within our sign in and sign up, but just a tiny bit different. So let's create a new component within the components folder called search input.jsx. And we can start by entirely copying the entire form field and then making some modifications to it. First, let's actually show it within the home by rendering the search input like this. And of course, we have to change the actual name, search input, and also we have to export it as such. So now if we go back, it's going to give us the auto import, which is good. And now you can see it barely at the top. So let's go into it and let's make some slight modifications. In this case, we don't need this outer view with the text. The only thing we need is one view and the input within it. So we can delete this outer view. At the end of the classes for the view, we can give it some space, like space -x-4, and I think the rest can be the same. We can also give additional class names to our text input. We'll give it a class name of text base, margin top of 0.5, text-white, flex-1, and font-p regular. Now here's where things change. Instead of having this title, we will render another touchable opacity, which we have to import from React Native. So let's get it right here, touchable opacity. It has already been imported. Within it, we can render an image that will have a source equal to icons.search. Let's see if we have imported icons at the top. We have. Let's also give it a class name equal to w-5, h-5, and you know it, resize mode of contain. There we go. Now we can see the search icon. For now, we can leave it as it is, and later on, once we implement the search logic, we can add additional stuff to this search input. For now, let's go below it, and let's continue with our homepage. Below the search input, we'll create another view, and this will be for our latest videos section. So let's give it a class name equal to w-full flex-1, padding top of 5, and padding bottom of 8. Within it, we can render a text element that will say latest videos, and we can give it a class name equal to text-gray-100, text-lg, font-p regular, and margin bottom of 3. And if memory serves you right, the next section we have to implement is a horizontal list of videos. And also let's add a placeholder to this input. So we can quickly jump into the input. So we can replace the placeholder with something like search for a video topic. And there we go. You can see it right here. Now going back to home, how are we going to implement that horizontal video list? Well, right below our text, we can create a new component. So let's create it in the components folder, and let's call it trending.jsx. We can run rnfe, and we can import this component right here, trending. And of course, we have to import it at the top as well. That's going to be trending coming from components trending. To this trending, we can pass a posts property that will be equal to some kind of an array where we can also have a couple of different things. Let's do just IDs now to keep it simple. For example, ID 1. Let's also do another object with an ID of 2, and then another one with an ID of 3. And we can say question mark, meaning if it doesn't exist, then make it an empty array just so it doesn't break. Now we can dive into the trending and we can map over those elements in another flat list. So we know we're getting the posts right here as a prop, and the only thing we'll render will be another flat list. We already learned how to work with that, right? We have to pass it data, which will be equal to posts. We need to give it a key extractor, which will be equal to a function where we get the item, and then we take over the item dot $ID, as that's how the items will look like coming from app, right? And we have to give it a render item, meaning how each one of these items will look like once we destructure it and map over it. For now, I'm going to copy what I have right here at the top. It will be just a single text element, since we don't have a lot of data to show right now. And there we go. You can see that we have another flat list right here. But the most important thing for this flat list will be transitioning it to a horizontal view. Simply by giving it a horizontal prop, you can now see latest videos 1, 2, 3. That is great. So now we have a horizontal list and we have a vertical list right here. And that's actually the primary reason why I wrapped everything in one flat list, instead of wrapping everything in a scroll view, as we typically should do. That's because scroll views don't support both horizontal and vertical scroll at the same time. And in this case, since we have a flat list with vertical scrolling, this one right here, and another flat list within that flat list that supports trending or horizontal scrolling, this is the way that we needed to do it. There's a special error in React Native if you wrapped everything in a scroll view and had two different flat list types, like horizontal and vertical, you would get a special error saying that you cannot do that. So with that in mind, let's go below this trending and below the list header content as well. And let's use another special flat list property called list empty component. It allows us to create a function inside of which we can specify what will happen if our list is empty. So we can say something like text and then say empty. Now this doesn't show right now, but if we modify this data to be simply a completely empty array, I'm going to comment this out and remove it and make it empty. Now you cannot see anything, but if we give this text a class name with a text of white, you can see it says empty. But come on, let's make this look a bit better. Let's create a new component that we will call empty state.jsx. We can run rnfe, and we can import this empty state and show it as the only thing right here. empty state coming from components. We can pass it a title of no videos found, and we can also pass it a subtitle of no videos created yet. Or we can say something better, like be the first one to upload a video. Now we can navigate over to this empty state, implement a view with a class name of justify center, items-center, and padding x of 4. Within it, we can render an image coming from React Native, of course. And we also have to import images coming from /constants. And we can render the image with a source of images.empty with a class name equal to W of 270 pixels and H of 215 pixels with a resize mode equal to contain. And there we go. Now we can see that we cannot find anything. Let's also add a text element to make it a bit clearer. And as a matter of fact, we can copy these two text elements we had in the homepage. Right here, text and text. We can paste them here, and we can indent them properly. The first one will be a small text with P medium, gray 100, and it will render the title. Of course, that title will be coming from props, and subtitle too. The second one will be text XL with a text center property, font-p semi-bold, text-white, and margin top of 2 to divide a bit from the top, and it will render the subtitle. No videos found, be the first one to upload a video. I think it might make more sense to modify the subtitle to be the title and title to be the subtitle. That way, we can see no videos found, be the first one to upload a video. And we can even change them around. There we go. This makes more sense. Finally, we can render a custom button, which is now super simple as we have already created that component before. We can import it at the top by saying import custom button from /custom button. And of course, we need to pass some props to it. Props like title of back to explore, or even better, since we say be the first one to upload a video, we can say create video. We can give it a handle press equal to a callback function where we call the router, which we have to import at the top by saying import router from expo router. And then we can call a .push method on it, and we can push to /create. We can also give it container styles equal to w-full and margin y of 5. There we go. That's looking great. Also, it seems like it's not taking the full height of the screen. So I can go back here to Safe Area View and maybe add a border of 2 and border of red 500, just so I can see how it wraps it. Yeah, you can see it's missing a bit of height right here. If I add h-full, it should make it full height. There we go. That's better. And we can remove the borders as now we know how things look like. And that's another pro tip. If you're struggling with positioning, adding borders is always helpful. With that in mind, our empty state is now done, which is great. We can kind of move it around, scroll it up and down. But for now, I'm going to bring back my array of 3 fake items. That's going to look something like this. That way we don't see that empty state. And the last pretty cool thing about the flat list is that you can also give it a refresh control, inside of which we can render a refresh control component coming from React Native, and we need to create some special props that we can pass to it. I'm gonna explain what this does very soon. I'll create a use state field that's gonna be called refreshing, and set refreshing at the start set to false. And I'll also create a function called onRefresh, which will be equal to an async arrow function. There, we can simply set refreshing to true, and later on, we'll be able to recall our posts.
or videos so we can see if any new videos appeared. Once that is done, we can set refreshing back to false. So why are we doing this? Well, we can now pass it to the refresh control function. We can say refreshing is equal to refreshing, and on refresh is equal to on refresh. And if we save it, and if we import use state at the top coming from React, you can now scroll up, and later on, once we have real videos to fetch, once we implement this recall videos function, it will actually try to refetch and show you new videos. You might be used to this on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, even TikTok. If you scroll up and release it, it will start loading new data. And I will teach you how to do that very soon as we start fetching real data within our application. And now that our homepage is basically done, I think it's the perfect time to do that. So let's create some data and let's fetch it from within our application. Very soon, we'll implement our own screen to upload our own videos directly through the platform. But for now, I just want to ensure that we can see some videos on the homepage. And the quickest way to do that is to create a few documents directly through App.Write's dashboard. So let's go to databases, enter our single database, go to the videos collection, and click create document. In the README down below, you'll find a section where you can also find the data for a few of these videos that we will add. So let's copy it one by one. First, I will add a video with the title of How AI Shapes Coding Future with a URL of this thumbnail and enter a video URL as well. And finally, I will enter a prompt that I used to generate this video. That is the whole idea of the application, to share different prompts and videos that you have generated somewhere else using AI. Or you can also share your own videos. You'll also see that this video is actually mine. I recorded it, but it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we can upload it and see it within our application. And finally, choose a creator. Since you only have one user now, it's gonna be you. Does this make sense? Find the README down below, copy the data, and let's create a couple of videos. Of course, if you want to, you can upload your own videos and thumbnails, but just for the app to look good, I have prepared some for you. So let's click next, and let's click create. And our first document containing our video has been uploaded. Let's do at least 2 more. The second one I will do is get inspired to code with some kind of a thumbnail, prompt, and a video URL. And I'm gonna add myself as the creator. And the last one will be a Dalmatian, which is a dog breed, with a thumbnail, video URL, and a prompt. And I'm gonna choose myself as the creator as well. And let's click create. There we go. I think 3 videos are enough for us to start showing some data within our application. So let's go back to the code. Let's close all of the currently open files, and let's navigate over to App.Write. Here we have to create and export a new function that will fetch all posts by saying export const get all posts, which is equal to an async function with a try and catch block, where in the catch we throw a new error with an error, and in the try we can say const posts is equal to await databases dot list documents, and to it we need to pass the database ID, which is under config dot database ID, and we also have to provide the config dot video collection ID. And I don't want to every time say config dot and then config dot as well. What we can do is simply destructure all of these values from the config object. So I'm going to copy them all, say const, destructure them like this. And of course, you have to provide commas at the end of each one, and then say equal to config. This will allow us to expose them outside of the object. So now I don't have to say config dot. Rather, I can just refer to them like this. Finally, we can return posts.documents. This is great. We have a function that fetches all posts. So how do we actually use this within our application? Well, let's go back to home
And let's give it a shot. I'm gonna write it right here at the top of the file. First, we need to create a new use state, which we'll call data. Set data at the start equal to an empty array. And we also need another use state for the loading. So is loading, set is loading, and it's gonna be set to true. Then we need to create a use effect within which we'll fetch that data as soon as the component loads, or the screen in this case. So we can say use effect like this with a dependency array that's empty, meaning only fetch it at the start. And don't forget to import use effect from React. Within here, we can create a function const fetch data is equal to an async function like this, and then we can immediately call it right below, fetch data. The reason we need to do this is because you cannot use async code directly within a use effect. This would be illegal and wouldn't work. You have to create a new function inside of which you call asynchronous code. Here, we can set is loading to true because we have started fetching the data, and we can open up a try, catch, and finally block. Whether we succeed or fail, we want to set is loading to false because we're done fetching. In the catch, we can call the alert coming from React Native .alert error, and we can render the error.message. And in the try, we can say const response is equal to await. How did we call our function? Get all posts coming from lib appride. And then once we get the response, we simply set the data to be equal to response. And just like that, we have data about our videos. So what do you say that we console log it? Right here below, I'm gonna say console log data. We are here. I'm gonna open up the terminal, and would you look at that? The data that we have added within appride is right here. We can see it by how AI shapes coding future, the video URL, and everything else. That means that we can now start modifying our JSX to actually show some thumbnails and videos instead of showing simple text elements. But before we do that, I want to give you another pro tip. We can further optimize this code and make it more reusable by converting all of this into a custom hook. If you think about it, we'll have to fetch data in a lot of different pages, in the profile, in the search, and in many more cases. And the only thing that will change is the actual function of which posts or which users or what data are we getting. So with that in mind, we can copy this entire console log data and the use effect and these two states and remove them from the home to clean it up a bit. What we're going to do instead is create a new file within lib called use appride.js. This will be a custom hook. So, as with every custom hook, it has to be a function that starts with the word use. In this case, I chose the name use appride. And as a parameter, we're going to get a function that tries to fetch something. So I'm going to call it fn. And within here, I'm going to paste everything we had before. Is loading, states, use effects, alerts. And of course, we have to import use state from React. We have to import use effect from React. And instead of console logging the data, we will simply return it. For now, we can say return data within an object like so. And then we can say export default use appride. Now, where will this get all posts come from? Well, we will pass it as a function through props. So instead of calling get all posts, let's call fn like this. Now, going back to home, instead of all the code that you've seen before that was here, we can do one single thing. And that is const get the data and rename it to posts, which is equal to use appride custom hook, to which we pass this function of get all posts, which we created not that long ago. It's basically just this one. So before we had about 20-30 lines right here, and now we have moved that logic here. We're passing the getter function, and we can try to console log the posts one more time to see if we truly get them. we have renamed it to posts. So I open up the terminal and you can see there's a lot of code. So that must mean that it has actually done it for the second time. There we go. So the logic works the same, but we have extracted it to make it more reusable. We can also make it more powerful by creating this function called refetch const. Refetch is equal to a callback function that simply calls the fetch data one more time, which is the same exact function which we have created for fetching the data for the first time. But if we want to use it here, we have to bring it out of the use effect. So we're calling it once at the start, and we're calling it whenever the refetch function gets called. And do you know when that will be? Well, it will be on refresh once we pull our device up. So with that in mind, let's return the data, the is loading, as well as the refetch, and back in home, alongside just getting the posts, we can also get refetch, and we can recall videos whenever we scroll up or swipe up. So we can say await refetch. There we go. I hope this makes sense. I know it's a bit more advanced, creating custom reusable hooks, but I hope it will make even more sense once we use this custom hook for the second time, so you can see how much code we have actually saved ourselves from writing. With that in mind, instead of just doing a console log in the terminal, which doesn't mean too much, let's try to actually show some data within our flat list. And then instead of rendering the ID, we should be able to render something like title. And there we go. How AI shapes coding future, get inspired to code, and the Dalmatians journey through Italy. That's great. But we can do better than that. We can also show the thumbnails we have uploaded. So instead of simply showing a piece of text, let's create a new component called video card.jsx, where we can run rnfe, and we can import it right here as a render item. Video card. Make sure to import it at the top, right below empty state, video card coming from components, video card. To it, we can pass the entire post, or we can call it a video equal to item. So now we have access to all of this data within a video card, and we can destructure it video right here. We can also automatically destructure the properties within the video, such as the title, thumbnail, video, and creator. And outside of the creator, we can pull the username and the avatar. Pretty cool stuff, right? Now we can use anything we need. So just to verify this is working, let's give some class names to this view, like a class name equal to flex-call, so they show one below another, items-center, padding x of 4, and margin bottom of 14. And let's try to render a text with a class name of text-2xl, text-white, and let's make it render the title. There we go. Everything is working exactly as we thought it would. Now let's put that text to the side for now, and let's create more structure for our cards by creating another view with a class name equal to flex-row, gap-3, and items-start. Within it, another view that will have a class name equal to justify-center, items-center, flex-row, and a flex of 1. And within it, last view, trust me, a view with a class name equal to W of 46 pixels, H of 46 pixels, rounded-LG, border-secondary. We can start seeing things now. Justify center, items-center, and a padding of 0.5. Within it, we can render an image coming from React Native with a source equal to URI is the avatar. Class name is W-full, H-full, and rounded-LG, and the resize mode is equal to cover. And now we can see J As in JS Mastery, this was created automatically for us by AppWrite. Let's go one view down below the image, and let's create another view, this time for the title of our video, with a class name equal to justify-center, flex-1, margin left of 3, and gap y of 1. Within it, we can render a text property that will simply render the title. We can also give it a class name equal to text-white, so we can see it, font-p semi-bold, and text-sm. And now we can remove this second title as we have the real one above. There we go. We can also give a special property to this text, which is a number of lines, 1, which stops the text from going further if it's longer. Below the text of title, we can render another text. And this one will render the creator, or in our case, the username. We can give it a class name of text-xs, text-gray 100, and font-p regular. And we can also make it fit in one line. Number of lines is 1. There we go. That's good. We can go below this text and 1, 2 views down, and we can create another view. This one will have a class name equal to padding top of 2, and we can render an image that will have a source equal to icons coming from constants dot menu. Make sure to import these icons. Class name equal to w of 5 and h of 5, and a resize mode equal to contain. There we go, just so we can do some additional actions. Moving 2 more views down, right here, we can finally show the video. And this will be interesting. First, we don't want every single video to play right off the bat. So we want to create a new state to ensure whether the video is playing or not. So let's create a new useState snippet called play and set play at the start set to false. We need to import the useState. And for now, let's see what happens if the video is not playing. So we can open up a new dynamic block of code where we check play. And if it's playing, we can show for now a text saying playing. Else, we will show something else. We will show a touchable opacity, which is basically like a button that will play it. But instead of it being a button, we will actually show the thumbnail. So once you click on it, you can start playing. Let's not forget to import touchable opacity from React Native. And within it, let's render an image that will have the source equal to URI of thumbnail. We're going to also have a class name equal to w-full, h-full, rounded-xl, and margin top of 3, with a resize mode equal to cover. And immediately you can see that it takes more screen, but we cannot really see anything happening right here. So let's apply some additional class names to this touchable opacity, such as a class name equal to w-full, and there we go, we can already see the thumbnail, h-60 for the height, rounded-xl, margin top of 3, relative, justify center, and items center. And now we can actually move through 3 of these thumbnails, and our app is starting to look better and better. Below that image, we'll show another image, and this one will have a source equal to icons.play. You can see this play icon. So for the images, if the source is a URL, you have to do it like this, say URI and then point to the URL. But if it's a local image, you can just do source and then point to the path to that image. Let's also give it a class name equal to w12, h12, and absolute, and a resize mode equal to contain. There we go. So now it seems like we can click to play it. To our touchable opacity, we can also give the active opacity of 0.7. So once we kind of hover over it or click it, we can see what's happening. And on press, we can call the callback function and set play to be equal to true. For now, that will just turn it into a text. And let's also give it a class name so we can see it, of text white. So if I click play on it, you can see that now it says playing, and we can repeat the process for every single one of these 3 videos. That is phenomenal. Let's also go back a bit. Now it always says playing because it's stuck. But if you open up the terminal and press the letter R, it should reload it, automatically log us in, and we can see our thumbnails once again. This is great. We can also fix this warning at the bottom regarding keys. But for now, before we get this videos actually playing, what do you say that we implement this latest videos section? That's this section right here. It's gonna show us not the latest videos, but the trending videos. And it's gonna show them in a bit of a different format. It's going to be a horizontal list where you can swipe left and right to see different videos in a portrait mode. So let's implement that, and then we'll figure out how to get those videos to play. Do you know where we have to go to start working on these latest videos? Well, it's gonna be within our flat list and within our trending component right here. To it, we could pass the same posts that we are getting from the top, like posts, but let's create a different fetch function so we get some different posts to show right here. I'm gonna go back to AppWrite, and instead of get all posts, we're gonna create a new function called get latest posts. But for now, I'm gonna start with it by duplicating the get all posts one. There we go, we have it right here. I'm gonna collapse this one and rename this one to get latest posts. You can call it get latest videos as well. Everything is gonna be the same besides an additional query that you can pass right here, dot order descending, and you pass a function of $, created at, and we're gonna query a limit of only 7 because we only want to show the latest few videos. That's it. So now let's go back to home and let me show you how easily we can fetch those posts now that we have created this reusable custom hook. You basically just duplicate it. We can rename posts to something like latest posts, and we don't need a refetch from that. And to it, you pass get latest posts coming from lib AppWrite. And that's going to give you a completely different set of posts in just a single line. So let's now use those latest posts and pass them over to our trending component. There we go. Now we can navigate into the trending and we can implement the structure and the presentation of how we want these elements to show. Of course, the end product being something like this. First things first, we're going to install this great package called React Native Animatable. It allows you to add animations to your React Native applications. And installing it is quite simple. We can just go to our clean terminal and run npm install react-native-animatable. And while we're here, we're going to also install another package that allows us to play videos within our application. It's called expo-av. I think that stands for audio video. And let's press enter. First things first, we can import everything as animatable from React Native Animatable. And then we can create a new component right here, const trending item is equal to a React arrow function where we can return a new animatable.view, which basically is a view that allows you to do animations within it. Let's properly close it. And instead of rendering a text for each one of our elements, we can now render the trending item. And to it, we can pass a couple of things. We can pass the currently active item, which will come from the state. So we can declare a new useState snippet called active item, set active item, at the start set to posts 0. So the first post out there. And then we can pass the active item and we can pass the item as well. Moving back, we have to import useState from React and we can get access to our active item as well as the item. Within this animatable view, we can give it a class name equal to margin right of 5. And we can declare an animation, which will be equal to essentially an object which we want to declare. And that object looks something like this. Const zoom in is equal to an object, and we can provide multiple different states. 0 state with a scale of 0.9, and then we can add a 1 state with a scale of 1. Similarly, we can duplicate this and create another animation called zoom out, where at the start, we're going to start from a scale of 1 and move to a scale of 0.9, which will basically zoom it out. Now, within this animation, if the active item is equal to item.$ID, so if we're currently on that item, we want to zoom it in, else we want to zoom it out. And we want to do that with a duration of 500 milliseconds. Then, as we have done before, we have to ensure whether we're playing the video or showing its thumbnail. So let's create a new use state snippet called play. Set play at the start set to false. And then if play is turned on, we can return something like, let's do a text that will say playing. Let's also give it a class name equal to text-white. Else, if we're not playing, we want to create a touchable opacity like before that will allow us to play something. So let's create a new touchable opacity coming from React Native with a class name equal to relative, justify center, and items center. Active opacity will be 0.7, and on press, we want to have a callback function that will set play to true. Within it, we're going to use a new component we haven't used before, which is the image background. So we're not using just the image, we're using the image background that will have a source equal to URI of item.thumbnail. Let's also give it a class name equal to W of 52, H of 72, because it has more height as it's a portrait, rounded -35 pixels, margin Y of 5, overflow of hidden, shadow-LG, and shadow-black-40 to make it appear like it's floating. And there we go. You can start seeing those portrait images. Let's also give it a resize mode equal to cover. Now, as it's a flat list, and as it's a horizontal flat list, you can immediately just use your finger, I was about to say mouse, to swipe through them. And if you go back to trending, I think that's right here. If you remove this horizontal, you can notice that they should start appearing vertically. There we go. Although it's quite hard to see them. There we go. That's better. But of course, we want this first one to be horizontal, and then we want the bottom one to be vertical. Great. Below it, let's also add an image with a source equal to icons coming from the icons constants dot play. And of course, we have to import image from React Native. Let's also give it a class name equal to W12, H12, and absolute, so it shows on top of the image background with a resize mode of contain. That is looking great. Now, as you scroll over them, you can see that looks good. But for some reason, it looks like it's not applying this animation. Because if I just go for zoom in right here, you can see that they're all enlarged. But right now, it doesn't seem like any of them is. And keep in mind, this is the UI we're going for. So let's check the active item by giving us a console.log active item. And let's also console log the item that $ID, like this. Now we can compare the two by pressing R to reload. We get all of this data from before, but somewhere on top of it, we should be able to see just those IDs I'm after. Let's first remove the other console log that I think we have right here within the homepage, or maybe within the use app, right? Let's see. No, that's not it. Where is this console log hiding? Let's search for it. Console.log. We have one right here in trending, which is the one we created right now. We have the error, and then we have error and error. Okay, that's good. So we don't have any additional console logs. Maybe these are just old ones. But no, they seem to appear every time, which is quite interesting. Oh, maybe that's because this is this active item. Yeah, the active item could be the actual element. So we might need to do active item dot and then $ID. Let's try that. There we go. That's good. So now we get this ID and we get the second ID. And only for the one that matches, we should make it enlarged. So let's see if we try doing active item dot $ID. There we go. Now that one is big. And if we switch over it, additional ones don't change. So we want to actually change this as we swipe. And maybe at the start, we make the second one bigger by changing the active item to 1 right here. That way it's more similar to what we have in the design. But how do we actually use this set active item so that they modify once we scroll? Well, let's create a new function, const viewable items changed. This is pretty amazing. You're basically given this handler immediately by the flat list. I mean, what doesn't the flat list do? So you can say on viewable items changed, and basically this is called when the viewability of rows changed defined by the viewable row. So let's say on viewable items changed, we call our viewable items change function. And let's say changed, not changes. There we go. As the parameter, we are getting the item, so we can destructure the viewable items from it. And we want to say if viewable items dot length is greater than 0, meaning if we have more, we want to set active item to be equal to viewable items 0 dot key. Right below it, we also want to modify the viewability config, where we can give it the item visible % threshold of about 70. And we can give it the content offset to figure out when do we actually apply that visibility percentage by saying like X is about 170 pixels. Now, if we go back, the active items are not what they used to be. Now they should be the actual key of that item. So here, we no longer have to use the ID that I added before. And if I save it, you can see now the middle one is enlarged. But if I scroll, they actually change. And in case you want to make it even larger, you can modify the scale even more. For example, scale 1.1 or even 1.2. And you can see how it looks like right now. I think 1.1 might be the most we can go for. This is actually great. Perfect. So now we have also implemented some animations to our application. But the question is, how do we now click on it and play it? Right now, we get nothing. We have to implement this part right here. When the playing is true, we have to use this new package we have installed called Expo AV that will allow us to play videos. So right here, let's use their video component, just like so. It will be self-closing, and it's coming from the top by saying import video coming from Expo AV. And another thing we'll use is the resize mode, also coming from Expo AV. Within this video, we want to add a source of the video, which will be equal to URI item.video. But that's not enough on its own. Let's also apply a class name of W of 52, H of 72, so the same size as the actual container, rounded -35 pixels, margin top of 3, and background white over 10. There we go. So now we can see the video right here. This one is horizontal, so it looks a bit different on the vertical view, but that's okay. We can add a resize mode equal to, and now we can use this special component called resize mode coming from the Expo AV and use the .contain functionality. We can also say use native controls as well as should play. So the video should play, and that way it plays immediately once you click on it.
And we can also say on playback status update. We get access to the status, and if status dot did just finish, I like the naming of these variables, it's very descriptive. If it did just finish, we set play to false, which should bring us back to the view of the actual thumbnail. There we go. It's easier than we thought, right? So now if I go here, if I click on it, the video loads and it starts playing. This one looks better as it is in vertical view, and it looks amazing. You can also zoom it in and go full screen. I mean, how cool is that? Your own video sharing platform. These are just shorts. Let's try with this one. There we go. You can also zoom it in. You can play audio. I'm gonna mute it for now and play. Rule number 6, if the plan doesn't work, change the plan, but never the goal. Yep, I hope your goal is to become a professional developer, which is exactly why you're watching this video. And here we have another one where we can also go to the start, expand it, and the coolest thing is you can actually rotate your phone and see it in full screen if it's horizontal. This is great, and this is a pretty cool video generated by Aora using AI. So this is a beautiful latest video section. Now let's focus on trying to play these videos below. We can do that by copying this video component, closing all the currently open files, moving back to home, and going right here within our video card, and going to the part where we actually play something. We can paste this video component. We can modify it a bit. URI will simply be video. Class name will be full width this time, so W full, H60, rounded XL, and margin top 3. We don't need the background in this case. The resize mode will be contain. Don't forget to import the resize mode from Expo AV, as well as the video also coming from Expo AV. We can do that at the top. We can use the native controls, should play, and then we also use the same on playback status update. So now if we save it, and if we play, let's do this horizontal video and click play, it actually opens up. And as you know, you have full controls and you can turn your phone around as you normally would with any kind of application that you're already used to view it in full screen. This is great. We can also do something like that for these videos right here. Perfect. Let's see what happens if I click on another one. Okay, that one is now playing. And make sure to mute it as there's loud audio coming from this YouTube short. But these videos are also playing from before, which is totally okay. We can have multiple videos playing on this screen. This is looking great. And I especially love these portraits right here at the top with this slight animation. For some reason, they disappeared now, which is a bit weird, but I do think they're coming back. And don't forget, if you reload, if you pull it to the top, it will refetch all of these videos at the bottom. There might be some tweaks, which we can still modify and improve, but for now, this is amazing. I am very happy with the homepage that we have created. If there are some tweaks we might need to make, we can do that soon. Next pages that we have to implement are the search page. So once you search for something, you want to actually show the screen showing only the videos matching that search term. And then also there is the profile page to which you go to if you click this J or another avatar right here, whatever your name is. And of course, there's the create page, which is basically one large form that will allow us to manually upload those videos and not only view those that we have created from AppWrite. So let's do the search and the profile next, because I want to show you how easily we can reuse these video components we have created so far. And then after that, we can focus on the create. Phenomenal job so far. Leave a comment down below if you're watching until this part of the video. Keep it up. To get started with our search, we can navigate over to App, Search, and then Query right here. Can you see how this file is within square brackets? Well, that means that we can extract the value of that search out of the, well, not URL, but out of the screen. So how do we do that? Well, in React Native, you can say const query is equal to use local search params. And this use local search params is coming from expo router. So let's import it. Use local search params from expo router. What we can do right now is simply make this text a bit larger by giving it a text 3XL as well as text-white. And within it, we can now render this dynamic query. So let's see if that works. What we want to do is navigate to this dynamic page. And if I'm not mistaken, we haven't yet implemented the logic within our search input component. It looks good, but we still have to make it do something on click. So right here, instead of using this password, we no longer need that. We can get access to the path name by saying const path name is equal to use path name like this, and we call it as a hook. This use path name can be imported from expo router. So import use path name coming from expo router. There we go. That's good. And we also can create a new use state field, and we can call it query, set query at the start equal to, let's do just an empty string. We don't have to pass any props into the search input, so let's delete it. And then here, where we use the value, we can rather refer to the query. We don't have to make it secure text entry. And on change text, we simply want to get the event and set the query and pass that event. We can also change the placeholder text color to hash cd_cd_e0, which is going to make it pop just a bit. Then in the touchable opacity, we can add an on press. This is as if we were adding a click handler on the button. On press is equal to a callback function where we check if query exists, or rather if query doesn't exist, then we can simply return an alert coming from React Native .alert, and we can give it a title of missing query and a message of please input something to search results across database. That way, if a user doesn't type anything, it should give us an alert. Next, outside of that if path name dot starts with /search, that means that we are already on the search page. And in that case, we simply want to set the search param by saying router dot set params, and in an object, we set the query. Let's also import router from expo router. And else, if we're not on the search, we want to say router dot push, and we want to push over to a template string of /search /query. And now, if you go in, click on this field, you're going to get this nice orange glow. And we can type something like, let's see, what do we have? AI, maybe. AI, and click search. By pressing on the magnifying glass, you can see we are redirected to the search page. And right now, the text is not that visible. So let's make it a safe area view coming from React Safe Area View with a class name of bg primary and age-full. And now you can see that we have AI exactly like we typed. If you go back and type something like test, maybe, and press search, you can see that now we are on that page where the query is equal to search. That is great. That's enough information for us to be able to fetch all of the corresponding posts. With that in mind, let's head back to AppWrite and let's implement a function that searches through posts. To do that, we can duplicate the function that fetches the latest posts and rename it to search posts, and it will accept the query as the first and only parameter. We do the same thing here. We call databases.list documents, provide the database ID and the collection ID of the documents we're trying to fetch, and then instead of order, we're going to use a query.search we're going to search by title, and we're going to pass the query as the actual search term. Believe it or not, that is it. This should give us all the posts that match our corresponding query. That means that we can now go back to the query and call our use AppWrite hook to get all the necessary information. But if you look at our design, you'll notice that our search page is almost exactly the same as our homepage. It has the same search right here with the search term typed in already. It also has the heading, and then it has the flat list. The only thing that's missing is the trending videos. So we'll basically be able to copy the homepage and make some slight modifications to implement the search page. So let's do exactly that. I'm gonna head over to home. I'm gonna copy the entire file and I'll paste it into search. First things first, modify the component name or screen name from home to search. We can do that here. We don't need two different fetches. We need only one, where we call the search posts function coming from lib AppWrite. And we also have to pass a query to it. And where do we get the query from? Well, we already know that. We have done it already. Const query is equal to use local search params, which is coming directly from Expo router. Import use local search params coming from Expo router. That way we get the query, then we use the use AppWrite hook to make a call to our search posts, and then we get posts right here. We also get this refetch, and we can refetch not by scrolling up, rather we can do a simple use effect right here with a callback function, which will be called every time that the query changes. So every time that the user types something new, we can just call a refetch function. Now, if we save this, of course, everything will be broken. First of all, we don't have this refreshing, so we can remove this bottom part. That's going to temporarily fix it. And let's navigate over to query to see how does that look like. I'm gonna type AI and press search. And of course, we get a couple of errors. First, we don't have the latest posts, which we pass over to trending. So we can completely remove this view that says latest videos. But before we try to do another search, let's go ahead and see what other things we have to change. Starting from the top, we have a safe area view with a flat list that shows items vertically by default. We extract the IDs, we render the video card item, and then we list the header component. The header is not gonna say welcome back. Rather, it will say something like search results, and then below we can say query. So kind of giving search results for this specific query. And then right below this text, we don't even need this logo. We can immediately present our search input. So we have a text, and immediately below that text, we can render our search input. This time, we'll have to pass it an additional prop of initial query equal to query. That way, we can accept it right here, initial query. And if we do have an initial query, we can set this query by default to be the initial query to auto-populate it. That way, if we come from home, it will be pre-populated to say the search term we searched for. Then let's see the structure here. We have one view with margin Y and padding X. We don't need the spacing here. And we don't need this entire inner view, so we can close the opening and closing brace. We also don't need this opening view right here, so we can remove it. And let's indent everything properly so it's easier to see. I'm gonna make multiple selections and then do it like this. So we have the view, we have the text that says search results. Immediately after, we have a text that says query. And then below, we wanna have a view that will create some spacing with a class name of margin top of 6 and margin bottom of 8. And within it, we wanna put the search input. There we go. And finally, we have the empty state, no videos found, but this time we can say something different, like no videos found for this search query. See how good it is to make reusable components? We just have to change the prompt that we passed to it. With that in mind, let's give it a shot. Let's simply open up the keyboard and say AI and click search. As you can see, we are redirected directly to the search page, which looks great by default, but we also have to get rid of this top bar. I think we can do that within our primary layout. Yeah, you can see here, stack search query. We have to uncomment this, which should get rid of the top bar. I think if you remove this /, it will work. There we go. That's good. And we can immediately see the search results for the term AI. The AI is also pre-filled, but for some reason it says no videos found. That's interesting. So our search posts function, this one, is not returning any videos that match by title. A quick way to debug it is to go here and check if AI is within some of these titles. And it does appear to be that way. Here we have a title of how AI shapes coding future. Inspired to code. I guess kind of code or COD is right here, code, and here is coding. So maybe if we try that, we should hit 2 of these videos. Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna say COD, start off code and coding. And still we get a possible unhandled promise rejection. Export default trending alert doesn't exist. This is actually quite good as we can just search for alert and see where it is being used. Sign in, sign up, home, we're using it here, or at least we're importing it, but we're not using it. In the query, also not being used. We have this search input. Are we using it here? Yeah, it's coming from React Native. That's looking good. And we have this use app right as well. Oh, it looks like we don't have it here. So here we have to import alert from React Native. And once we do that, we get another error saying that the function is not defined, which is very useful because now we can go back to our, I believe it's query file, and it's basically saying that the search post is not defined. Even though it's coming from here and it does seem to be defined, we're also passing the query to it. Oh, this is a good one. So what I've done here is a typical rookie mistake. What we have done before is we're just passing the function to the use app right, which we then later on call. It's similar if we pass, for example, get all posts right here. We pass the entire function declaration without calling it. That way, here, it gets replaced and it gets called. But what I've done now, since I had to pass the query, is I've actually called the function before. So instead of passing the function declaration, I'm passing whatever the output of this function is. For example, an array of some posts, right? And then that ends up getting all the way to here, and it tries to call an object, which is not possible. So if you need to pass some data into the function when you're sending it over, you can do that by defining a callback function like this. It might be a bit harder to see, so I'm going to put it in a new line. Use app right. Essentially, you're passing the entire callback function. So once this gets called, the entire declaration will get passed and it will properly call it right here. I hope that makes sense. So now we can give it a second shot. Let's say something like AI and search. Okay, it says something like search for attribute title requires a full text index. And that means that we have to go right here to databases, go to the videos collection, and go to indices, and create a new index. We can call it something like search by title. The index type will be full text as the error message said, and the attribute will be by title. And let's click create. It looks like the index name needs to be properly indexable, so let's do search _by_ title and click create. There we go, the index was created, and this should allow us to do searches. Back in the code, I will type AI one last time, and this time we don't get an error, which is great, but we also don't see any videos. So what we could do is we could console log a couple of things. We can console log, first of all, the query to see if the query is good. and then the posts that we got back to see if there is anything to show. Once we do that, you can see that the query was all right, but the array was empty. Let's try to search for something like COD for coding. And this time we do get back 2 videos, the How AI Shapes Coding Future and Get Inspired to Code, which is exactly what I wanted to get back. Interesting how it didn't get us AI. Let's try one more time. No. What if we do both letters uppercase? What if we do Italy? I know that's another word from our titles. Okay, that works. That's interesting. Maybe it's trying to search for more than 2 characters. Let's see what else do we have here. Inspired, journey. Let's search for inspired. That is great. And let's also search for journey. Perfect. Basically everything is working, but for some reason search for AI didn't work. But at least that showed us that our no videos screen is working as we get no videos found and then create video. So that is great. Let's go back to homepage one more time. We can see different posts. We can see the latest videos as well. And we can make a search. And you get a complete search similar to the homepage, but in this new layout where you can keep searching for whatever you want to find by simply deleting it and searching again, or you can swipe left to go back to home. Wonderful. It wasn't that tough to create search. Once we have reusable video card components, reusable flat lists, and also reusable hooks that allow us to more easily fetch data. We can also clean things up a bit. As our query is a bit smaller than our homepage, we don't need things like the image, refresh control, or alert. We don't need to use state, images, trending, and all of these other calls from AppWrite. I always like to keep my code clean and have 0 unused variables. The next screen we can focus on will be profile. So let's click on profile right at the bottom right corner. And we have an empty screen. Let's turn it into something that looks more like this, where we fetch the avatar, username, the number of posts, and some fake views, and also display all of the videos that that user has created. To do that, we can copy the entire code from our query file, close all of the currently open files, and navigate over to profile. There, we can override the entire code with what we copied from the query and rename it to profile right here, and also right here at the top. That should immediately give us something better to look at. There we go. It says no videos found. It says search results. But let's first make it into an actual profile by modifying which posts are we trying to get. We're not trying to get the posts that we search for. Rather, we're trying to get the posts that our user has created. So let's navigate over to AppWrite, duplicate the search posts right below, and let's call it something like get user posts, where we can pass the user ID so we know which user posts are we getting. We also list the documents coming from database ID with this collection and query.equal, where the creator is equal to user ID. That's it. You can see how simple it becomes once you understand how all of this works. Now we can go back to profile, and instead of fetching these posts and refetch from search posts, we can simply call get user posts coming from lib AppWrite like this, and to it we're going to pass the user ID. But the question is, where do we get the currently logged in user ID? Pause this video, give yourself a moment, and try to figure it out. I'm gonna let you know in 3, 2, 1. It's coming from the global context. It is right here. Remember, under values, we're passing the user as the object. We can get access to it, and the user contains the ID. So we don't need the query in this case. Rather, we can say const destructure the user, the set user, and the set is logged in, because from here we'll also be able to log out. And we can say that's equal to use global context, which is coming from our context. It doesn't want to auto import it, but we can say import
use global context from dot slash, or no, it's dot slash context / global provider. And then we get the user dot $ID. And this should give us access to all of the posts. Looks like it redirected us back to home, so we can click to go to the profile again. And it's going to complain about the query. We no longer need this use effect with the query. Let's save it now and go back to profile. It's going to complain again because we're using a query in a couple of places. So let's simply comment out the query here and here. And I think that's it. If we save it and click profile once again, we can see our 3 videos that we have created, which is exactly what we wanted. So now the last thing we have to do is change the header of this flat list displaying our posts into something that looks like this. We basically want to add this user card at the top that lets us know that we can log out and that we're currently on the profile page. We can do that by modifying the list header component part of our flat list. In this case, let's delete everything we have in there right now to make it a bit easier for us to develop it. And we can first wrap everything in a view. That view will have a class name equal to w-full, justify-center, items-center, margin top of 6, margin bottom of 12, and padding x of 4. Within that div, we can show a touchable opacity that looks something like this, and we import it from React Native. Within it, we can show an image with a capital I, also coming from React Native, with a source equal to icons dot, and don't forget to import icons from constants dot logout, with a resize mode equal to contain, and a class name equal to w6 h6. You can see this logout on top. Let's also put it at the end by styling detachable opacity by giving it a class name equal to w-full, items end, and margin bottom of 10. That way it's at the top right. Also later on to this touchable opacity, we'll have to provide a function that implements the logout functionality. So let's simply declare it right here. Const logout is equal to a function that looks like this, and we call it onPress. Great. Now below this touchable opacity, we want to show a view where we render the user's avatar. So let's do just that. View with a class name of w16 h16 border secondary that looks something like this. Rounded-LG, justify center, and items center. And within it, we can show a new image property that has the source equal to an object of URI is equal to user !avatar. That's going to look something like this. It's not visible until we give it a class name equal to w-90%, h-90% as well within square brackets. That way it's not going to take the full width of the screen. And rounded-LG and the resize mode equal to cover. Okay, this is great. And right below that image and below this view, we can render a new custom component called info box. So let's create it. New file, info box.jsx, where we can run rnfe, and we can immediately import it right here. Info box. Make sure to properly import it at the top. Info box coming from info box. We don't need the use effect, the search params, nor the text right here. That's good. If we save it, there's going to be nothing there. But to this info box, we can pass a couple of props, like title is equal to user !username, container styles equal to margin top of 5. So we divide it a bit from the top. And title styles equal to text-LG, as this will be a bit larger. Title styles. Below that info box, we'll create a view
that will have a class name equal to margin top of 5 and flex row. And here we want to show 2 more info boxes. So let's simply copy this one, paste it once, and also paste it twice. The second one will render the number of posts that we have. So posts.length or 0 if we don't have any. We're going to also give it a subtitle of posts, container styles of margin right of 10, title styles of text-XL, and finally the last info box will show a number of followers. We can say something like 1.2 thousand with a subtitle equal to followers. We don't need the container styles, and it will have a title of text-XL. If we save it, you basically cannot see anything on the screen right now. That's because we're not making use of any of these parameters we're passing. But now we have the structure, so we know which props are we accepting. So going to our info box, we can now accept a couple of props, such as title, subtitle, container styles, and title styles. We can render a view with a class name of container styles with a text that will render the title. Let's give it a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic, text-white, text-center, font-p semi-bold, and we can also render all the title styles we're passing, like this. There we go. We can see JS Mastery, 3 posts, and 1.2 thousand followers. And we can create a new text element right below it for the subtitle that will have a class name equal to text-sm for small, text-gray-100, text-center, and font-p regular. And let's save it. There we go. So now we can see one primary info box that renders our username. We can see our subtitle of posts and title of 3, and same thing for the followers. And with that, my friends, believe it or not, our profile page has been completed. It's pretty crazy what you can achieve when you reuse existing components. We have reused almost everything: our page, our routing structure, our flat list from home and search, and also the individual video cards, which, don't forget, you can also play. And make sure to mute it every time, especially if you're using these videos, as they're quite loud. So this is phenomenal. So finally, let's implement our logout function so we can log out of the application and maybe log in with another account. We can do that by creating another appwrite function. We can say export const sign out equal to an async function with a try and catch block. In the catch, we throw a new error with the error message. And in the try, we can say const session is equal to await account.delete session. And we pass in current. We want to delete the current session and return the session that we just ended. With that in mind, we can go back to profile. We can say await and call the sign out function being imported from appwrite. Since we're using await, we have to make this function async. We also want to set our global state user to be equal to null, and we want to set is logged in to be null, or rather false in this case. And we want to re-navigate to sign in by importing the router coming from expo router. And then right here, we can say something like router dot replace pointing to / sign in. If we do that, go back to the profile and click the logout icon on top right. We have been logged out. And if you try to go back, you can't, because we have replaced the URL, not pushed it. So this is the difference between push and replace. Now let's see if I remember my username. I think I used contact@JSMasteryPro, and I believe it was 123 123 123. And I'm gonna click
sign in. And I was right. We are back in. We can see all the videos loading. It says, welcome back, JS Mastery. And I think that JS Mastery part is hard-coded right now. So let's quickly copy this use global context from profile and navigate over to home. Let's use that same hook and import use global context from // context and then global provider. We get this user. And then here where we hard-coded JS Mastery, we can say something like welcome back, comma, and then here we can render user ? Username. Oh, it looks like it's not there. Let's check out our collection. It is username. Yes, JS Mastery is the username. We can see that right here. So let's say user.username. I think that's exactly how we have used it in the profile as well, right? We get the user from the global context, and then we're using it by saying user ? Username. In this case, it doesn't seem to appear though. So let's try to console log it right here on top. Console.log user.username. I'm going to open up this, and it does say undefined. What if I console log just the user? We get null for user. And what would I get if I console log the user on the profile page? Let's see if I can do that right here. Console log user and navigate to profile. It's also null, and actually my app breaks. You can see it here where I share my phone screen. It completely crashed, saying cannot read property ID of null. So I simply reloaded the entire application and logged out completely. It looks like the second time that we logged into our account, for some reason, it didn't set user to the global context. Let's see why that is. Here we have the set user, and we're setting it once we get the current user. That looks good. But then if we move over to sign in, oh, would you look at that? I even left myself a comment, set it to global state, but I never got around to doing it. And we also didn't do it on sign up. So I'm a bit confused how it even let me in and kept me logged in this entire time, but for some reason it did. So let's fix this. The only thing we have to do right here, let's do the sign in first, is get the information about the current user by saying const result is equal to await get current user coming from lib appwrite, and then we can set that user to the state by accessing our global state, const set user, and set is logged in is equal to use global context coming from the global context provider like this. And this is supposed to be set, not sir. And now we can simply call set user to be equal to result. And we can set is logged in to be equal to true. And then we point to home. So this is now good. And we can also copy these 3 lines and go to sign up. We can paste it right here. But in this case, we don't even have to get the current user because we're creating it for the first time. So we already have it. The only thing we do have to get is set user and set is logged in the same way that we have gotten it here. Import, use global context, and then use the hook that we created right here. That looks good to me. I'm going to save it. And now we should be properly logging in and saving that information to the global context. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to go continue with email. I will use my contact at JS Mastery. And I think my password is 123123123. Let's go ahead and sign in. We are right in. And as you can see on the top, it says welcome back JS Mastery. So now it actually knows your username. And if you go to profile, that looks great as well. I use very high res thumbnails, so it takes some time to load, but for smaller ones, it should be quicker. So this is great. With that in mind, the onboarding, the sign in, and the sign up page are looking as good as ever, and they're fully functioning right now.
The home screen is just stunning, where we can play different kinds of videos. Make sure to mute them first. We can also make the videos full screen, which is pretty amazing if you ask me. You can also rotate your device. We have also implemented search, so we can search for, as we said, journey and press search. That works as well. And finally, we have also implemented the profile where you can see what the currently logged in user has created, and we can also log out on top right. And finally, we'll implement a screen within which you'll be able to upload your own videos and thumbnails, and therefore create new documents and add them to our database, and then show them within our homepage. So let's click on Create right here at the bottom, and let's navigate over to the Create page, and let's get started. Amazing job so far. First things first, we gotta be safe. So let's start with the Safe Area view, coming from React Native Safe Area context. Let's give it a class name equal to bg primary and h-full for full height. And let's turn this entire view into a scrollable view by wrapping it within a scroll view component coming from React Native with a class name equal to padding x of 4 and margin y of 6. Right within it, let's render our first piece of text on this screen that will say something like upload video, and let's give it a class name equal to text-to-XL, text-white, font-p semi-bold, and save it. There we go. That's our title. Right below it, we can render our first form field. And this form field is a component that we have created before. You can find it here. So let's just import it by saying import form field coming from //components form field. We have to pass a couple of things into that form field. So we're going to do that through props. We'll pass a title equal to video title, and we also have to give it a value. And to create that value, we can create a new use state field that will be called form, set form, and at the start equal to an object. Let's correct the spelling here, and let's give this object some default properties, such as a title that's an empty string at the start, a video, which will be null at the start, a thumbnail, which will also be null at the start, and a prompt, which will also be an empty string at the start. Let's fix this title. There we go. We'll also have to know, are we currently uploading a video so we can show the loading? So let's immediately create a new use state snippet called uploading and set uploading at the start set to false. Great. Now let's go back and let's give this form field a value equal to form.title. We can also give it a placeholder equal to give your video a catchy title. And we can also give it a handle change text equal to a callback function where we get the event, we set the form, we spread it, the previous values of the form, and then we just modify the title to be equal to the event. Finally, we give it other styles equal to margin top of 10. And of course, we have to import use state coming from React. Once we do that and navigate to create, we can see our nice looking input. Now let's create a view below that input, and that view will have a class name equal to margin top of 7, space y of 2 to create some spacing. And within it, we can create a new text that will say something like upload video. And we can style it by giving it a class name equal to text-base, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. There we go, upload video. And then we can create a touchable opacity right below that text, which will be our area to click on and upload a video. So touchable opacity coming from React Native.
And here we want to see if we already have a form.video. If we do, we will display a video component coming from expo AV, audio video. So let's immediately import it at the top by saying import video coming from expo AV. And we also need to get that resize mode coming from expo AV as well. We also need to close this ternary operator by creating the second part. If we don't have a video, we'll create a view that will allow us to upload the video. So that's going to be a view. And let's properly close this with a class name equal to wfull h40 padding x of 4, background of black 100, rounded -2xl, justify -center, and items -center. It's kind of like a rectangle which we can click to upload a video. Within it, we can have another view with a class name equal to w-14, h-14, border, border dashed, border secondary 100, justify center, and items center. And finally, right within it, we want to have an image, which we need to import from React Native. So let's get it. Get a source equal to icons, which we need to import from constants.upload, with a resize mode equal to contain, and a class name equal to w1/2 and h-1/2. There we go. This is an upload icon. And then once we click on that, once we upload the video, we can start showing it here. So we can immediately get the source of that video equal to URI is form.video.uri, not URL, URI. We can give it a class name equal to w-full h-64 and rounded -2xl. We can use native controls. We can let the resize mode be equal to resize mode dot cover like this, and we can say is looping. In case we're filling in some other fields and the video is done, we want it to start playing once again. With that in mind, we want to go below this touchable opacity and below the view as well, and create another view, this time for the upload of the video thumbnail. So let's create some space by giving it a class name equal to margin top of 7 and space -y-2. And we can copy this same text element that before said upload video. And this time it will say something like, let's do thumbnail image. Make sure that this is the text with the text gray 100, font P medium, and text base. And then right below it, we can basically copy this entire touchable opacity that we have created for the video, because we want to have the same thing for the image. So right below the text, we can paste the touchable opacity. And instead of checking for form.video, we're going to be checking for form.thumbnail. If we have the thumbnail, we won't be showing the video. Rather, we'll be showing the image that we have uploaded with a source equal to URI form.thumbnail.uri with a resize mode equal to cover and a class name equal to w-full h-64 and rounded -2xl. Okay, that's good. But if we don't have the image yet, we have to fix this second part. So for now, let's delete this inner view right here, and let's just keep the outer view. Let's change the H to 16, and we can add the border right here, border -2, border -black -200, flex -row, and space -x-2. And within it, we have the upload image with a width of 5 and a height of 5 as well. Okay, so now we have different views for the video, a bit larger and a bit smaller for image. And we can have a text right below that image that's going to say something like choose a file. And we can give it a class name equal to text-sm, text-gray-100, and font-p medium. There we go. That's much better. Finally, we can copy this form field that we created above, go all the way to the bottom, below the touchable opacity and below the view. And this one will be for our AI prompt that we used to generate this video, which we want to share with world. So we can say form.prompt, and we can say under placeholder something like the prompt you used to create this video. And under set form, we're going to modify the prompt instead of the title. In other news or in other styles, margin top can be a bit smaller, like 7. And finally, below the form field, we can render a custom button. First, we have to import it right at the top. So let's duplicate this form field and import custom button from the custom button. Pass it a title of submit and publish. Let's also give it a handle press. So once we click on it, we want to submit it. So really quickly here, we can create a new function. Const submit is equal to an arrow function. That is good. And we can give it container styles of margin top of 7. That's going to push it a bit from the prompt input. And we can also give it the isLoading property, which will be uploading. So if we're uploading, that means that we're loading. Okay, this looks good. You can see it doesn't fit on my screen right here, even though it's a large screen. But since we use that scroll view right at the top, I can still scroll through everything and see what's happening, which is great. And this is it for the JSX part or the presentation part of our create video form. But of course, in this case, where the magic happens is with the video upload. So we first have to do the logic for uploading videos, then uploading thumbnails, and then uploading everything to our database. So first things first, we cannot work on the submit function until we have worked on the actual upload functions. So let's create a new function at the top, const open picker. That's going to be a picker for our video or image file, which will be an async function that selects the type of the file we're trying to pick. And we can open this picker once we click on this touchable opacity. So we can go right here and say on press. We want to call a callback function where we open the picker. This time it's going to be a video picker, and we can copy that on press and paste it to the second touchable opacity. And on the second one, we're going to say open picker image. And make sure to properly close it as well. There we go. So now we can start working on the code within this open picker. So I can teach you how you can upload actual files from your phone to AppWrite's storage buckets, and then getting URLs for those files so you can put them within your AppWrite database and then see the video you have posted on your homepage. First things first, we can open up a modal that allows us to pick either an image for a thumbnail or a video. So let's say const result to extract the image or video we choose, and say await document picker like this. And this document picker will come from expo document picker, which is another package we can install. So right here in the terminal, we can clear our second one and say npm install expo-document-picker and press enter. Once we install it, right at the top, we can say import everything as document picker coming from expo document picker. Now, to that document picker, we can use a method called get document async, to which we need to pass options object of type. And here we need to define the type that we want to get. Now, in our case, the type will depend on which input we click on, video or thumbnail. So we'll say if select type is triple equal to image, then the types will be an array of image PNG as well as image JPEG, and else the type will be a video MP4 as well as a video GIF. And now if you save it and if you click on upload video, you can see that it will actually open up your recent videos. We can also give it a shot with a thumbnail. And here you can see some icons that I recently downloaded to customize my iPhone. You can also go to browse and see all the different files on your phone. In this case, just sticking with recents is fine. But now that we select a specific image, we want to do something within it. First, we have to make sure that our user hasn't canceled. So we can say if not result.canceled. In that case, we can set state to either thumbnail or video by saying if select type is triple equal to image. In that case, we can set form, we can spread the entire form and update the thumbnail to be result.assets 0, like this. And we can also duplicate that if right below and say if select type is video, then we can update this video right here to results.assets 0. Else, not else to these ifs, but to this outside if we have canceled the submission, then we can just set a timeout where we have a callback function, and we can define the delay of like 100 milliseconds, and we can show an alert coming from React Native .alert document picked and JSON.stringify the result. We don't want to replace anything, so we can give it null, and the space will be 2. This should nicely show us which file we have selected. So let's give it a go. I'm gonna click upload video, and I'm gonna select this reel. And as you can see, it automatically got it here. We also got document picked, assets null, cancel to true. So this is only if you cancel out. But in this case, we actually have the asset here. The only problem is once I try to play it, then it opens up this form once again. We'll work on that later on. For now, let's also select a thumbnail. I'm gonna go with this nice thumbnail image right here. And now that we can select those files, the only thing we're doing in this open picker is we're setting them to the state. So now we have to actually create the submit function that will upload them to our database. So before we submit, we have to ensure we have all the data. So we can say if there is no form.prompt, or if there is no form.title, or if there is no form.thumbnail, or if there is no form.video. If any of these is false or empty, then we want to return an alert that says please fill in all the fields. If we get past this if, then we can say set uploading to be true, and we can open up a try and catch block. It will also have a finally clause right here where we can reset our entire form. So we can say set form, and we can basically reset it to the starting state by copying the empty values and pasting them here. And right below, we can also set uploading to false because we are done with uploading. So now if we have an error, we can simply alert error with an error message right here. And how will we actually upload this file? Well, first let's do an alert where we can say success and post uploaded successfully. Then let's also navigate to the home page by using the router functionality by importing router from expo router. And then we can say something like router.push pointing to home so we can see our newly uploaded post. And then the most important thing is right here, we have to make a call to AppWrite to add this post to our database. So let's navigate over to AppWrite. And let's create a new function, export const create video. And it will be equal to an async function that accepts the entire form data as the first param. We can open up a try and catch block, and in the catch, simply throw a new error where we pass the error. And in the try, we can first upload our video and thumbnail, and then once we have their URLs, we can simply create a new document in our database. So let's do just that. I'm gonna say const, and I will destructure the thumbnail URL and video URL, which will come from the call of await promise.all. Because we don't need to do one of these one after another. We can at the same time start uploading both files, and we can do that using promise.all. Then we can pass an array of calls we want to do, and here we can call a new special function called upload file, to which we can pass our form.thumbnail with the second prop of image, and we can duplicate that and pass the form.video with a second prop as video as well. And let's separate these by commas. There we go. Now, of course, this upload file is another function which we have to create. So let's create it just above. Export const upload file is equal to an async function where we can get the file and the type of that file, and we can upload it to Apprite's storage buckets. First things first, we can check if a file even exists. So if there's no file, we simply exit out of the function. Then we want to get some data or information out of the file by saying const, and we can extract a MIME type and then spread out the rest of the properties coming from the file. We can do that like this. And then we want to reconstruct that file because that's how Apprite accepts them. We can say const asset is equal to an object with a type equal to MIME type, and we can spread the rest. There we go. So basically what we have done is we have taken everything out of the file and just renamed the MIME type to type, as that will help Apprite understand what file we're talking about. Then we can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can throw a new error as we typically do. So we can copy this entire thing and paste it here. And in the try, we can say const uploaded file is equal to await. We call the storage for the first time right here. So we have to initialize a new storage bucket right at the top. So let's do it here. Account avatars databases, but now we're also working with storage, which is new storage coming from Apprite, of course, at the top. So let's go ahead and import it. There we go. Let's go down. And then we can say something like storage.create file. And we have to pass a couple of things into it. First, we pass the storage ID. Then we have to pass the id.unique, as we want to give it a unique ID to this file. And then we pass the actual asset into it. So that's going to look something like this. And then Apprite will give you a file URL. So we can do something like const file URL is equal to await get file preview, to which we have to pass the uploaded file dot $ID, and then the type as the second parameter, and we can return that file URL. And the only thing that's important here is that this get file preview is a bit different for our video and audio file. So let's turn that into a new function right here. Export const get file preview, which is equal to an async function that accepts a file ID and type. We can declare a file URL at the top, let file URL, and open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log or throw a new error. And in the try, we can check if we're working with a type is triple equal to video, or else if we're working with a type triple equal to image. And based off of that response, we're going to get the file URL a bit differently. So if it is a video, we can say file URL is equal to storage.getFileView, to which we pass the storage ID as well as the file ID where we want to get it from. Now, to get the file URL off of an image, we can say file URL is equal to storage.getFilePreview, a bit different, not getFileView. And here we can pass the storage ID as well as the file ID, so that's the same. But now we can pass the width, which is going to be 2000, the height, which is going to be 2000, and the gravity, which is going to be top, and finally quality, which will be 100. So we can basically pass a few more pieces of information to get the right preview and the right size. Finally, we can also do an else and throw a new error of invalid file type in case we don't get video or image. And finally, if there is no file URL that we get back, we can throw an error one more time. And if everything succeeds, we can basically return this file URL. Great. So now we have the get file preview, which is used in the upload file, which is used within create video, which then returns us the thumbnail URL and the video URL, which we call both at the same time, as we can upload both at the same times. They don't depend one on another, so they can happen at the same time. So once we have those URLs, we can say const new post is equal to await databases dot create document. Here we need to pass the database ID within which we want to create that document, and a video collection ID, which is the ID of the collection where that document belongs, and then the ID.unique, which will give it a unique ID. And the last thing we have to pass is an object of the actual data that we want to create. So it will be a title coming from form.title. Then we want to give it a thumbnail equal to thumbnail URL. After that, we can pass video as video URL, prompt equal to form.prompt, and finally creator equal to form.userID. And with that, we have everything we need to create a new post. So finally, once it actually gets created and added to the database, let's just return it right here to our front end. Great. So now we have a function called create video, which uses upload file, which uses get file preview, which we can use within our create form. So right here, let's await. And for that, we have to turn our submit into an async function. And what are we awaiting? Well, we're awaiting create video, which we have to import, of course, from AppWrite. So let's do that. Going up, we can import create video from .. /lib AppWrite. Let's just command click it or control click it to see if we're pointing to it in the right way. We are, and we're creating the video, and to it, we have to pass a couple of things. I'm gonna spread the entire form, and I'm gonna also pass the user ID equal to user.$ID. That way we have all the necessary information to create a post. So let's give it a go. I will first upload a video. I'm gonna go with this Instagram reel. We can also give it a title of IG reel. I'm gonna post a thumbnail image. Let's go with this one right here. And let's enter an AI prompt. I'm gonna say something like testing and press enter. Let me spell it properly. Testing. There we go. And I'll press submit and publish. It gives us property user does not exist. That's okay, at least we got an error. In this case, we cannot get this user because we have never imported it. So right at the top, we know how to do that. We can simply say const destructure the user, which is equal to the use global context, which is our custom context hook. So we can import it by saying import use global context coming from .. context / global provider. Now we have access to the user and we can give it another go. Before we test it out, there's one more thing I want to fix. Right here, we have this else that sometimes throws this annoying alert, and I think we can safely get rid of it. Nothing bad will happen. We just won't see the alert on the screen. So we can hide that. And another little tweak that we can do is within this touchable opacity, we cannot actually play the video or interact with the native controls because it's within the file upload button. So let's simply remove the use native controls and is looping. That way we'll know the video is there, but we won't be able to interact with it. So let's give it a shot. I'm gonna name my video something like IG Reel. I'm gonna upload the video right here. We can see that it is uploaded. And now you can choose and you can add another one, or you can just exit out of it. We can choose a thumbnail for that video. I'm gonna go with this background. And the AI prompt is, let's say, something like testing. I think that should be good. There we go. And let me click submit and publish. We got an upright exception, file extension not allowed. But why is it not allowed? That is one of the most basic file formats. So let's see, where do we disallow people from updating that file extension? I think here on the file picker, first of all, we can also allow people to select image, and then we can do /JPEG, and we can also go back to upright, and within here, we can go to storage, files, settings, scroll down, and we can add JPEG and press enter and click update. This should allow us to add this file extension, and you can also select others if you want to. Going back to the code, we can give our create one more chance. Let's go to create. Let's once again type something like IG Reel. Let's upload a video. I'm gonna go with this one and upload a thumbnail and select a prompt. Once again, I'm gonna do test and press enter. This time we get the file you're trying to upload is above the limit allowed for your plan. Okay, so the limit is about 50 megabytes for the free plan. So let's try to find something a bit smaller. And while we're doing that, I just noticed one more thing as well. If I click here, you can see that it actually opens up my files as we're using a document picker. And I thought this might be a bit more fitting for videos, but still, videos, images, you want to get them from your gallery, right? So let's use something like Expo Image Picker instead of a document picker. The installation is simple: npx expo install expo image picker. So back in our terminal, npx expo install expo image picker. And the usage will be very similar to what we have with a document picker. We basically import it and we use it as we normally would, but the method is launch image library, and then here we can choose which types of media we want to get. So let's go ahead and copy their example, go back here, and instead of using this, we can simply override what we have. And let's not forget to import image picker right at the top by saying import image picker from expo image picker. Let's see if we have to import anything else. No, I think that's basically it. And let's see, media types, image picker.mediatypeoptions.all. We don't want to go for all, we want to choose a specific type. So let's say media types, if select type is a string of image, then we'll do image picker media type options dot, I think it's photos or maybe images. Yeah, it's images. You can see only images. Else we can do something like image dot media type options dot videos. No, I don't see it that it autofills it. So we have to make sure that this indeed is the right property to choose. If select type is triple equal to image, then images, else media type options dot, let's see, I don't see that it autofills anything. So let's go back to the docs. Or even better, we can command click right here and see what we can get. All videos, images. Okay, it's as simple as that. For some reason, Visual Studio Code didn't autofill it for me, but it's videos. We are not gonna allow editing. I don't think it's needed. And we can leave the aspect ratio and quality as they are. And let's give it a shot. I'm gonna click upload. And I got an error. And now I can see why it wasn't autofilling videos. I forgot to add the .image picker instead of image at the start. So now it recognizes only videos. This is great. Let's save it. And let's give it one more shot. And you can choose any of your videos under 50 megabytes. You might want to do some compression online. I have selected one right here, and I'm going to upload it. This video was AI generated, and it looks like Japan. So I'm going to say Japan right here. And I'm going to also upload a thumbnail. There we go. I have uploaded a thumbnail, and we can say something like Japan in spring. Let's say that is the AI prompt that we gave it. Finally, let's click submit and publish and hope for the best. This time we got another error. At least you can see it on my screen here. It says cannot read property of $ID of undefined. So let's search for $ID right here. And we have only one belonging to the user right here. And we are getting the user from our state. So I don't think it's this ID. This one should actually exist. But it also could be some of the IDs coming from AppWrite. Here, if I expand create video, we can search for $ID. And you can see that it could be the new account.id. But this is in create user. Rather, we want to look into create video. Here, we have nowhere $ID. What about an upload file? Here we have it, uploaded file $ID. And do we have any in file preview? I don't think so. So I think it's pointing to this one right here. So as we know that this $ID could be the problem is with uploading a file. And that could be because we switched from document picker to image picker. So this modification we're doing with the assets and the MIME type might not be needed. So just to be safe, let's do a console log where we can console log the file to see what we're getting back. And we can also console log the uploaded file to see how that looks like. And let me just say uploaded in a string right here, just so we can know what this is relating to. And in the above one, I'm just going to simply say file, just so we can easily find it in our terminal. I'm going to save it. And now we have to try to upload one more time. And I will speed this process up for you. There we go. We know that it won't work again, but at least we can see the logs. So let's click submit and publish. And it looks like the uploaded is undefined, but the file above actually has its asset ID. But let's see if it has the MIME type. It does have the type, and it also has the MIME type, which is great. So in this case, I don't think we even need to transform it manually, as both have their own MIME types. So let me just reload our terminal and start it one more time. So what we have to do now is ensure that we pass the asset in the exact right format that AppWrite accepts it in. And it's name, type, size, URI. So let's quickly copy this and let's start forming this asset from scratch. That way you'll even better understand why we were doing what we were doing right here. First of all of these are strings and size is a number like this. We have to add commas and we have to understand where we get all of those values from. But at least that is now noticeable. We know because we have console logged the actual file. So let's search for it thing by thing. First of all, we have file size, which is size right here. So we can say size is file.file size. One down, three more to go. URI, let's see if we have that here. We have it, there we go, URI. So we can say URI is file.uri. Then we have the type. In this case, the type is the MIME type. So let's say type is file.mime type. And finally, we have the name. The name is the file name. So let's say file.file name. Great. Now we're forming the asset in the format that Apprite should gladly accept it in. Let's remove those consoles and let me swipe back up from my settings to our app. Let's reload it one more time just to be sure. And let's create. I'm going to speed up this process for you one more time. There we go. And I will press submit and publish. Post uploaded successfully. That is great. Now, if we swipe up to reload, right at the bottom, you'll see a new video that we just uploaded. And what do you say that we show it on top? So let's go to get all posts. And like we have done with get latest posts, simply copy this query and add it right here below video collection ID and remove the limit, since here we want to get all the posts. So we're essentially sorting it by a descending order. That way, our new post will appear right on top. JS Mastery posted Japan. We can click on it and we can see the video that I just posted. If you want to, you can also turn your phone around and see it in full quality. Believe it or not, this video was created by AI. So with that in mind, everything is working perfectly. We can see all of our other videos as well and play through them. And after some time, this video gets back to a thumbnail in case you want to replay it one more time. So with that in mind, we have successfully created the create video form. We have had 2 different file uploads, or should I call them image uploads, because we're picking directly from the gallery, both videos and images. We're creating those files, uploading them to a storage bucket, retrieving their URLs, and finally creating a new document within our Apprite database. We also have our profile, and you can see immediately that we get this new post in Japan coming directly to our profile. If you want to, you can also modify the order in descending within get user posts right here. That way it will also appear on top. Then you can add a comma, and this time without an array, simply saying query.order descending within the same array right here. We're going to sort it. And if you go back to home or back to profile, you should be able to see Japan appear on top. So now we have successfully created our onboarding, login, and register screens, as well as homepage with 2 different types of posts, horizontal view, as well as a vertical view, a search page where we can search for different things, as well as a profile page and a create page. And with that in mind, you can see that 3 out of 4 of our screens at the bottom bar have been implemented: home, create, and profile. But bookmark is still empty. And that's for a reason. Going back to our design, you can see this saved screen, which is almost exactly the same as search. So I invite you to implement this page on your own. It will require a small bit of almost everything that we worked on in this video. It will require you to, first of all, add a heart icon within each one of these posts within the homepage. Then, once you click on that heart, it should make an Apprite update request to add the user's ID that liked that post to somehow mark the post as liked by that specific user. For that, you might want to go to databases, to videos, and then there you might need to add additional attributes, such as liked, and that will be a relation to users. So it can be an array of user IDs that have liked that post. Once you have that going, you can make a new fetch that fetches all of the liked posts by the current user, and then you can develop this screen called saved videos, where you can show the videos that you fetch. It's not simple, but you can do it if you want to have some more practice. And if you don't want to do it, one thing you can do is just search for bookmark. That's going to be right here within the layout. And we might want to remove or hide this tabs screen as it's currently not functional. So if you do it this way, you can still see this triangle at the bottom right. So to get rid of that, we can just remove this bookmark route. as it automatically picks it out. So if you remove it and reload, you can see that now it is gone and you have 3 fully functional apps, leaving you with a fully functional React Native application that is full stack. Amazing job. If this is your first React Native application you have ever coded, well, huge props to you for coming to the end of this video and building it out and learning a lot about what React Native and Expo have to offer. And if this is not your first React Native app, but you still came to the end, congrats, you'll learn how to create a full stack application, learned a lot about the latest and greatest of what Expo and React Native have to offer with file-based routing, Expo AV package for audio, video, image and video uploads, and making the app full stack with AppWrite. If we were on the web, now we would deploy the app very quickly and easily, but the native mobile application game is a bit different. We have to deploy our applications to their respective stores, to Google Play Store if you're on Android, and to Apple Store if you're on iOS. And for that, we have to build out our native source code, create an account on one of these platforms, and get our app out there. If you're interested in learning how to deploy your applications to app stores, let me know down in the comments and download our React Native guide that I mentioned at the start. That way, once we do release a video or a course on that topic, I will let you know via email. Once again, thank you so much for coming to the end of this video and building this app with me. But you should be thanking to yourself actually, because you have invested your time into improving your skills. And that's what matters the most. So once again, great job, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day. Have you ever spent hours waiting for your doctor's appointment? Those days are gone. Because in this course, you'll learn how to build and deploy CarePulse, a healthcare management system with real-time SMS notifications designed to streamline the tedious checkup process. You'll solve a real problem, so don't forget to mention that in a job interview. With authentication, registration for filling out personal information, medical history, and identification, easy appointment scheduling with your preferred doctor, confirmation screen upon successful booking, module for granting access permissions, and a comprehensive admin panel for scheduling or canceling appointments of any kind with SMS notifications. All of this while learning Next.js with server-side rendering, nested layouts, server actions, and revalidation. Advanced and reusable form management with unique components like date pickers, country phone input, and OTP verification using TypeScript, React Hook Form, and Zod. ShadCN and Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI. The latest open source AppWrite features, including file storage and SMS notifications with Twilio. And Sentry, a monitoring software for analyzing performance and tracing requests. Now with even better teaching methods where you'll get an open source codebase you can look at if you get stuck. A custom Figma design so you know exactly what you're building, and a Discord server to get all your bugs resolved. All those things are free, so grab them from links below while I continue telling you about all the other great stuff. Oh, and all the software we'll use in this course, like AppWrite, ShadCN, and Sentry, is free too, with no credit card required, so that you can follow along with the entire course from anywhere in the world. A basic to medium understanding of React or Next.js is needed. So if you're not there yet, check out our Next.js crash course and come right back. By the end of this course, you'll feel confident enough to build any complex forms. And let's be honest, every app needs proper forms and real-time SMS notifications. And here's a demo to show you precisely what you'll build. First, you'll develop a welcome page that lets your users sign in using their phone numbers. You can choose a country, which automatically fills in its country code, and then type the number. And because this is my first time visiting this page, I'll be redirected to the registration page, where I'll need to register as a patient. There is a ton of info to fill out, including general details like name,
email, phone number, date of birth, and more. And your users also must provide medical information such as their primary care physician, allergies, current medications, and all relevant medical history. Additionally, they'll need to provide identification, including the type and number of their ID, along with a scanned copy of the document, which you'll allow them to upload. Finally, they review it and consent to the privacy terms. Whoa, that's a lot of info. But you won't be cutting any corners here. This is a real healthcare application after all. Once they've successfully registered, they'll be redirected to the appointments page to schedule a new appointment. Here, they can specify the doctor they want, select the date, and provide the reasons for the appointment, along with any comments. Then, a successful notification will appear, leading us to the final confirmation page. It shows that we've successfully requested an appointment to meet with a doctor, and we'll receive a confirmation SMS from them soon. We can also schedule a new appointment, but let's put that to the side for now and explore the admin side of things. Back on the homepage, you'll notice a small link on the bottom right. Clicking it will open up a modal where you must enter the passkey, 6 ones in my case, to access the admin page. And there you have it. We're redirected to the admin page where we find a wealth of health information, including stat cards displaying the total number of scheduled, pending, and canceled appointments. We also have a data table displaying the list of these appointments, information about who's requested them, and 2 actions available for admins to take. If everything checks out with the patient, the admin can schedule or confirm the appointment with the designated doctor, triggering a confirmation SMS to be sent to the patient. Let me schedule it and show you on my phone. There it is, a new SMS confirming that my appointment has been scheduled. Great, I won't have to wait in line anymore. The admin can also cancel the appointment, but they must provide a valid reason. The entire table includes proper pagination and it is fully responsive. In fact, the entire application is designed to work seamlessly on all devices. So, are you excited to build this app? Maybe extend it further and sell it to your local hospitals so you don't have to wait in queues anymore, or just use it as an example of a real-world problem you've experienced and decided to solve with your programming skills. Trust me, recruiters and hiring managers love that. I'm super excited to dive into the code with you. So let's not waste any more time and start coding. To get started developing our great healthcare application, we can create a new empty folder on our desktop and call it CarePulse, which is the code name of our application. Then simply drag and drop it into your Visual Studio Code. And let's get started. First, I will open up the terminal so that we can properly initialize our project. And we'll initialize it using only the latest and greatest technologies. We'll use React for creating web user interfaces. We'll of course use Next.js to power up that React and make it super high quality and efficient. We'll also use Tailwind CSS to rapidly style our applications, and ChatCN to get some amazing components right out of the box that allow us to then further style them. We'll also use AppWrite, an open source tool that allows us to add databases, storage, and also SMS messaging to our application. And don't forget that we'll make this app enterprise ready by implementing Sentry, an application monitoring tool considered not bad by 4 million developers. And as I mentioned at the start of this course, you can get a complete Figma design that you can then follow along with. This will give you access to all of the pages, including the onboarding, all the modules like the OTP verification, forms, and everything. So you can use this to build this entire app entirely on your own if you want to, or as additional help to following along with me so you know exactly what you're building and how we can transfer all of the other designs into code. So you can get it now from the link down in the description. But with that said, let's go ahead and initialize our Next.js application by simply copying this command, going back to the code, and running npx create next app latest, and then /, which will create it in its current repository. So let's press enter to initialize it. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. We will use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, no source directory, yes to the app writer, no need to customize the import alias. Basically just press enter for all of the options. Let's wait until it gets initialized, and then we can take a look at the starter codebase. There we go. It has been initialized, and what we have here is a typical Next.js application, where we have a page, layout, some CSS, and a favicon. So let's immediately clean it up a bit by going to the page and removing this entire main tag and the return statement. What we need instead is just return, and we can return a div that will render an h1 that will say something like home. Great. We don't need anything else. And we can also go into the layout and modify the metadata. We'll call it CarePulse, a healthcare management system. While we're here, we can also go into the globals.css and remove everything besides these 3 Tailwind utilities that allow us to use Tailwind classes. So just to test whether Tailwind is working, back on home, we can give this h1 a class name equal to, and let's do text-3xl to make it very large, and we can also give it underline. We can also remove this existing favicon, as soon we'll completely customize it with our own CarePulse one. Great. So now that we've done a couple of changes, let's go ahead and run npm run dev to check out our app in the browser. Back on localhost, we can see a big underlined home, which means that we are good to start developing it. So let's start with the layout, as that wraps our entire application. We won't be using the inter font, rather we'll use the +_Jakarta_sans coming from Next Fonts Google. So we can just exchange it here and call it font sans. And we can apply additional options so we get more different weights, such as weight is an array of, let's do 300, 400, 500, 600, and 700. And that's just gonna be weight. And all of these, I believe, have to be strings. So just wrap them in quotation marks. Also, we can assign a variable to be --font-sans. So whenever we apply this, this font will be used. So let's scroll down and let's give some additional class names to this body. We'll use a CN, which is short for class name. And this allows you to add both static and dynamically rendered class names. Let me show you how that works. We have to import CN from /lib/utils. And typically, this is installed for us as soon as we install Tailwind. For some reason, it didn't get added here, but no worries. We can just create a new folder called lib, and within it, we can create a new utils.ts file. And inside of here, we can put some utility functions we'll use later on within our code. I actually prepared some of these for you within the finished GitHub repo. This is not finished code, but if you scroll down, you can see snippets. Code to copy, number 5. So go to the link down below, go to snippets, and then here you can find some of the files which are needed for this project, one of which is libutils.ts. So simply expand it, copy it, and paste it right here. For that, we'll have to install CLSX and Tailwind Merge, which are some of the Tailwind utilities. So let's open up a new terminal and run npm install CLSX as well as Tailwind-merge. And very soon, the squiggly lines should be gone. Great. Now, if we go back to the layout, and if we try to import CN one more time from /lib/utils, you can see that it properly gets it. And now we can call it as a function, and I can show you how we can use it. First, you pass it some classes you would always want to call, such as min_h_screen, in this case, to give it a min height of 100 VH, meaning our homepage will take the full screen. bgdark of 300, which will be the background color. Font-sans, which means that this font will be applied all over the pages. And anti-aliased. This is something that helps make some fonts look a bit better. And then you can apply an additional property, which is dynamic, font sans.variable. In this case, we're letting it know that we'll be using this variable when we want to indicate the use of font sans. You'll also notice that we have something known as BG Dark 300 here, which is some kind of a dark color, but it really hasn't been specified anywhere, neither in the globals.css nor in the tailwind.config.ts. So what we can do here is you can take this app.globals.css, which will contain some base Tailwind classes that we can use. So simply copy it and paste it right here in globals.css, and then copy the tailwind.config.ts and override the existing Tailwind CSS config. You'll notice that here we have this dark 300. There we go, which is a shade of a dark color we'll use for the background. Basically, whenever you want to have some custom UI, you never want to repeat yourself with these specific strings because it's easy to make a mistake. So what you do is you extend the colors of the Tailwind config, and that way you have all of the variants you want to use, and back when you use them, it will automatically know what kind of color this is. Back in the Tailwind CSS config, you can notice that we're also using this Tailwind CSS animate for some of the properties as a plugin. So we can simply install it by running npm install Tailwind CSS animate. Great. Moving back to our browser, it seems like there's nothing there, but there should be this home there. It's just that now the dark background is being applied. So going back to our page, we can now give this a text-white property, and our home is visible again. So now that we have Tailwind up and running, we also want to make sure that Chatcn works too. And Chatcn is a component library we'll use. So go to ui.chatcn.com and click Get Started. Go to Installation, choose Next.js, and let's just follow the second step, which is npx Chatcn UI latest init. Open up the terminal and paste it. It'll ask you a couple of questions. Just press enter to all of them. Then it asks us to add the font, which we have already done. And it asks us to extend the theme in Tailwind config, which we have already done as well. And that's it. We can add our first component, npx Chatcn UI latest add button. So we can add a button, and this is a pretty cool thing about Chatcn. It doesn't install the entire library. Only when you specify which component you want to use, it adds it to your code base. Great. So now we have a button. And how do we use it? Well, we just import it and call it. So let's do just that. I will say button right here, coming from components UI button, and I will say something like click me. Also, you can notice that Tailwind overrode our utils.ts, so simply press Ctrl or Command Z to go back one step to get our full file, or copy it again from the GitHub repo down below. Once we have that, we can go ahead and check this out in the browser, and you can see that everything is white once again. So going back to global CSS, you can do the same thing as we've done with the utils, and that's because globals.css also got overridden by Chatcn. So simply copy this one more time and paste it right here. And let's also check the Tailwind config. It looks like it overrode these colors as well. So simply press Ctrl Z or Command Z to get one step back and to get all of our great extended colors. And we're back on the home page. But as you can see now, this click me button is dark and the background is dark as well. We want to find a way to let Chatcn know that we want all of the components to be automatically in dark mode because our entire app is in dark mode. So how can we make that happen? Well, if you go to Chatcn and click dark mode right here and choose Next.js, it'll tell you to install Next themes. So let's do that. Paste it right here, npm install Next themes, and we can create a new component called theme provider. So let's do that right here. It should be under components, theme-provider.tsx, and paste what you copied. Next, we have to wrap our app in the layout with the theme provider. So let's copy this part right here, go back to the layout, and wrap our children with it. Of course, make sure to import it from components theme provider. And in this case, we'll give it an attribute of class, the default theme of dark, and we don't need anything else. This is it, as we'll only stay on the dark mode. Great. So now we have the body wrapping this, and everything looks great. As soon as we do that, the button text will be clickable as well, which is exactly what we want. So now that we've laid out the foundations with Shadcn, Tailwind CSS, and general styling, we are ready to start building up our homepage. To get started with our homepage, we can give this div a class name equal to flex to make it a flex container, h-screen to give it full height, and max-h-screen to also set its max height to 100 VH. Right within it, we'll want to display another section. And this section won't have a scroll bar. So we can give it a class name that's going to say remove dash scroll bar, set it as a container, and give it a margin Y of auto. Now, these two classes are not coming directly from Tailwind. Rather, they're coming from our globals.css. So if you want to learn more about what a specific class does, simply hover over it, and you can see that it will apply some widths, margins, and paddings, or search for it, and you'll be able to find it right within the globals or within the Tailwind config. Great. So now that we have this section, right within it, we can have another div that will have a class name equal to sub-container and a max W, so max width of, I found the value of 496 pixels to work the best. And within it, we can display an image. This image will, of course, be imported from Next.image, so we can get all of the image optimization things out of the box given to us by Next.js. And here we can render our logo, but we don't yet have access to it. Like, we don't know how our logo will look like. So going back to our design, this thing right here is what we're developing right now. A left sidebar with a form and the right image right here. So we need this CarePulse logo. How are we going to get it? Well, you can keep selecting it until you get to the logo mark, and then you can just export it right here. And sure, that's simple enough, right? You just download it and that's it. But just so we don't have to download every single image right here, I have already exported all the illustrations, icons, and more from this Figma design, so you can get them all in one package. You can find them within this GitHub README. If you go below the snippets onto the assets, click here, and simply download them from Google Drive. It might tell you that it cannot scan them as there's some viruses, but don't worry about that. I'm not trying to hack you. I just want to give you the actual icons. So once you download them, simply unzip them, remove the existing public folder, and then drag and drop the new public folder right to the root of the directory and say copy folder. And you'll be able to see a public folder with all the assets. Great. If you have that, we can give this image a source equal to /assets/icons/logo-full.svg. We can also give it a height of about 1000, a width of about 1000 as well, and we can give it an alt equal to patient and a class name equal to margin bottom of 12, h of 10, and w-fit. And we can save it. Finally, if you go back to localhost 3000, you should be able to see something that looks like this. Pretty simple so far, I know, but soon we'll add an entire patient form right here. So let's actually go below the image and let's create that component, which will soon become our form. We can go to the components folder, create a new folder called forms, and within it, we can create a new file called patient form.tsx. In there, you can run RAFCE, which will create a basic React arrow function that looks like this, allowing you to simply import it right here by saying patient form, coming from components, forms, patient form. Going back, you can see a simple text that says patient form which will update soon. For now, we can do the rest of the homepage by creating a new div below the patient form, and this div will have a class name equal to text-14-regular. And for now, we can simply give it a copyright sign. I typically just Google that. So copyright sign copy. That's going to be this symbol right here. Copy it and paste it here. Yep, that's the one. 2024 Care Pulse. And you should be able to see it here. Let's style it better by giving it a margin top of 20. Flex. Justify dash between. And we can actually put this within a p tag. So copy it, paste it within a p tag, and give it a class name equal to justify items end text dash dark dash 600, and on extra large devices text dash left. Below this p tag, we can have a link component, which we can import from next link. It will render a text that says admin, and it will have an href pointing to / admin is equal to true, with a class name of text-green-500 to indicate that it is clickable. And finally, after we exit this entire section, we can render our big image. This will be a self-closing image with a source equal to /assets /images /onboarding-img.png, and we can give it a height of 1000, width of 1000, an alt tag equal to patient, class name equal to side-img, and a max W of 50%, so it takes 50% of the screen. If you do this, you'll be able to see something that looks like this. We have a great welcoming doctor on the right side, indicating that we can trust them with our information. So what do you say that we focus on creating this patient form next? We can go back to the homepage, and believe it or not, the homepage is completely done. The only thing we'll add later on is the OTP verification. So I can add a comment right here to do, and we'll make it OTP verification, also known as the pass key modal. What I'm referring to is this thing right here, where if we want to join the admin panel, we're going to have this verification. But more on that later. As for now, we'll be focusing on the patient form. So let's navigate over to the patient form. To start working on the patient form, we have to set up our forms in general. So you can think of this lesson as a masterclass in creating complex and reusable forms. We'll be using ShadCN, and they out of the box leverage React Hook Form and Zod. And they say it themselves, forms are tricky. One of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex, at least if you want to do them well. They have to be well structured and semantically correct, easy to use and navigate using the keyboard, accessible, have support for both sides of validations, and they have to be well styled and consistent with the rest of the application. So let's see how we can build a form using React Hook Form, Zod, and ShadCN's form field. What we'll do is we'll move over to the installation part. So let's copy this part right here, and let's install a ShadCN form. Immediately after that, we'll need to create a form schema. So let's copy this part right here and add it to the top of our application. First, since we're using forms, we'll have to have some browser keyboard interaction and some events which have to be fired, which means that we have to make our application run on the client side. We're importing Z from Zod, and Zod is used for validation. So here we can define the schema of our form. Next, we need to define the form itself. So let's copy everything from here. Let's copy it all the way without the last curly brace, all the way to the top. And let's just override everything right here, including the patient form. And we'll just have to rename the profile form back to the patient form, and we'll have to properly export it by saying const patient form is equal to an arrow function, and we're exporting it at the bottom. So what we have done now is we have imported the XOD resolvers and use form from React Hook form, which allows us to define our form. So we're defining our form right here at the top, and we're saying that this form will be of a type form schema, which right now contains only a username of minimum 2 characters. And you can even provide additional messages for validation. Next, we define an onSubmit handler where you render some logic that happens once the user submits the form. And finally, we have the UI. So going back right here, we can actually build our form using the form component. So we have to copy all of the imports and paste them right at the top. We have already installed a Chatcn button and a form, but now we have to also install an input. So we can simply say npx Chatcn UI latest add input. And now that we have the imports, we can also just copy the actual form usage. So let's take it and let's replace this div with the form that we just copied. And of course, we can properly indent it. And that's it. We're done. Our form should look something like this. So let's check it out. Hey, that looks great. We have the username, Chatcn right here. This is your public display name, and we can actually type something, and it looks good. We also have a button to submit it, and the button has complete validation. So it says username must be at least 2 characters, and it won't let us pass if we don't add at least 2. So there you have it. This is your simple form. But now let's extend this even further. Let's first do some basic styling by giving it a space -y of 6 and a flex of 1. And within the form, let's also render an additional section that will have a class name equal to margin bottom of 12 and space y of 4. And here we can render an h1 that will simply say hi there. And we can also render an emoji, maybe just a wave. You can just copy this from Google. And we can render a p tag there saying something like schedule your first appointment. Let's style it a bit by giving this h1 a class name equal to header. And we can also give this p tag a class name equal to text-dark-700. Going back, this looks much better. And after that, we immediately have our form field. But now, if you wanted to have more form fields, like in our application, where we'll have hundreds of them, you would easily surpass a couple hundred lines of code, which is a lot. So what you want to do in this case is copy this form field and turn it into a custom reusable form field component. So let's do just that. I have copied it, and I will create a new component called custom form field.tsx. And you can run rafce right here. And instead of this div, we can paste our custom form field. Let's also make sure to indent it properly. And let's not forget to get all of the imports from the patient form into our new custom form field. So I will leave just the form right here. And all of the other ones will be moved to the custom form field right at the top. Don't forget, this one will also have to be turned into a use client component. And as you can see, we're also missing some additional things, like the input, which we can also import right here from components input. So let's just take it from here and paste it here. And the next thing is this form. And don't forget, the form resides in the actual patient form component. It is this form right here where we have defined it for the first time. So now we have to figure out a way of how we can pass that form as a prop over to the custom form field. Well, we can do that easily. Let's go right here and let's render our custom form field, import it from /custom form field, and to it, we can pass the control, which is equal to form.control. So now if we go back right here, we can accept a prop. So that will be props of a type custom props, and we can define those custom props right here as an interface. So interface custom props will have a control of a type control coming from React hook form of a type any. And now we can replace the form control with just control coming from props. But of course, we have to destructure it right here. So let's destructure the control. And as you can see, we're all good. Now, we still haven't made this a fully reusable component. Do you know why? Well, it's because this is just one single form field. We could have just used it here as well, right? The reusability happens once you allow this component to change and to morph to different use cases. And how I approach this is you take a look at the things that should be the same for every single form input. Like we have this form field, and if you duplicate it 2 times, which are the lines which will be the same and which are the lines which will change? Well, of course, the name will change as it will be different for every single input. The label will change too. Maybe even the type of the input will change, and the description will surely change too. So let's pass those as props. First of all, let's define the field type. And of course, you could just say text or input, which is totally fine. But we can go a step further here and make it something known as an enum. So let's scroll to the top of this component and let's say export enum form field types, or just type, is equal to an object. And here we can say input is equal to a string of input. So now we know that this form field type will be form field type dot input, like this. And if we go back into the custom form field, we can now accept the form field type, or we just called it field type, I believe. And we can define it right here as field type is form field type coming from forms patient form. So this now ensures that it can only be of one of the types we have specified above. We could have just simply put a string of input right here. But with those types of strings, it's very easy to make a mistake and say something like int, for example. And then it will be very hard to notice a mistake here, because if it were a string, it wouldn't throw an error. But now it says, hey, input is not assignable to form field type. Most likely, it should have been an input. So you just do it like this. And then if you make a mistake here, it's quite obvious, right? This doesn't exist, and you get an immediate error. Cool. So now you learned about enums, which is also a very good thing to know about. What else did we say we want to pass to this thing? Well, let's pass a name equal to name. Let's pass a label equal to full name. Let's also pass a dynamic placeholder equal to John Doe. Maybe some inputs will also have an icon source equal to /assets /icons /user.svg. And we can also pass an icon alt, which will be equal to user. So all of these things will be different for every single input. And now that we're passing them, we can just go into here, we can accept it, and then just use it. Let me show you how. The field type will be used to render different kinds of inputs or fields, but name is very simple. So let's look into that first. We can use the name, and then instead of using a default username, which is always the same, now each one of our form fields can have a unique name. And also, we don't want every single one of our form fields to have the same layout. This layout will be used for an input, but sometimes we maybe want to render something else. So I will delete this entire thing and say form item, give it a class name equal to flex-1, and here we can check if field type is not equal to form field type dot checkbox. This is also one of the types we'll have in the future. And if a label exists, then we want to render a form label. That's going to look something like this. And inside of there, we can render the actual label. So Now it's letting us know that the checkbox is not a valid type under form field types. So let's go ahead and add it. We can have a text area, which will be equal to a string of text area. We can also have a phone input, which will be phone underscore input is equal to phone. Let's do phone input like this. We can also have a checkbox equal to checkbox. Later on, we'll have date pickers too. So date picker is equal to date picker. Select is equal to select. And a skeleton input is equal to a skeleton. So these are all the different types of form fields, and make sure to add commas at the end of each one of these. Great. So now going back, it doesn't complain about the checkbox anymore. And the label, as we know, is coming right from props. So we can get it right here. Also, our custom props are complaining about the fact that we're not accepting these types of props. So let's define that as well. Alongside the field type, we also have a name of a type string. We have a label, which will be optional of a type string, a placeholder, which will be optional of a type string, an icon source, optional of a type string, an icon alt, optional of a type string, disabled property, also optional of a type boolean, date format, also optional as it will only be shown in inputs containing a date, so calendar inputs, of a type string, show time select to further modify the calendar inputs, whether we want to show time or not, of a type boolean, children, because sometimes we'll want to show something inside of an input of a type react.react node. We also have a render skeleton, which will be a function accepting a field and returning a React node. This is typically used when we want to show a loading state for an input. And I think that'll be enough for now. So now it's not complaining about the props we're passing, and it's getting the label right here. And we're missing an and sign here as well. So if the field type is not a checkbox and if a label exists, then show the label. Next, we can create a new functional component that will render all different kinds of inputs. Const render input is equal to a functional component that returns those inputs. For now, let's make it return a single input like this. We can just pass the type text and the placeholder. That's good enough for now. And we can render this render input right here. To it, we'll pass the field equal to field, so we know what kind of field we want to render. So maybe render field will be a better name. Let's rename it render field, because input is only one type of fields that there are. And we can also pass all the other props we're passing into the custom form field by doing it like this. So this means that we cannot destructure these properties right here at the top. We have to leave the props exposed, but we can destructure them right here. Const, and then get this out of the props. This allows us to destructure them, but also pass the entire props object right here as well. Now we can also let TypeScript know what the render field will be accepting. It'll be getting a field as well as props, and this will be of a type. Field is of a type any, and props is of a type custom props. There we go. And then just at the bottom, we can render a form message, to which we can just pass a class name equal to shad-error. So you can see how we're making this component much more reusable. It changes the name, it changes whether it shows the label or not, the form message, and also we can render different kinds of fields depending on the form field type. So going back to the code, you can see that we now have a full name and we still have an input. So let's collapse this custom form field and let's actually focus on this render field, because this is where we can customize this form field further. Let me show you how. Instead of always rendering an input, we will just return a switch case. So we can say switch, and switch typically takes a key. It will be of a props.field type and a value, which can be form field type dot input, like like this. So only if the form field type is an input, then we can return something. Let me show you what. We can return a div that will have a class name equal to flex, rounded-md, border, border-dark-500, and bg-dark 400. So now we're creating the layout around the actual input. You can see how that will look like. Next, only if props.iconSource exists, then we want to render the actual icon. So we can render an image. Of course, this would be a Next.js image. We can give it a source equal to props.iconSource. And just so we don't have to say props this and props that, we can destructure the props further right here by saying const, and then destructure the field type from props. We can also destructure the icon source. We can also get the icon alt. We can get the placeholder. I think there's many more things which we'll be able to get later on, especially as we dive into some more detailed form fields for dates and so on. But this is good enough for now. So now we can remove this props.field type. It's just field type. And also, if an icon source exists, render an image with an icon source equal to this. We can also give it a height equal to 24, a width equal to 24, an alt tag equal to icon alt, or just icon if it doesn't exist. And we can give it a class name equal to margin left of 2, just to divide it a bit from the left. Then below this icon source, we can render an actual form control, inside of which we'll put a self-closing input tag with a placeholder equal to placeholder. We can destructure everything else from this field that we're passing into it and give it a class name equal to shad input and border-0. And this is our input. So if we go back now, you can see how great this input looks like. And since we have given it a name property, it automatically recognizes it and fills it using my password provider. And I understand how this can seem like a lot of extra work that we're doing right now, but trust me, you'll appreciate it so much once you'll start creating all of these inputs here, because you'll just be able to reuse all the great work you've done. And instead of doing it in 500 or 600 lines of code, you'll be able to do it in just a couple. So let's collapse this case of input. And whenever we need to further modify this render field to add another type, we can easily do that by adding another case. So let's see which other fields we need to add to our initial form. That'll be an email address and a phone number. Let's see how that works. Going back to our patient form, the only thing we have to do right now is duplicate this custom form field and change some properties. It will also be of a type input, name will be email, label will also be email, placeholder will be something like John Doe, add jsmastery.pro. We can pass a different icon such as email.svg, and icon alt will be email. And check this out. I go back, and without even reloading the page, a new input is here with a custom icon, placeholder, email type, and everything. Looks great. Now let's see how we can extend this to add a phone number field. We'll duplicate this custom form field one more time, but we'll change the field type to phone_input. To it, we can pass a name of phone and a label equal to phone number. It won't have the icon source and alt, and the placeholder will be something like 555 123 4567. If we save it, you won't be able to see anything yet because our custom form field doesn't yet know how to render a phone input. So let's extend it and let's make it happen. I will add another case right here where the form field is of a type phone input. And then we can return a new form control inside of which we'll have a phone input. But of course, this phone input is not something we'll create on our own. Typically, there's a saying that says, don't reinvent the wheel, and we'll follow it. So there's an amazing NPM package that has over 500,000 weekly downloads that does what we need it to do. It's an international phone number input for React. So let's just install it by running the command npm install react-phone-number-input-save. And let's see how we can use it. We simply need to import the styles and the phone input component, and then we use it like a regular input. Let's give it a shot. I will import these right at the top, and I will try to call it. It should work something like this. Phone input, and it'll have a default country equal to US. If we save it just like this, will it work? Let's see, phone input. I'm gonna go back, and yep, the phone input is here, and you can actually choose from different countries in the world, and it should pre-fill the country code. This is looking great already. Let's give it a placeholder equal to placeholder. We can also give it the international flag with country calling code. Value will be equal to field.value. And just for TypeScript, we have to say as E164 number. So this is a special type or undefined in case it doesn't exist. We also have to give it an onChange equal to field.onChange. And we can give it a class name equal to input-phone. Believe it or not, that's it for our phone input. Check this out. It looks amazing. And if I reload the page, you can see that it adds the country code. And if you change to a different country, it automatically pre-fills it. But not only that, I can type my own country code, and as soon as it recognizes it, it will also fill in the flag. So we can do 1, or we can do 9.1. It all works great. Or again, you can just choose it from the list right here, and then continue typing the full number. This is amazing. And with that, we have our base form to add a patient. We'll get back to this custom form field later on as we add more types of form fields. But for now, let's go back to this patient form and let's figure out a way on how we can submit it. Instead of having a regular submit button, we'll create a new custom component. Let's call it submit button.tsx and run RAFCE. Immediately after, we can just call it right here, self-closing submit button, coming from /submit button. And to it, we can pass the isLoading property, just so we know when to stop a button from submitting if it's already loading. And we can dive into it and start implementing it. Through the props, we can accept isLoading, class name if we're passing some different class names, and children if we want to expand its looks. And we can define that as button props. We can define the types right here by declaring an interface of button props. It'll have the isLoading property of Boolean, class name, which will be optional, of a type string, and children of a type React node. And the only thing we have to do here is render an actual button. So let's render a button coming from /UI button. Let's give it a type equal to submit. It will be disabled if it's currently loading. So if isLoading disabled. And we can give it a class name, which will look like this. If we're passing some custom class names, then render that, else render a shad-primary-btn and give it a W of full. Next, if isLoading, in that case, we want to show a div, which will show the loading state, else we can simply return the children, meaning the button itself. This div that will render the loading can have the class name equal to flex, items-center, and the gap of 4, and within it, we'll render a Next.js image that will have the source equal to /assets, /icons, /loader.svg with an alt tag of loader a width of about 24, a height of about 24 too, and a class name equal to animate-spin, and below it, we can simply say loading ... Now, let's see why this button is complaining. It says button is not defined, so we have to import it from UI button. I think we are good now. So if we go to the patient form, let's see if we're properly calling it. Oh, it's expecting children, so it's not self-closing. Rather, we need to pass the text inside of it, so we can say get started. Also, don't forget that this isLoading is not defined, so right at the top of our form, we can define a new use state called isLoading, set isLoading, and at the start, it'll be set to false. Don't forget to import use state from React. If we do this and go back, you can now see this beautiful Get Started button, and with that, the UI for our auth form is done. There is one thing that we have to fix though, and that is validation. Right now, if you click Get Started, it won't really try to validate things, and even if it did, it would only try to validate the username, which we don't technically have as our field. So we have to make it have different values here in the default, such as name, at the start empty string, email at the start empty string, and phone at the start equal to an empty string as well. But you can see that it's complaining, saying that these don't adhere to our form schema. And typically, it's a good idea to extract this form schema into a new file to keep it all tidy. So let's copy this, take it away from here, and go to our lib, within which we can create a new file called validation.ts. And before we dive into the validation, unfortunately, the YouTube limit will cut me off right now. We are about to hit 12-hour limit on YouTube. So I'll put the link in the description down to the complete video so you can just continue watching to where you're at right now. I'll see you there.